Chapter 1 Devil Fruit, Seeking to Read, 1. Douluos Continent. Tiendu Royal Academy, the Advanced Soul Master Academy of the continent. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on this building full of aristocratic atmosphere, and there was an elegant atmosphere everywhere. However, in the Royal Tiendu Academy, which is full of aristocrats and geniuses, Shuiyu, who is neither of the two, can't help but seem out of place. 207. 208. 200. Shuiyu in the previous life was a scientist who studied living weapons. Now he has come to this world for more than 10 years and several months. Originally, at this age, he should still be in the Junior Soul Master Academy, but he was thrown into the Advanced Soul Master Academy of the Royal Do Academy by an old guy. Now, he is discriminated against. This is one of the reasons why he wants to complain from time to time. Moreover, the high-intensity training day after day and year after year did not make him a sensation and look down upon the entire continent. Instead, his soul power has just broken through the 12th level, which has made him a laughingstock for many people. After all, in this world where martial spirits are supreme, there is no difference between men and women, especially when he is compared with outstanding students such as Yu Tianheng and Duguyan. He looks particularly weak. Indeed, he has no amazing talent, nor does he have a domineering martial spirit. Even if he trains twice as hard, he can only barely reach the realm of Soul Master. He is still far from being a great Soul Master and is just ordinary. Although I have reached the level of Soul Master now, my attack power and defense power are still far behind others. Shuiyu smiled bitterly, and there was a hint of resentment hidden in her bitter smile. Lamenting the injustice of God. Alas, in 4 years, it seems that the Soul Master Academy competition will be held. After that, the Wuhan Empire will be established and the continent will be plunged into war. If we are still so weak by then, we may only become cannon fodder. Shuiyu did not want to worry about the future, but he knew the direction of the continent as he retained the memory of his previous life. If he did not have enough self-protection ability by then, he might really be gone. He did not believe that he could travel through time again. So he had to become stronger now, as there was not much time left for him. 250. Today's physical training is over, it's time to practice martial arts. With that, Shuiyu stood up and headed towards the area where the simulated environment of the academy was located. His martial arts soul is nothing else, just like his name, Shuiyu. But the martial arts soul is not so much Shuiyu as water. Shuiyu can freely control the soul power to condense into water for manipulation. Because there is no clear definition of this kind of martial arts soul nowadays, most people still call it a variant martial arts soul, or even directly say that there is no martial arts soul. But Shuiyu knew that her martial spirit was very strong, and she had excellent recovery and control abilities. She could also quickly recover the physical strength she consumed each time. As an outlier in the Royal Tiendu Academy, Shuiyu would naturally attract a lot of strange looks when she walked on the road. Not only men would be discriminated against and looked down upon, but women were the same. When the female students around her turned their heads to look at her with contempt, the sound of whispering and sarcasm followed. This is the Royal Tiendu Academy after all, it is very advanced, so she must be talented, right? She is 10 years old, but she is only at level 12, which is embarrassing. Yes, and he is not old enough. Why should he be specially recruited as an exception? It's ridiculous. Forget it. He is just an orphan whose village was massacred. Do you still want him to compare with geniuses like Yu Tianheng and Duguyan? Shuiyu naturally heard these sarcastic voices. But it went in one ear and out the other. It can't be. They are just a bunch of little bastards, what do they know? A few years later, when the Wuhan Empire launched a war, you will be the ones crying. However, while sighing for others, Shuiyu himself was helpless. The village was massacred, and he was lucky to survive because he participated in the Wuhan awakening. As the only survivor, if he had not been encountered by the Royal Tiandu Academy's teaching committee, he might have been dead. But now all students are randomly assigned to classes, and the age gap is quite huge, especially for Shuiyu, a little kid. It's simply unfair, just like going to college from kindergarten, and it's impossible to integrate into this Royal Do Academy. Although the academy is full of nobles and beauties, there are cold eyes everywhere. Shuiyu has been relieved of this. When he came to the simulated environment, he also went to a remote corner alone and came to a small lake. Here, his Wuhan can be more fully exerted. The first soul skill, Sleep Bubble. He used up his soul power to create an unprecedented super-large bubble, which floated from the center of the lake. The sleep bubble not only has the effect of making people sleep, but also has a strong explosive force. When the soul power far exceeds that of the opponent, the bubble wall alone is as solid as a rock and difficult to break. However, after all, he is a little weak, the soul power absorption is slow, and the realm is also improved at a snail's pace. But even so, Shuiyu has never given up. To become stronger, so strong that the entire Douluo trembles. Bang! As the huge sleep bubble exploded, a sharp wind suddenly swept in from the center of the explosion. Then, Shuiyu felt a strong sense of fatigue. Shuiyu persisted, constantly refining soul power released the soul skills again. But after all, the soul power was exhausted, and a strong feeling of dizziness swept over the whole body. Shuiyu felt that her eyes went black and she lost consciousness in an instant. When Shuiyu opened her eyes again, she found herself lying under a tree in the lake. Chapter 1 Devil Fruit, Seeking Follow-up Reading, 2. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled the entire lake, reflecting the sparkling waves, like a beautiful painting. And I was lying in such a scene, enjoying the warm sunshine, and bathing comfortably on the soft grass. If the years were quiet, what a happy thing it would be. Is there something at the bottom of the lake? Just as Shuiyu was immersed, a strange shadow was reflected from the bottom of the lake. A trace of curiosity suddenly surged in my heart. Shuiyu walked out and jumped into the lake. A cold current hit, and the cold touch instantly filled her body, and Shuiyu couldn't help shivering. Shuiyu endured the cold and continued to swim forward, not knowing what treasure was hidden under the water. Finally, Shuiyu swam to the bottom of the lake and saw the scene in front of her clearly. She couldn't help but open her mouth in surprise. This is... A strange-shaped fruit was quietly suspended, and a wisp of strange breath slowly flowed. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, it reflected a crystal-clear light, which looked extremely tempting. In Douluo continent, I'm afraid no one knows it, and even regards it as a poisonous fruit and throws it away at will. But Shuiyu, who has the memory of her previous life, recognized it almost instantly. Devil fruit. It is the incarnation of the sea devil, which can give the eater powerful abilities. Shuiyu was shocked and hurriedly grabbed the fruit and floated to the surface. Although he didn't understand why the devil fruit appeared in Douluo continent, the appearance of the devil fruit could undoubtedly help him change his fate. Lying under a big tree by the lake, Shuiyu kept looking at the devil fruit in his hand that was constantly emitting strange temptations. He was so excited that he almost fainted. Devil fruit, it must be it, there is no way it can be wrong. I just don't know what kind of fruit it is. Is it the best actor Kizaru's shining fruit, the absolute justice Akainu's magma fruit? Or is it the fish fruit of Kaido's mythical beast species and blue dragon form? Could it be the mythical beast species? Human fruit? Nika, sun god, form? But no matter which kind of fruit it is, as long as the fruit is developed to the extreme, it will be enough to stand proudly on the top of the continent. With this mentality, Shuiyu couldn't wait to swallow the fruit, as if he didn't care so much. Fuck, this is too unpalatable. Chapter 2 Inheriting Whitebeard's Ability 1. If you still doubted whether it was a devil fruit the moment before, but at the moment you bit the fruit, Shuiyu could be completely sure. Because this fruit is a bit too unpalatable. Even Shuiyu, who has eaten grass roots and tree bark, can't stand it. Shuiyu kept looking at herself, as if she didn't feel any changes in herself, and didn't seem to feel the strange devil ability appear. For a moment, confused. Fuck, fake. Shuiyu was extremely disappointed at this moment. She thought she had picked up a treasure and could reach the peak of her life from now on, but she was disappointed again and again. Ah! God, are you really kidding me? Shuiyu roared in his heart and punched the tall and strong tree. Crack! An extremely slight sound came from where his fist touched, like the strange sound of glass breaking. Thin cracks spread in the air, spreading like a spider web in an instant. It was very strange. It seemed as if the entire space was shattered, extremely shocking and visually impactful. The terrifying shock force suddenly erupted, and the towering tree exploded instantly. In the atmosphere, circles of visible ripples spread in all directions. Fuck! Is it true or not? It's not that bad. Shuiyu was shocked and looked unbelievable. He just destroyed the giant tree with a casual blow. What a horrible destructive power it is! It is simply unbelievable. The tremor fruit, the strongest superhuman fruit, is recognized as the most destructive fruit. This is the fruit of Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world of pirates, and he actually got it. Shuiyu was a little dazed, feeling like he was dreaming. However, when he came to his senses, a smile gradually climbed up the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were flashing with excitement. You know, the ability of the tremor fruit can cause vibrations at will, causing the earth to shatter, the atmosphere to vibrate, and the sea to split. Isn't this more powerful than those extreme martial spirits? Once the tremor fruit is developed to the extreme, what martial spirit true body? What big Sumuru hammer? All shattered with one punch. If one punch doesn't work, then give it another one. Crack! Shuiyu clenched her fists excitedly and performed again, her face full of excitement. After careful feeling, she found that the degree, range, and power of vibration can be freely adjusted according to the degree of soul power invested. Moreover, in terms of consumption, it is less than 1/10 of the first soul skill, sleep bubble. If all the soul power of the first soul skill is invested, the destructive power may be completely impossible for a soul master to resist head-on. Hehe, so what if there is no soul master talent? Isn't the power of vibration better than martial soul? Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. White-bearded old man, it seems that I will inherit your ability and make trouble in this Douluos continent. Shuiyu's heart could not calm down for a long time. However, after calming down the excitement, Shuiyu fell into contemplation again. The power of vibration is adjusted according to the amount of soul power invested. Now even if all the soul power of the 12th level is invested, the power is far from enough. It seems that I still need to improve my realm. Shuiyu shook her head, a trace of determination flashed in her eyes, and she started practicing again. No. How come the soul power refining has become so much faster? Oh my, you really gave me a surprise. Suddenly, Shuiyu stopped practicing, staring at the water attribute soul power emitting a faint golden light on her body in disbelief. The speed of practice increased by more than 10 times, and her face suddenly showed ecstasy. He found that this should not be the Zhen fruit, but the Edward Newgate fruit. He may have completely inherited everything from his father, whether it is talent or ability. As for the 3-color domineering, it must be revealed after deep practice. No one knows that the full name of this fruit is the human fruit phantom beast Edward Newgate form. But in any case, this is too wonderful. The stronger your ability is, the more exciting the future will be. Shuiyu once again immersed himself in practice, and from time to time he would tremble in the air twice to adapt to the changes brought about by the Zhen fruit. However, he had not risked his life to practice, and he had to ensure that he had enough physical strength to cope with the Soul Master assessment on the second day. The next day, when the dawn light shone on the earth, the clouds in the sky were dispelled, and a ray of morning sun rose slowly from the east, shining on the world. The sound of birds chirping sounded, which was a sign that life in the morning was about to begin. Shuiyu opened her eyes, and the first thing she did was to use the power of shock. Just because she was worried that everything yesterday was an illusion, fortunately the ability was still there, otherwise, she would really want to cry without tears. After a full meal, Shuiyu also went to the academy. Tiandu Royal Academy, a famous academy in the entire Tiandu Empire. Most of the students in it are people of noble birth and prominent background. For example, Yu Tianheng is from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, one of the top 3 sects. Shuebeng is a prince, and Duguyan's grandfather is the granddaughter of Dugubo, the titled poison Douluos. In addition, there are many royal children and people with outstanding talents. Before, no matter the background or talent, Shuiyu was not comparable to an ordinary student. Whether it was the Tiandu royal family or the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, they were all existences that he could only look up to. However, he believed that in the near future, the situation would change. Chapter 2 Inheriting Whitebeard's Ability 2 Douluos Title Whitebeard, Shuiyu. As soon as he entered the classroom, Yelingling of the Nine-Heart Begonia greeted him warmly. Shuiyu also smiled slightly at this. In the Tiandu Royal Academy, perhaps only Yelingling would take the initiative to greet him. As for the other students, they all regarded Shuiyu as a transparent person, or even coldly mocked him. Because in their opinion, Shuiyu was just lucky, and because of pity, he was lucky enough to become a student of the Tiandu royal family. Perhaps because Yelingling, like Shuiyu, is alone, the two have had a very good relationship over the past few years. In fact, he was very happy that Yelingling, who was called the Mute Sister, could become his close friend. However, although the relationship was good, Shuiyu had a natural awe of Yelingling, as if it was the blood repression between siblings. Of course, Shuiyu was the younger brother. Even he himself didn't know whether it was because Yelingling was older than him or because he had been taken care of by the other party for a long time. By the way, you seem to have trained very late last night? Are you tired? Seeing that Shuiyu was still a little tired, Yelingling couldn't help but ask with concern. It's okay, the training is not tiring, just a little sleepy, and I will be refreshed after a rest. Shuiyu also explained with a smile, and she had a great impression of this woman. Don't work so hard anymore. Just practice slowly. In fact, being ordinary is also very good. Yelingling advised with some distress. Hearing this, Shuiyu was also stunned. If it was on Earth, being ordinary would be good, but this is Douluo continent. Even if he didn't get the ability of the Zhen fruit and practiced at a snail's pace every day, he was determined to reach the top of the continent. Not to mention that now he has the ability of his father Whitebeard, he must not be muddle-headed anymore. Shuiyu replied, Leng Leng. Shuiyu was about to continue, but saw Yelingling's eyes shone and snorted, and his heart was immediate. Lithe head was a little flustered. Sister Lingling. Don't worry, I have my own plan. Shuiyu tried to calm down with a deep breath. After all, the other party cared about her, and she couldn't let her down. Hearing this, Yelingling also noticed Shuiyu's mood. At this moment, she regretted why she said that. Soon, the academy teacher came and took everyone to the academy fighting arena, and then announced the list of each battle. The first game, Oslo vs. Shuiyu. Chapter 3 The Terrifying Power of the Tremor Fruit 1. What? Yelingling was stunned when the announcement fell. Oh my god, Shuiyu's opponent is Oslo. This is a bit cruel, who arranged it? Oslo is now a great soul master, and Shuiyu is only level 12. This is a bit too exaggerated. For a while, many people whispered, most of them were mourning for Shuiyu, thinking that the two were not at the same level at all. What should I do? Yelingling looked at Shuiyu, she didn't know what to do. Oslo, Martial Soul Ghost Leopard, Level 28 Agility Attack System Great Soul Master. Even if facing Yu Tianheng, Oslo can still fight a few moves, there is no doubt that he is an extremely powerful existence. Putting Shuiyu and Oslo in the first game is definitely a malicious act. Yelingling looked at Shuiyu and said anxiously and angrily, Shuiyu, just admit defeat. It's better to admit defeat than to be beaten. Sister Ling, don't worry, it's okay. Shuiyu smiled and patted Yelingling's shoulders, and stepped out resolutely. It was as if she had become a completely different person, and her aura had changed dramatically. This scene shocked Yelingling. Shuiyu also knew that her good teacher did it on purpose. After all, the latter had never given him a good face from beginning to end, and held an inexplicable hostility. In addition, Shuiyu had fallen to the bottom of the class because of his low soul master level, so the class teacher was thinking of ways to squeeze him out to other classes to prevent him from being embarrassed. Shuiyu, you can admit defeat, it's not shameful, after all, Oslo is a genius soul. The voice of the class teacher sounded, with a rather cold and sarcastic tone. Shuiyu knew his thoughts very well. He felt that he would not admit defeat with so many people watching him. If he was injured, he would be held back and naturally could not stay in his class. No. Shuiyu raised her eyes and looked directly at the class teacher, saying it firmly word by word. A terrifying aura suddenly enveloped everyone, and the class teacher was inexplicably stunned. The people around him also felt a suffocating depression at this moment, especially a few students with low realms, who felt dizzy in their minds and almost fainted. What's going on here? Even Yu Tianheng, Duguyan, and others sighed in their hearts, what was going on with this pressure? Like most people, Yelingling's body trembled involuntarily for a few times, and she looked at Shuiyu in surprise. Oslo, who also felt this momentum, frowned, his eyes flickered, and a strange arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He jumped onto the fighting soul stage, exuding a dangerous and terrifying aura, and said, in this case, then come on stage. He is just a level 12 soul master, overestimating his ability. If you dare to come on stage, he will definitely regret it. Shuiyu looked at Oslo standing on the fighting soul stage, took a deep breath, and walked over slowly. Shuiyu, be careful! Yelingling shouted nervously. Shuiyu nodded, and fought against Oslo, with determination in her eyes. In this case, the fighting soul begins. The moment the class teacher's voice fell, Oslo's martial soul suddenly lit up. Martial soul, possessed by Ghost Leopard. Shuiyu, on the other hand, did not take any action at all. Humph! Oslo looked at Shuiyu with contempt, then his body suddenly rushed forward, his right hand suddenly grabbed out, and went straight to Shuiyu's throat. Seeing this scene, the people around couldn't help but gasp. As a quick attack system battle soul master, Oslo's speed was astonishing, and he had rushed to Shuiyu in a flash. However, Shuiyu's eyes were calm without a trace of ripples, still standing still, his eyes locked on Oslo. Why is he standing still? His martial spirit is not bright. Is he really scared? Why do I feel that Shuiyu seems to have been prepared, just waiting for Oslo to rush over and kill him with one blow? The students around speculated. Shuiyu didn't move, and Oslo was a little confused. Could it be that his speed was too slow, not fast enough? The class teacher was also slightly stunned by this, and then he sneered, thinking that Shuiyu was just looking for death. If he was really injured by Oslo, he couldn't blame himself. Buzz! A slight roar was heard, and a faint white halo suddenly lingered on Shuiyu's right fist. The next moment, Shuiyu stood on tiptoe, and the whole person's aura was overwhelming. He punched the space where Oslo was about to reach, just like hammering on an invisible glass dot on the glass. Crack! The cracking sound like glass breaking was transmitted from Shuiyu's right fist. The terrifying shock force instantly spread to the surroundings, and the white halo suddenly exploded. Puff! A mouthful of blood sprayed out, drawing a beautiful parabola in the air. Oslo was directly blown away and fell heavily to the ground, his face full of pain. What? Oslo was repelled. How is this possible? It was obviously not hit directly on Oslo, how could it be? Yes, I saw it clearly, Shoyu's fist did not touch Oslo. The whole audience suddenly sounded an uproar, and everyone's eyes were focused on Shoyu. Yelingling was also stunned, she really couldn't believe what had just happened. Chapter 3 The Terrifying Power of the Tremor Fruit 2. She was ready to release her martial spirit to treat Shoyu, but who knew that the incident would be reversed? Yu Tianheng and Doguyan stood together, their eyes slightly condensed. They had never expected that a 12th level soul master would not even release his martial spirit and only use one punch to repel Oslo. Not only the two of them, but also Shi Mo, and Yu Feng, all looked unbelievable. You, what did you do? In the fighting spirit arena, Oslo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Shoyu with a shocked face. Shoyu did not answer, but crossed her arms and posed a strange posture in front of her chest, with her legs apart, her feet on the soles of her feet, her hands flat on her chest and clenched, her feet slightly bent, and she looked ready to go. I'm playing tricks on you to show you what real strength is. Seeing this, the always conceited Oslo sneered. First soul skill, Leopard Shadow Tearing Claw. Then his body turned into a Black Panther ghost and pounced towards Shoyu. His claws tore through the air with a whistling wind, making a sharp sound, and fiercely grabbed Shoyu's chest. Crack! However, at this critical moment, the sound of broken glass rang again. I want to see what tricks you are playing. Oslo's body suddenly stopped, his face solemn, but the leopard shadow tearing claw drew a sharp arc in the air, directly hitting Shoyu's face. However, it was this sound of broken glass that came, and the shock force directly cracked the space, and the slender cracks immediately spread rapidly like a spider web from the position where Shoyu's left and right fists swung. Not only did the leopard shadow's claws tear apart, but Oslo also felt his chest tremble, and a terrifying shock force that he could not bear swept over him. In an instant, Oslo's defense was torn apart, and the whole person flew out like a cannonball. Plop! Oslo fell heavily on the ring, blood spurted out, his face had turned as pale as paper, and his eyes rolled back. Chapter 4 I was shocked at the time 1. Looking at Oslo's miserable appearance, all the audience around were stunned. Oh my god, what's going on? What happened just now? I seem to hear the sound of glass breaking. Glass? Where is the glass? The class teacher was watching from afar in the audience, with a huge wave in his heart and an expression of disbelief on his face. Oslo was actually knocked down by Shoyu, the last one. The situation turned around a little too quickly. Oslo had recovered from the dizziness at this time. He covered his chest and wiped the red blood from the corner of his mouth, his face full of horror. He gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. Oslo was also forced to the extreme. Second soul skill, Ghost Leopard Claw. With a light shout, Oslo rushed towards Shoyu like a running leopard, his claws shining with cold light. Except for a few people such as Yu Tianheng and Doguyan, no one could trample on his proud self-esteem to such an extent. The first punch was probably caused by his arrogance and underestimation of the enemy. But what about the second time? He used his first soul skill, but he was still beaten back. Not to mention that Shoyu was the last one, how could he accept this? If he didn't take revenge, it would be hard to relieve the hatred in his heart. However, when Shoyu saw Oslo's sudden attack, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Martial Soul, Shoyu Possession. Sleep Bubble. Locking Oslo, Shoyu predicted and released the first soul skill with extremely accurate prediction. A huge bubble slowly rose up, covering Oslo. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As the bubble rose, an inexplicable repressive force squeezed in from all directions. Oslo's offensive suddenly stagnated, and 2 soul rings flashed, trying to break free from the control of the sleep bubble. After releasing the soul skill, he had already consumed a lot of energy, not to mention he was also seriously injured by Shuiyu. Now even if he used all his strength, he could not escape the control of Shuiyu's bubbles. Damn it! Oslo cursed, with a strong look of anger and humiliation on his face. He was actually defeated by Shuiyu, who was at the bottom of the list. This is simply a great shame. Oh my god, Shuiyu can actually defeat Oslo, is he, afraid to think about it? I really doubt that he really only has the 12th level of soul power. After seeing this shocking scene, countless students showed an expression of disbelief. Shuiyu, you. Yelingling's delicate face was also full of shock and disbelief. Shuiyu's face was extremely calm, as if there was nothing surprising about all this. Teacher, can the results of the competition be announced? He did not look back, and said lightly with his back to the class teacher. This look was undoubtedly a kind of contempt and disdain for unfair treatment. Just arranging this battle was very unpleasant. Not to mention that before the competition, as his class teacher, he actually spoke coldly and rudely. It was really too much. You. The class teacher was choked. I thought Shuiyu would swallow his anger as usual, but who knew that he would react so violently, not caring about his identity as a class teacher. What? Are you going to let me fight with the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex again? Shuiyu turned around and spoke very coldly. This. What's going on? Shuiyu's provocative words made the students stunned. Yu Tianheng, who was not far away, frowned slightly for this, pulled Duguyan, who was about to run away, and cast his eyes over. Yelingling also noticed the tense atmosphere at the scene, and she was also stunned. Is this still the Shuiyu of the past? The winner of this competition is Shuiyu. The class teacher's face was livid, but in the end he had no choice but to announce Shuiyu's victory, cursing in his heart. In order to ease the embarrassment, he had to immediately announce the second game, saying, "The second game, Yu Feng vs Du Butuo." As everyone carried the injured Oslo down, Shuiyu also jumped off the stage. Ignoring the shocked eyes cast at him, he walked straight to Yelingling. A smile gradually appeared on his cold face, and he said softly, "Look, I'm fine." Stupid. Yelingling couldn't help but burst into laughter, biting her teeth lightly, her eyes slightly red. This guy is really too worrying. You go treat that guy first. Shuiyu smiled slightly, patted Yelingling's shoulder comfortingly, and said immediately. Yelingling wiped the corners of his eyes and nodded gently. Then there was a faint fragrance, and a white light descended from the sky, like a petal slowly falling, directly landing on Oslo, who was lying on the ground. Finally, the petal turned into a warm current, lightly blending into and repairing the latter's body. Yelingling's 9-heart begonia has only one soul skill, which is complete healing. Under her treatment, Oslo's injuries recovered at a very fast speed. After waking up, Oslo did not make trouble again. If you lose, you lose, you must not lose. Of course, even if there is another fight, Shuiyu is not afraid of him. There are many exciting competitions afterwards. Compared with the latter, the two brothers Shi Mo and Shi Mo relied on the strong defense of the black tortoise to make the opponent crazy and jump off the fighting soul stage. Whether it is Yu Tianheng's strong solution to the opponent's crushing with the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, or Duguyan's use of the green phosphorus purple poison to make the opponent surrender voluntarily, it is extremely pleasing to the eye. Chapter 4. I was shocked at the time too. As for Yelingling, as a pure auxiliary treatment system, she does not need to participate in the competition. And this battle of fighting spirits, Shuiyu undoubtedly became the center of discussion in Tiandu Royal Academy. Almost everyone is very curious about what power he used in the competition with Oslo. But for the Zhen fruit, no matter how to explore, there is no trace. Until the end, Shuiyu explained that it was a martial soul mutation, which made these people dispel their doubts. Indeed, in this world, there are many soul masters with a reputation throughout the continent who have mutated martial souls. So when this reason appeared, everyone gradually let go. Tiandu Royal Academy, in the simulated environment. Shuiyu practiced meditation beside the lake. Since he gained the power of the tremor fruit, his training speed has accelerated too much. Although he shocked the whole audience in the assessment competition, Shuiyu also knew his own strength, and there would be many troubles in the future. Not only are there difficulties from within the academy, but there are also threats from other forces on the continent, especially the Spirit Hall. Even the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, one of the 3 major sects, will be completely destroyed in the future, not to mention a soul master like him who has no one to rely on and is weak. It is necessary to improve the realm and enhance the strength. While developing the power of the tremor fruit, try to practice the 3-color domineering. 371, 372, 399, 400. After completing the warm-up physical training, Shuiyu also breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed his tense muscles. The end. After warming up, weight training officially began. Every weight training is a very cruel process. As time goes by, his strength is getting stronger and stronger, and his muscles and bones are becoming tougher and tougher. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous sound came from the sky. Shuiyu looked up and saw that the northwest sky was covered with dark clouds and lightning, as if a rainstorm was coming. Over there. Chapter 5 Tianwei Level 1. Shuiyu looked towards the distant horizon, and saw a huge blue lightning with a blue dragon shadow falling, as if it was a punishment from heaven. Boom! The huge explosion echoed in the air, and the huge lightning struck the water surface, stirring up waves, like a turbulent ocean, slapping towards the distance. Take a deep breath. Shuiyu also wants to know who is the god who created such a spectacular thunder tribulation. Is it him? Yu Tianheng. Shuiyu approached, narrowed his eyes, stared at the thunder, and a figure also came into view. It was Yu Tianheng. The brilliant blue thunder shone, and Yu Tianheng stood there, causing thundercloud fluctuations, as if he had merged with this world, and the sky was covered with thunderclouds. Lightning flashed faintly on his body, and the illusory dragon was hovering, allowing the blue lightning that fell from the sky to strike him. Shuiyu was shocked. Yu Tianheng could actually use thunder to stimulate his body, improve his toughness and reaction speed. What a domineering method! He is worthy of being a top-level beast martial spirit, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Everyone has a unique way of cultivation. Shuiyu dare not try such a domineering method. Yu Tianheng, the leader of the younger generation of Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, is brave, decisive and responsible, which deserves Shuiyu's respect. Now seeing that he is even more in order to become stronger, he actually adopts such an extreme training mode. Shuiyu was also shocked. The revolution is not over yet, comrades still need to work hard. Tang San's soul power was level 13 at the age of 6, and he broke through to level 32 at the age of 12. In contrast, I was only level 12 at the age of 10, and the gap was a bit huge. Fortunately, I have inherited the talent of my father Whitebeard, which is incomparable with before. There are still 4 years before the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition will be held. A few years after the competition, the Wuhan Empire will be established, and the continental structure will change and enter the era of war. Becoming stronger is the only way out. Hu! Shuiyu threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind, adjusted himself a little, and returned to the lake again. This time, he wanted to surpass his limit. Squeeze his potential as much as possible and force his limit. Become stronger, stronger, stronger than everyone else. Crack! The fist hit the void, the sound of broken glass sounded again, and Shuiyu began training. Day after day, month after month. With the end of the 6-month training period, Shuiyu is more than 11 years old, his soul power has also been raised to level 18, and the shock force has also been significantly enhanced. Nowadays, the first soul skill of most soul masters can almost be completely shattered with one punch. Facing the second soul skill of an ordinary soul master, Shuiyu can also disintegrate it as long as he invests more soul power. Even the third soul skill of some soul masters, as long as the fire power is fully opened, will also be shattered. Of course, the first and second soul skills of different soul masters have different powers. Just like the first soul skill of a titled Douluos is definitely more powerful than the second soul skill of a soul master. Shuiyu believes that as long as she develops the power of the Zhen fruit to the extreme, she can definitely shatter the void, and even the Godhead. Tick. Tick. As the sweat continued to fall, Shuiyu also felt that her physical strength had reached the limit. The whole arm was almost numb, and the fatigue on her face could not be concealed at all. If it were not for the strong willpower that allowed him to persist until now, he would have collapsed on the ground long ago. The painful and happy training process is extremely long. But Shuiyu gritted his teeth and insisted, forcing himself to enjoy the process of becoming stronger. There is no other reason. If you don't fight hard, how can you survive on this continent? Orphans with no one to rely on will be bullied once they become weak. When the war begins, she will undoubtedly become cannon fodder. Shuiyu. Just then, a familiar voice sounded not far away. Hearing this voice, Shuiyu couldn't help showing a joyful expression, forcing her body to raise her head and look towards the source of the sound. A beautiful girl dressed in black, with long blue hair like a waterfall draped over her back, appeared in sight. The girl was not tall, but her figure was very well proportioned, especially her beautiful and childish face, which was even more eye-catching. Ling Ling. Sister, why are you here? Looking at the person coming, Shuiyu also showed a surprised expression and asked. I came here to find you on purpose. We haven't seen each other for a long time. I happened to pass by here and saw you training. Lingling looked at Shuiyu with a smile. When she noticed that Shuiyu's muscles were spasming and trembling, she immediately puffed up her little face and showed heartache. Expression, why are you working so hard again? What if I tire you out? Hehe, don't worry, I'm not that fragile yet. Shuiyu also knew that he had been working hard to practice during this period of time, but he never told Lingling. Others are still working hard to practice, how can he let others pull away? Hehe. Don't work so hard anymore. I'll help you heal. Lingling didn't know what to do with him, so she had to release her martial soul to help Shuiyu recover. Although she knew that Shuiyu must have suffered a lot during this period of time, she was also relieved to see him getting stronger day by day. If you don't work hard, you can't protect the important people. Shuiyu felt that the fatigue was disappearing and the physical strength was gradually recovering, and he also smiled and said. Chapter 5 Tianwei Level 2. Important people. Lingling was a little confused when she heard it, and looked straight at Shuiyu. Hehe, just pretend I didn't say it. Shuiyu laughed dryly and scratched her head pretending to be innocent. Lingling pouted her lips immediately, looked at Shuiyu angrily, and said, You guy, don't fight so hard in the future. Seeing the girl's coquettish look, Shuiyu could only touch her nose embarrassedly. That won't do, isn't there someone stronger than me? Are you talking about Yu Tianheng? Lingling blinked her big eyes, and suddenly something seemed to come to her mind, and said, Shuiyu, do you know? This time, you were classified as Tianwei level. Due to the large number of students in Tiandu Royal Academy, according to the principle of reasonable and convenient management, the students were divided into Tianwei level, Tianzi level, and Tiandu level according to their levels. Each level of students is also different, among which those below level 25 are Tianwei level, those between 25 and 30 are Tianzi level, and those above level 30 are Tiandu level. Nowadays, Yu Tianheng, Doguyan, and the brothers Shi Mo and Shi Mo have long become soul masters and are Tiendo level students. As for Yu Feng, Ye Lingling, and Oslo, who had fought with Shuiyu, they have just reached level 30 and will be officially transferred to Tiendo level later. Although half a year has passed, Shuiyu's soul power level is only level 19, so she is naturally assigned to Tianwei level. He didn't have much opinion on this. Seeing Shuiyu was silent, Ye Lingling said with some heartache, "I believe you can reach Tiendo level sooner or later. Aren't you only 10 years old now? You have great potential." Shuiyu nodded and said firmly, "Yes, I will not only become Tiendo level, but also surpass you Tianheng and Tang San. If you like, Shattering Godhead, please collect it, m.38xs.com, Shattering Godhead Sanba novel update speed is the fastest on the entire network." Chapter 6, Unkindness 1. Tang San. Ye Lingling was a little confused, not knowing who the Tang San in Shuiyu's mouth was. Shuiyu also realized that Ye Lingling was a little unfamiliar with this name, and hurriedly laughed awkwardly, "Hee, in the future, he may become the biggest enemy on our way forward, and we will meet him sooner or later. By the way, Lingling, do you know where I can make money?" Ah! Ye Lingling was also quite surprised to hear this, and asked, "What do you need money for?" "I can give it to you." If you give it to me directly, I always feel like a gigolo, I'd better make it myself." As an orphan whose village was massacred, in addition to the pitiful relief money, he must get money to ensure that he can keep up with nutrition. Otherwise, if you only eat some ordinary vegetables and rice, even if you spend 100 years, you can't grow into a healthy man. Hearing Shuiyu's words, Ye Lingling nodded, "Men have strong self-esteem." "You fool, aren't you my brother? What's wrong with a sister taking care of her brother?" Ye Lingling said with her hands on her hips. Shuiyu saw that Ye Lingling was a little indifferent, and couldn't help but nodded dejectedly. Then, Ye Lingling also analyzed, "I know that there are many blacksmith shops in Tiandu city that are recruiting workers, and if you do blacksmithing, you can exercise your physical strength and make money at the same time." "Yes, how could I forget this?" Hearing this, Shuiyu's eyes lit up, and she immediately picked up Ye Lingling and turned around. Blacksmithing is a physical job. Although he doesn't have the natural advantage of the martial soul clear sky hammer like Tang San, this job can not only make money, but also improve his physical fitness. Why not do it? As for Ye Lingling, she was suddenly hugged and was stunned. Her mind was blank, and she let Shuiyu hug her. After turning around for several times, Shuiyu stopped and looked at Ye Lingling, whose face was flushed. She stretched out her hand and put it on the latter's forehead, saying, "Lingling, what's wrong with you? Do you have a fever? Then I have to get some medicine." The next day, after completing basic physical training, Shuiyu also went to Tiandu city. Looking at the bustling streets at this moment, Shuiyu couldn't help but feel unreal. "I really can't believe it. But this is the reality." When he came to Douluos continent, he couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly a sound came into my ears. The sky is vast and the wilderness is vast. Finding a girlfriend is too slim. The person I love has a beautiful name, but the person who loves me is miserable. Either you become bad in silence, or you become perverted in loneliness. Looking from a distance, he saw a high-spirited figure. Shuiyu walked closer, stroking his chin and looking at it carefully. "Why are you looking at Mr. Shen Jingbing?" Shen Jingbing was shocked and asked with his eyes widened. Shuiyu smiled and said, "Ah, are you crazy? Hey, how do you know? I am Shen Jingbing, a Tiandu level student of the Tiandu Royal Academy." Hearing that the other party knew him, Shen Jingbing also looked arrogant, secretly wondering, "Are he so famous? I made a bold guess based on your appearance and behavior." After saying that, Shuiyu seemed to have remembered something and asked, "Brother Jingbing, someone said that you look like an anime character." "Really? Like who?" Like who? A bit like Sesshomaru in Inuyasha. Inuyasha? Sesshomaru? Although I don't know who it is, but my brother is so discerning, he must be very handsome. Shen Jingbing nodded and said. Following evil views. Evil view. By the way, Brother Xiet, where is the nearest blacksmith shop? Go straight along this road, then turn left and you're there. Shuiyu glanced at the direction of the finger, shook Shen Jingbing's hand and turned to leave. Nice to meet you, I have something else to do and I'll leave first. Okay, walk slowly. Dang dang dang. Walking along the avenue to the end, Shuiyu heard the clanging sound of metal hitting. Following the source of the sound, I searched all the way and found a tall building with a huge hammer sign hanging on it. I poked my head in, and sure enough, it was true. Many rough men were sweating like rain, waving the hammers in their hands, hitting the hard metal, and the sound of hammering was very rhythmic. At this moment, there are still many customers coming in and out of the blacksmith shop. Some use silver coins to buy various weapons, while others learn skills in the blacksmith shop, and bargain with the owner of the blacksmith shop from time to time. It seems very harmonious. There are also several huge paintings hanging on the walls outside the blacksmith shop. The paintings on them are of a group of burly people holding hammers. There is no doubt that these people are famous blacksmiths, such as Lu Gao and Titan. Shuiyu stepped in and felt a rush of hot air. Looking inside, there are various armors, weapons, etc. hanging everywhere. After a while, a loud voice also appeared. Kid, did you come to the blacksmith shop to buy something? Shuiyu immediately raised his head and found a dark, sturdy man staring at him. His muscles were bulging with domineering strength, and his sweat was already falling like rain. Hello, uncle. I just want to give you some information. Does your shop need blacksmith apprentices? Looking at the big man, Shuiyu spoke truthfully, and the loud voice couldn't help but cover up the clanging sound of iron. For a moment, many blacksmiths who were forging iron stopped their work and looked at him with interest. Chapter 6 The Visitor is Evil 2_Douluos titled Whitebeard, the author attacks the lazy donkey 38 novel, m.38xs.com. Hearing Shuiyu's words, the dark man's expression was slightly startled, and then he laughed loudly. Do you want to be a blacksmith's apprentice? Shuiyu nodded seriously. Ha ha ha. By then these rugged-looking guys were laughing. Not ridicule, but that genuine joy and smile. Blacksmithing is not just a hard job, but is essentially a lower-class occupation in society. Most people use this as a negative example. The little boy in front of him actually offered to join the ranks of blacksmith apprentices, which had to resonate with many people. The dark burly man also laughed, and then asked, "What's your name?" "Shuiyu, my name is Shuiyu." Shuiyu replied with a smile. The swarthy man slapped his forehead and said, "Yes, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the owner of this blacksmith shop and a master blacksmith. If you are really willing to become a blacksmith, then, on behalf of all the blacksmiths in the shop, I welcome you." After saying that, the big man stretched out his broad and thick palm and handed it to Shuiyu, with a sincere look in his eyes. Shuiyu also quickly stretched out her right hand and shook it with the dark man. "Thank you, uncle." The swarthy man picked up Shuiyu, turned him around 3 times, and said, "I like this little guy like you, what about you?" "I like it, of course I do." "Ha ha ha, I must like it." The sudden change startled Shuiyu. After realizing that everyone was welcoming from the bottom of their hearts, he couldn't help but laugh. After Yan Long's explanation, Shuiyu also walked out of the blacksmith shop, preparing for the second day of blacksmithing life. Shuiyu, who was returning the same way, was still in high spirits, but then she was greeted by a young man wearing the uniform of Tiandu Royal Academy. It can be seen from the clothing that this is a Tiandu level student. Unless some of the top Tiandu level students can choose their own clothes, the rest of the Tiandu level students can only choose regular uniforms. The man gradually approached, his face with a hint of coldness. He stared at Shuiyu. Feeling the aura that was hard to ignore from the other party, and with his face similar to Oslo, Shuiyu roughly guessed the identity of the visitor. In any case, courtesy comes before force. Shuiyu remained calm and said, "What's the matter?" Chapter 7 Shocking Back the Soul Lord 1. Shuiyu knew that those who come with bad intentions will not come with good intentions. The other party chose to stop him outside the academy, presumably because he didn't want to break the academy rules. But no matter what the purpose is, as long as it is looking for trouble with him, that side is the enemy. It is okay to be indifferent to the enemy. "Oh, you are the orphan whose village was massacred and then luckily joined Tiandu Royal Academy? By the way, your name is Shuiyu, right?" The man's face was gloomy, his eyes were fixed on Shuiyu, and his tone was a little disdainful. Such words made him frown slightly. The other party actually mentioned the world of massacre, which made Shuiyu very disgusted. He also knew that he was insignificant in Tiandu Royal Academy and was not well received. But this does not mean that everyone can talk about the sad story of massacre so wantonly. "Tell me, what is your relationship with Oslo?" Shuiyu ignored the previous question and asked back with a cold face. Shuiyu did not have any good feelings for the visitor, and it was obvious that he came to cause trouble, so naturally there was no need to give him a good face. Hearing this, a strange light flashed in Osman's eyes, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he said in a playful tone, "I didn't expect you to be so smart and guess my identity." "Yes, I am Osman, Oslo's brother. I heard that a last place player seriously injured my brother in a practical competition, and I wanted to come and see." Hearing the other party introduce himself, it was just as Shuiyu expected. With a flickering look in his eyes, Shuiyu also answered neither humbly nor arrogantly, "Yes, it's me, what can I do for you?" Hearing this, Osman was slightly stunned. "Advice? A little bastard, dare to use the word advice? He simply doesn't know the height of the world. Since you admit it, it's easy to deal with. In this way, you only need to slap yourself twice, and the matter will be over." Osman still looked disdainful and snorted coldly. He stopped him in the street and slapped him. "This guy is a bit too lawless. He is so arrogant. Hee." Hearing this, Shuiyu couldn't help but smile contemptuously. "I just want to ask, did your brother ask you to take revenge on me?" Osman saw Shuiyu's attitude, his face suddenly sank. The useless brother was beaten. As a brother, it is natural to take the initiative to stand up and protect him. "In this case, what does my matter with him have to do with you?" Shuiyu's face suddenly turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, and then the soul power in his body was running at a high speed. "Boy, you are too arrogant, I will teach you to respect your senior." Bang! After Osman finished speaking, the ghost leopard martial spirit possessed him, 2 yellow and 1 purple. He turned into a leopard shadow, and suddenly stretched out his right claw to grab Shuiyu's face, so fast that the naked eye could not see it clearly. Fighting in the street is really arrogant. So what if he is a soul master? So what if the soul power gap is huge? As long as it is close combat, is he still afraid of him? Shuiyu, who had already run the soul power and was ready to fight at any time, did not hesitate at all. Buzz! He clenched his right hand into a fist, and a faint white halo suddenly shone on his fist. The extreme training for several months is to train a strong physique. At this moment, there is a soul master who comes to be a test subject, and Shuiyu is very happy. Without any restraint, he directly uses all the soul power of the first soul skill to exert the power of shock, which is definitely not inferior to any soul master's third soul skill, but even better. You can be strong. Shuiyu doesn't believe that the other party can use his body to withstand the shock force of 10 times the soul power. Crack! When the sound of glass breaking sounded, when the white halo on Shuiyu's fist exploded, Osman regretted it instantly, and his face completely collapsed. The space in front of Osman was covered with cracks like a spider web under the power of shock, and a powerful explosive force came from the cracks in the space. Unlike the shock wave, under the cover of this terrifying explosive force, Osman actually felt that his whole body was shaking, his limbs were crackling, and his heart was full of horror. The terrifying shock force seemed to crush the whole person completely. He desperately used the soul power in his body to resist the invasion of the shock force, but no matter how he struggled, he could not resist this huge shock force. The shock force was like the light of destruction, constantly spreading and running around in the body, crushing everything with a whirlwind. Under the shock force, Osman flew out like a cannonball and hit the wall hard. Puff! He spit out a mouthful of blood. Plop! Osman fell heavily to the ground, and the severe pain all over his body made him groan. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Osman was crazy in his heart. Shouting, "He is a soul master, how could he be inferior to a mere soul master? This is something that cannot be allowed to happen. I don't believe this is true at all, absolutely not. This is definitely an illusion." He also heard from others that Shoyu can challenge higher-level opponents by using the characteristics of his martial soul, but after all, he is a person with weak talent, and even a great soul master is not an ant. Even if he defeated his brother, it can only be said that his brother is useless. But he never expected that even he, who is already a soul master of level 38, could not withstand the shock force of Shoyu. At this moment, Osman's heart was filled with a deep sense of frustration, unprecedented. The opponent is just a soul master. Chapter 7 Shocking Back Soul Master 2. When he thought of this, his face became even paler and bloodless. Looking at Osman, who was knocked away by her punch, Shoyu also showed a satisfied smile and said to herself, "I have to say that the shock force invested with 10 times the soul power is indeed very destructive." Even a soul master vomited blood because he couldn't withstand the shock force. What if it was a great soul master or a weaker soul master? Wouldn't he have to be injured and lie in bed for half a year before he could recover? As for those soul masters and ordinary people, I'm afraid they will be killed directly. Damn kid! You can actually hurt me and vomit blood. I'll kill you today! Osman roared angrily, his eyes were red, and the soul power of his whole body surged out. There were quite a few people passing by on the streets of Tiandu city. The battle just now had caused a commotion, and many people cast surprised eyes at him who seemed a little wasteful. This undoubtedly made him feel embarrassed. A dignified 3-ring soul master was actually knocked back by a soul master who didn't even have a martial soul. It was a great shame. The third soul skill, Ghost Leopard Instant Slash. At this time, Osman's heart was full of anger, and he directly used the strongest soul skill at present. He was constantly accumulating and condensing the dark attribute soul power. In anger, he had forgotten that Shoyu was not his mortal enemy. Shoyu had never thought that Osman was so angry that he was going to fight with him. He frowned and looked at the other party's eyes, revealing a trace of caution. The third soul skill of the soul master seemed to have to release a stronger shock force to ensure his absolute safety. The martial soul Shoyu rose, and the only yellow soul ring also appeared in front of everyone. The muscles were bulging, and the veins on the arm full of domineering power were bulging. Shoyu was also unceremonious. What's going on? Why are 2 people from the Royal Do Academy fighting in the street? That's a 3-ring soul master, right? The guy on the opposite side seems to be just a soul master. Chapter 8 Break it with one punch 1. No matter where you are, there is no shortage of people watching the excitement. Seeing Shoyu and Osman each accumulating power, many people immediately gathered and began to whisper. Many people were even more surprised by the gap between the two and felt sympathy for the weak Shoyu. In their opinion, it is absolutely impossible for a soul master to defeat a soul master, and they can imagine it with their knees. I saw a cold black breath gushing out of Oslo's body, instantly covering most of the street. A giant black leopard appeared, and then pounced towards Shoyu. The huge claws, with an extremely sharp power, slammed down towards Shuiyu. Smash it! Facing Osman's ghost leopard instant slash, Shuiyu was not afraid and had no intention of dodging at all. Is the third soul skill of Soul Master very strong? Watch me break it with one punch. In front of the shock force, everything seems so pale and powerless. Want to destroy himself, just relying on him Osman. Not qualified enough. Shuiyu also found this Osman funny. Do you really think that using soul skills without direct contact can avoid the invasion of shock force? Very wrong. Bang! Shuiyu's fist suddenly slammed into the void, making a crisp roar and explosion sound. From a distance, it seemed to be hitting nothing, but in reality it was like smashing an invisible glass. Crack! The air was once again shattered, spreading in all directions from the point where Shuiyu's fist touched. The shock force rippled again, and the atmosphere began to shake, destroying the ghost leopard instant slash in an instant, and then spreading to Osman in an instant. Nima. If you hit, you will be shocked, and if you don't hit, you will also be shocked. It's simply unfair. Osman's eyes were full of horror and despair. He didn't expect that not only his ghost leopard instant slash was disintegrated, but even though it was a long distance away, the terrifying shock force still fell on him in the end. Hitting the bull from a distance? He was still the bull that was hit. Crack! The shock force tore Osman's clothes in an instant, revealing pieces of muscle, with bulging blood vessels, looking very hideous. At this time, Osman he felt a sweetness in his chest and a sharp pain all over his body. He grimaced in pain and almost fainted. At this moment, he was full of regret. He shouldn't have provoked Shuiyu, this weird kid. Bang! Osman's body bent, and he flew backwards in the shocked eyes of countless people, and hit the ground hard. Cough cough cough. Puff. After a series of muffled sounds, Osman's body collapsed heavily on the ground, and it was difficult for him to stand up again. The scene suddenly fell into a dead silence. The onlookers were stunned, with a look of disbelief on their faces. It was simply incredible. A 3-ring soul master was actually knocked down by a 1-ring soul master. The biggest joke in the world. This is too magical, isn't it? Isn't it an illusion? When did Soul Master become so weak? That kid, he clearly hit nothing, how could? What kind of power is this? Countless people were shocked and felt incredible about the battle that just happened. This scene was beyond their cognition. Shuiyu had a calm face and did not pay attention to the reactions of the people around him. Instead, he looked at Osman, who was lying on the ground, thinking about something. Who? After taking a deep breath, Shuiyu grabbed Osman, who was like a dead dog, and walked towards the direction of Tiandu Royal Academy. Walking in the Royal Academy, Shuiyu's figure holding Osman attracted many people's attention. Many people cast strange glances. When they saw that the person he was holding was Osman, everyone showed a look of horror and avoided him. Soon, Shuiyu came to the area assigned to Tiandu level students. Oslo, come out! Shuiyu shouted coldly, throwing Osman to the ground casually. At this moment, in the office of the Education Committee of Tiandu Royal Academy, the 3 Education Committee members sitting behind the desk, the chief Meng Shenji, the second Bai Basehan and the third Zhilan, the 3 Soul Douluos were leisurely tasting tea. When they heard the angry shouts outside, their faces changed. What's going on? Who dares to make trouble in my Royal Do Academy? Meng Shenji put down the teacup in his hand, with an unhappy look on his face. Meng Lao, don't worry, let someone go and see, won't you know? Zhilan comforted, then stood up and said to a servant, go and see what happened outside. Okay, sir. Soon, the servant came to the door and said to Meng Shenji, report to the elders, a Tianwei level student is making a noise in the square, and there is a person lying at his feet. The servant was also hesitant and did not dare to continue. "Why are you hesitating? What is lying there?" Bai Basehan said impatiently. The attendant lowered his head and said in a panic, "There is a student wearing Tienda level clothing lying there." "What?" The three were shocked. "Shuiyu, you came to Tienda district to find me. Can I consider it a provocation?" The shouting was quite loud, and Oslo, who had just completed the transfer procedures, walked to the door impatiently. Afterwards, Yu Tianheng walked out slowly with his hands on his chest, followed by Duguyan, Yufeng and the Shi brothers. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. Chapter 8 Breaking with One Punch 2. At the end of the crowd, Shuiyu also found a familiar figure. It was Ye Lingling. Shuiyu's cold eyes slowly swept over, and when she saw the slender figure behind the six people, her eyes suddenly stagnated. After a long while, the surprised face regained its calmness. He knew a long time ago that the Royal Do Academy was going to form a team to prepare for the subsequent All-Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, and Ye Lingling was also one of them. But when Ye Lingling really stood behind Yu Tianheng, Duguyan, and others, Shuiyu still had some faint sense of loss. Hu! After exhaling a breath of foul air, Shuiyu suppressed the strange emotions in her heart and turned calm again. She looked at Oslo and said, "Oslo, you and I had a normal actual combat competition before. Although I injured you at that time, the matter has passed. What's the matter with your brother suddenly jumping out and wanting to teach me a lesson for you?" Shuiyu pointed at Oslo lying on the ground. Her tone was calm, but it contained strong anger and questioning. Oslo's face turned black. Because Osman was lying on the ground before, he didn't care. Until Shuiyu said it was Osman, he hurried over. "Brother." Oslo found out that it was really his eldest brother, and he couldn't help but get anxious. Ye Lingling also heard the three words Osman, and she, who was delicate in mind, reacted instantly. He quickly released the 9-heart begonia martial spirit, and the healing light fell on the injured Osman. Not only because Osman is Oslo's brother, but also to reduce some of the resentment from the two brothers. But her soul power has only reached level 30. Osman is not only much higher in level, but also very seriously injured. Even with a complete cure, he cannot be cured. But she still tried her best, even if her soul power was exhausted, and also help Shuiyu relieve the pressure. Chapter 9 Ending 1. Osro also saw Osman gradually recovering on the ground, his eyes flickering, as if thinking about something. "Did he cause trouble for you?" After a long silence, Osro looked at Shuiyu and asked. Shuiyu nodded, "Yes." Osro's eyes were cold. "Did you also hurt him?" "Yes." Shuiyu was not afraid at all, and said calmly. The next moment, Oslo bowed 90 degrees, saluted to Shuiyu, and said, "My elder brother was reckless. I apologize on his behalf. Please forgive me." Shuiyu was stunned. Is Oslo apologizing? He is so proud, but he actually apologized to himself for his brother. Shuiyu was stunned. Is it a deep brotherly love? Shuiyu didn't think it was likely, but she couldn't tell why. Oslo's bow attracted the attention of many people around. Even Yu Tianheng couldn't figure out what this guy was thinking. After a while, Oslo straightened his back, raised his head, and locked his eyes with Shuiyu again. "But we are not done with you for injuring him." These words surprised many people in the audience. Even Meng Shenji, Bai Basehan, and Zhilan, who were watching the development of the situation from afar on the pavilion, looked sideways with surprised expressions. Shuiyu was also a little surprised when she heard this, squinting her eyes and revealing a hint of heaviness. "I'm not interested in you." As soon as the voice fell, Shuiyu turned her eyes to Yu Tianheng, who was standing in the distance with his arms folded and a bored face, and said, "He's almost there." Hiss. For a moment, the scene fell into a dead silence, and countless people took a breath of cold air. Is this a challenge to Yu Tianheng? Is this guy crazy? Yu Tianheng not only entered the Soul Master realm early, but also has the title of the world's #1 attack beast martial spirit, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. How can he, a Soul Master less than level 20, challenge him? I guess he is really tired of living. When Yu Tianheng heard Shuiyu's words, his originally boring face became interesting, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He never thought that this young man who looked weak and harmless was actually a tough guy. Now he dared to be so arrogant in front of him, which was really interesting. Interesting, but a guy who didn't even reach the level of a great soul master was not worth his response. Meng Shenji, Bai Basehan, and Zhilan thought Shuiyu's behavior was quite courageous, and they couldn't help but develop a little interest in the former. This little guy is quite interesting. Bai Basehan looked towards Shuiyu with a smile. If he and Yu Tianheng really fight, I wonder how many moves he can last. Meng Shenji stroked his beard and said with interest. Who knows? Zhilan looked at Yu Tianheng with a smile and said, anyway, I think he will definitely not last more than a few moves. After all, his cultivation is too low, and it's good that he was not killed instantly. Then tell me, how did Osman fall? Meng Shenji glanced at Zhilan lightly and continued, although Osman's talent is not as good as his brother Oslo, he is also a level 38 soul master. He was defeated, which shows that the kid has hidden a lot of tricks. Bai Basehan nodded slightly and said, I agree with you. He defeated Oslo half a year ago and now injured Osman. That kid must have special skills and is definitely not as simple as he seems. Zhilan nodded, it's a dark horse. It seems that we need to pay more attention to it. Meng Shenji and Bai Basehan looked at each other, both showing an expectant expression. In the center of the square, Oslo's face changed significantly. He obviously felt that Shuiyu did not take him seriously, which inevitably made him feel an inexplicable anger in his heart. He looked at Shuiyu coldly, and a strong aura instantly filled the air. He gritted his teeth and said, Boy, you think too highly of yourself, you are so arrogant. Shuiyu ignored him and continued to lock onto Yu Tianheng. Seeing this, Oslo was immediately annoyed. Stepping out, Oslo suddenly turned into a ghost leopard and emerged, rushing towards Shuiyu with a fierce aura. His claws waved like the wind, and with a strong force, he rushed straight to Shuiyu's face. Crack! He punched the void hard, the atmosphere instantly cracked, and the air vibrated with circles of visible ripples, with a terrifying momentum. Seeing this, Oslo frowned and retreated violently. Having suffered a loss once, he would not allow himself to suffer a second time. But he overlooked one thing. He was fast, but the speed of the shock wave was even faster. Just like half a year ago, the shock force swept through, and a huge impact force instantly blasted him away, and he retreated more than 10 steps before he stabilized his body. This scene made everyone present gasp and couldn't help but secretly call him abnormal. Becoming stronger again. Oslo, who stabilized his body, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In the past 6 months, he has been practicing hard. Fortunately, hard work pays off, and he finally broke through to level 30. As long as he hunts soul beasts and obtains soul rings, he can officially enter the Soul Master realm. He thought that except for a few people from the royal fighting team, he had no rivals among his peers. You know, under Yu Tianheng's domineering power, he could be said to have lost with conviction. He absolutely could not accept the result of being knocked back by Shuiyu's punch. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He could no longer suppress his anger. When he suddenly stood up and prepared to fight again, Yu Tianheng's cold voice sounded behind him. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. Chapter 9 Ending 2. Osro. Boss. Osro turned around and looked at Yu Tianheng with doubts. Yu Tianheng glanced at Shuiyu indifferently, then glanced at Oslo, and said, "You two want to fight, you can, you want to fight me, you can, you will have a chance in the selection of members of the Royal Fighting Team in a year. At that time, not only you, but everyone will have a chance." Yu Tianheng threw down a sentence coldly, and turned to leave, followed by Du Guiyan, the Shi brothers and Yu Feng. Ye Lingling was still there because she was still treating Osman. "It seems that the farce is over, let's go." Bai Basehan smiled, and then disappeared from the pavilion with Meng Shenji and Zhilan. Selection of members of the Royal Fighting Team. Looking at Yu Tianheng's back, Oslo's pupils suddenly shrank, and his face changed constantly. Shui Yu, who was standing by, saw this, and a strange light flashed in her eyes, as if she was thinking about something. Osman's injuries had recovered under Ye Lingling's 9-heart begonia treatment, and he could stand up. Ye Lingling wiped the sweat from her forehead, and a feeling of dizziness suddenly came over her. She couldn't help but stagger a few steps, and finally stabilized her body, but she had no strength anymore, her eyelids felt heavy, and finally fainted. "Lingling, Lingling!" Shui Yu hurriedly ran forward and hugged Ye Lingling in her arms, her eyes full of anxiety. Seeing her unconscious, Shui Yu panicked, picked her up and ran to the medical room. Until then, the incident came to a temporary end. But from then on, a shocking news began to spread in the Royal Do Academy, causing an uproar. And this news was the selection of members of the Royal Do team 1 year later. Chapter 10, Mastery 1. In the infirmary. Shui Yu looked at Ye Lingling, who was resting on the bed, and her eyes were full of heartache. It can be said that this time she fainted because of exhaustion to wipe her own ass. Shui Yu also felt a little guilty about this half-sister. Fortunately, the medical staff told him that she fainted just because of tiredness, which made him feel a little relieved. "Sister Lingling, why are you so good to me?" Looking at Ye Lingling on the bed, Shui Yu also murmured with self-blame. Because of his arrival, it seems that many people have changed a little. Of course, before meeting Ye Lingling, he also felt lonely because he was out of tune in the academy. Until he met this girl who hardly showed any emotion. From her, he felt the same loneliness and desolation as himself. Gradually, Shui Yu discovered that she also had a gentle side, and under her cold appearance, she actually hid a soft heart. However, she did not show it. Shui Yu knew that her heart must be more fragile than her appearance. Looking at Ye Lingling, Shui Yu also had an indescribable feeling in her heart. Perhaps, this is an amazing encounter. It's very wonderful. Unknowingly, Ye Lingling has become an important person to Shui Yu. It is also the only reason for him to work hard to become stronger besides survival. The sky and the earth gradually darkened, and the afterglow of the sunset fell on the lake, reflecting a colorful luster. Kaka. The originally quiet and peaceful atmosphere was suddenly broken by a crisp crack. The air exploded, and huge ripples suddenly appeared on the originally calm lake surface, and then a huge wave suddenly spread out in all directions, raising layers of waves. More and more skilled. Shui Yu looked at the pale white halo shrouding her fist, and a gratified smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. It has been more than half a year since she obtained the power of shock. Because the performance and application of the devil fruit ability depends to a large extent on the strength and development of the ability user. So during this period of time, Shui Yu has never stopped practicing. There is always a reward for hard work. Nowadays, not only is he tough and has solid soul power, but he has also reached a perfect level in the control and application of soul skills and shock power. However, from beginning to end, he has not confirmed one thing. That is, whether he will really become a landlubber after eating the shock fruit. In the original work of One Piece, the devil fruit ability user was rejected by the sea, and eventually become a landlubber. As long as the body comes into contact with a certain amount of seawater, or is soaked in a little seawater for too long, the ability user will feel weak all over. If this is true, it is a fatal weakness of his. So he decided that he still needed to test it. Otherwise, when facing marine life or even sea god Tang San in the future, he can only surrender. While taking a bath, he confirmed that his body would not show symptoms of weakness. Simply being afraid of water can be ruled out. But sea water is impossible to try because it is far away from the sea. He thought of a way to use sea salt to mix with sea water for experiments. Soon, he spent money to buy a lot of sea salt and went home. At home, Shoiyu got a big wooden barrel and filled it with water, poured a big bag of sea salt into it and stirred it evenly. Because he was at home, he was not worried that others would come to cause trouble. After undressing, Shoiyu jumped directly into the wooden barrel and tried to immerse his whole body in the mixed sea water. 1 second. 2 seconds. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Shoiyu not only did not feel any symptoms of weakness, but felt comfortable all over. So comfortable. Shoiyu couldn't help but sigh. He was pleasantly surprised for a moment, and tentatively added some sea salt to the water. The result was still the same, and the side effects did not appear. Could it be that it only works in the pirate world? Who cares, I'm not going to the sea now. After thinking it through, his face was full of excitement. Now he can be bold and bold. This thing is enough to make him happy all night. The next day, Shoiyu completed basic physical training in the morning and came to the blacksmith shop in the afternoon. Under the leadership of the blacksmith master Yan Long, he received a complete set of forging equipment. For example, forging hammers, iron felt, iron clamps, etc., and arranged them next to the stove in a corner. Yan Long did not teach him how to forge iron step by step. Shoiyu relied on observing the techniques and methods of other blacksmiths, and was basically able to copy them. Forging sounds simple, but in fact, each step has very strict requirements. Forging and purifying materials is the first thing that all blacksmiths need to learn. But then again, the forging process is extremely troublesome. Most of the time is spent on purification, shaping and quenching. The final delicate carving and polishing are not that important. With powerful muscles, Shoiyu swung the forging hammer and kept hitting the metal materials burned at high temperature to remove impurities and purify them. As sweat fell drop by drop, he also found the trick and it was no longer as laborious as before. The power of the forging hammer became stronger and stronger, making a series of dull sounds. Shoiyu was also thinking while forging iron. Purification is to remove impurities, and hammering is to make the materials more compact and purer, thereby improving the performance of the metal. This chapter is not yet finished, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content later. Chapter 10 Mastery 2. If you learn from your father Whitebeard, attach the shock force to the hammer and use the shock force to shatter the impurities in the metal. On the one hand, you can increase the speed of iron making, and on the other hand, you can train yourself to control the shock force. It's the best of both worlds. But is it really that simple in practice? The answer is no. Simply attaching the shock force to the hammer skillfully is a difficulty. Not to mention that although the shock force can be transmitted into the metal through the forging hammer and shatter the impurities, it may also damage the material itself at the same time. With a loud bang, the iron block held by the tongs in Shoiyu's hand suddenly burst and scattered all over the floor. Shoiyu was stunned, and quickly picked up an iron block to examine it carefully. There was only a layer of skin left on the iron block, and the surface was covered with dense and fine lines. Looking at the strange looks from all around, he scratched his head in embarrassment. It seems that the young man is not only full of energy, but also full of strength. Haha! Master Yan Long walked up with a smile and patted Shoiyu on the shoulder, which caused laughter from others around. Shoiyu smiled bitterly and nodded. He knew that Yan Long was comforting himself, and the other blacksmith uncles had no ill intentions. But it was not long before he still shattered several pieces of metal, and he was a little embarrassed. As if seeing Shoiyu's embarrassment, Yan Long kindly told him the basic knowledge of forging in a concise manner. At the same time, Yanlong also told him that strength is not just brute force, this is true for iron forging, and it is also true for practical application. The temperature should be moderate, and the strength should be controlled at all times. Forging and purifying materials is a science. The first hammer is steady and the second hammer is fierce. You need to calm down and concentrate first, and then forge iron like catching a tiger, using strong and moderate force to hammer. Perfection, perfection. That means using experience and skills to skillfully control the temperature and strength, and hammering decisively at the right time, so that good metal can be cast. Shuiyu also understood Yanlong's good intentions and started hammering again. Clang clang crotch. The sound of forging iron was accompanied by laughter, and time passed quickly. If you like, Shattering the Godhead, please collect, m.38xs.com, Shattering the Godhead, please collect, m.38xs.com, Douluos title. The update speed of the novel Whitebeard, Shattering the Godhead is the fastest in the whole network. Chapter 11 Armament Haki 1. The next day dawned. Shuiyu was woken up by someone before she was fully awake. There is no doubt that the only person who could wake Shuiyu was Yelingling. Fortunately, Shuiyu did not have a bad temper, otherwise she would have punched him. In a daze, Shuiyu also listened to Yelingling's explanation of the purpose of the visit. Since Yufeng, Oslo, and Yelingling had broken through to level 30, but had not obtained the third soul ring, a few days later, Qin Ming, a Tiandu-level teacher of the academy, personally led the team to the outskirts of the Xingda Great Forest to hunt soul beasts. Yelingling knew Shuiyu was already level 19, so she came to ask if there were any signs of a breakthrough. If she broke through to level 20, they could go together to get the spirit ring. Especially with the excellent teacher Qin Ming leading the team, the probability of getting a high-quality spirit ring would be higher. Shuiyu naturally knew Qin Ming, the first graduate of Shrek Academy, and also the best graduate since Shrek was founded many years ago. Of course, this was because the Shrek 7 Devils had not yet been born. And Qin Ming entered Tiandu Royal Academy as a Tiandu-level teacher several years after graduating from Shrek. He would also be the leader of the Royal Do team. Shuiyu also always remembered the highly praised words of Kang Lang's burning soul and extinguishing the fire. Shuiyu was grateful for Yelingling's kindness and was a little touched. But he was only level 19 now, and there was no sign of a breakthrough. He had no way to get the spirit ring this time. Lingling, I don't seem to have any signs of a breakthrough. Shuiyu couldn't help but smile bitterly. Yelingling also blinked and analyzed in a deep manner. Come to think of it, you have directly upgraded from level 12 to level 19 in the past 6 months. You are already a natural talent. If you break through to the Great Soul Master, it is indeed a bit abnormal. But I have a question. Your innate soul power is level 4, right? Hearing this, Shuiyu also nodded, not knowing what this girl wanted to say. So, from the awakening of your martial soul at the age of 6 to the 4 years when you were 10 years old, you only upgraded your soul power by 8 levels in total, and in the past 6 months, you have suddenly soared by 7 levels, which is a bit too abnormal. As she spoke, Yelingling gestured with her hands, looking quite lively and cute, which was completely different from the cold and dumb sister in the original work. Shuiyu looked at Yelingling seriously, as if there was light in her eyes. Hey hey, Yelingling waved her hand in front of Shuiyu's eyes and asked in confusion, why did you become stupid? Yes, you are right. Shuiyu shuddered and came to her senses and spoke. Yelingling was not a fool. She immediately noticed the perfunctory treatment and her face was puffed up. She put her hands on her hips in anger. Humph, forget it. Since you are still a good boy, I will spare you for now. After hearing this, Shuiyu also showed a flattering smile and hurriedly came up. Lingling, I'm hungry, let's go have breakfast. Yelingling rolled her eyes at Shuiyu in annoyance, and then took out the wrapped meat pie and hot porridge from the food box and handed them to Shuiyu. Here, this is for you. Shuiyu was stunned, and then opened her mouth in surprise, looking like someone was feeding her. Go wash up. In the blink of an eye, it was already a week later. Ye Lingling also followed teacher Qin Ming to the Xingde Great Forest. Shuiyu, who was used to Ye Lingling's occasional appearance, was a little uncomfortable after the former disappeared for several days. The academy was also extremely calm. There was no extra work, and everyone practiced. Shuiyu continued with the previous training plan: physical training in the morning, ironwork in the afternoon, and meditation to improve soul power in the evening. Buzz. In the blacksmith shop, Shuiyu raised the forging hammer surrounded by a pale white halo in her hand and gently knocked on the anvil, making a crisp sound. At the same time, a light blue mist dissipated from the metal iron block, forming wisps of tobacco-like substances as thin as gossamer floating in the air. The charcoal fire in the furnace was very strong, the heat filled the surroundings, and the sound of clanging and snapping continued to come out. Shuiyu stared at the metal forging with her eyes, her expression was focused, and her skin was burned red by the heat. This burning heat made his soul power churn, as if there was an extremely domineering blazing fire wandering through his limbs and bones, passing through the 5 internal organs, to the 6 internal organs, and finally transmitted to the meridians throughout the body. Crotch! Shuiyu suddenly slammed the forging hammer in his hand heavily on the metal anvil, and the crisp and piercing sound rang out again. Although both arms were almost numb, he did not stop, but raised the forging hammer again and hit it violently. The surrounding blacksmiths turned their eyes and fell on Shuiyu. The latter's eyes were red, his arms were bulging with blue veins, and his muscles were like exploding, showing strong and powerful strength. In those determined eyes, there was a special smile, as if it was like a sleeping lion that would eventually wake up. Unknowingly, dusk had arrived and the sun was setting. Shuiyu was still wrapped in the heat of the fire at this moment, and there was a constant sound of crackling in his body like thunder and lightning. Shuiyu didn't stop until night fell. When he stopped, he sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes slightly closed, his whole body the breath was steady, and it kept coming in and out. Seeing this, Yan Long quickly asked all the blacksmiths to stop hammering and strictly prohibited any noise, for fear of disturbing Shuiyu's practice. Everyone was silent, waiting for Shuiyu to wake up. After a long time, Shuiyu slowly opened her eyes, and divine light shot out of her eyes. My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the latter is more exciting. Chapter 11 Armed Color Domineering 2. This kid's soul power has broken through to level 20. Yan Long's face showed a touch of surprise, and then a hint of joy. Is it a great soul master? Shuiyu murmured, and he only felt that the strength of his whole body had reached a higher level. Standing up, Shuiyu walked to the forging table, raised his right fist, and the deep blue special aura instantly enveloped it. The next moment, under the shocked eyes of everyone, he punched the iron block, and a clanging sound of iron making was heard in an instant. He actually used his fist instead of a casting hammer, this kid. Yan Long couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. Even if the soul power reached level 20, the realm and strength were improved, it would be impossible to be strong enough to forge iron with fists, right? Is it because of the deep blue special aura that made the fist hard? Is it the soul power released? Or is it a special secret method? Yan Long and other blacksmiths were shocked at the time, and their minds were full of questions. Only Shuiyu knew that the deep blue special aura was not soul power, nor was it the power of shock, but the armed color domineering. Although Shuiyu's armed color domineering has not yet reached the level of Ryasakura, it also has a defense that is absolutely unmatched by ordinary iron metals. Now, not only is there the blessing of the power of shock, but also the armed color domineering, which undoubtedly improves the self-protection ability to a higher level. After coming to his senses, Shuiyu also bowed to the blacksmiths around him, grinning and said, "Thank you all uncles, I will treat you tonight and take you to a restaurant." Ha ha ha, this kid. Chapter 12, the outskirts of the Stardo Great Forest 1. Lingling has been out for 10 days. My soul power has now reached level 20, and it's time to go hunting for the second soul ring. Shuiyu woke up from her sleep, looking at the chandelier on the ceiling, muttering to herself. The ability of the devil fruit is also stronger with the strength of the ability user. In a year, the members of the royal fighting team will be selected. Only in the selection competition can he compete with Yu Tianheng. The current priority is still to improve strength. And obtaining the second soul ring is a key. If the soul ring is not obtained, the soul power cannot be stored in the body, and then it will rise several levels after obtaining the second soul ring. If you hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings, you may have a lot of trouble along the way, and even threaten your life. After thinking about it, Shuiyu decided to go to the academy to inform the class teacher. It would be best if there was a Tiandu level teacher like Xinming leading the team to hunt soul beasts, otherwise the safety would be very low. However, even in Huangdu Academy, there are not many excellent Tiandu level teachers. Not to mention, his class teacher is Fan Hu, who doesn't like him at all, so this request is probably not so easy to meet. When he thought of this, Shuiyu frowned slightly, thinking that things were really a little troublesome. Soon, Shuiyu came to the area where the Tianwei level students were. Along the way, not many students pointed at him and cast strange eyes. On the contrary, because he defeated Osman, many people changed their views on him. After all, the Tiandu level, Tianzi level and Tianwei level are used to distinguish students. When they knew that Shuiyu, who was also a Tianwei level, had killed a Tiandu level student and went to the Tianwei level area to make trouble, many people felt proud and gave the Tianwei level student's face. Shuiyu ignored him and walked straight to the office of the Tianwei level teacher. Without any hesitation, Shuiyu knocked on the door and entered. Coincidentally, Fan Hu also saw him. Shuiyu. Fan Hu's eyes were strange and his expression was a little unnatural. The previous contempt and disgust had been replaced by a touch of complexity. Shuiyu was also a little strange about this. This attitude change seemed a bit big. But after thinking about it carefully, it became clear. Not only students in Huangdu Academy are divided into levels, but also teachers. Fan Hu is only a soul master with a soul power of level 48, so he was naturally assigned to the Tianwei level. Tianwei level teachers are not qualified to teach Tianzi level and Tiandu level students, and are the lowest among teachers. He still has some complaints about this result. Now, Shuiyu, who was originally disliked by him, has seriously injured a Tiandu level student. This slaps the face of the saying that Tianwei level is not as good as Tiandu level. So not only the students will feel proud, the teachers will feel proud too. Anyway, no matter what the reason is, Shuiyu doesn't care much and just expresses her thoughts. I talked to Fan Hu about it. Fan Hu not only did not make things difficult, but agreed directly, and even asked him to take me to hunt soul rings. This undoubtedly surprised Shuiyu. When did Fan Hu change his temper? After some inquiries, now only Fan Hu can go out. It's better to have it than not, Shuiyu also agreed. 3 days later. A towering Daking mountain on the outskirts of the Xingda Great Forest. The surrounding mountains and forests are dense, and the fallen leaves are already 1 foot deep. It's very soft to step on it, but you may also step on thorns. The towering trees, with overlapping branches, cover a large area of the sky, leaving only a few gaps to transmit a few rays of light. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from the bushes not far ahead, as if something was moving, making a slight friction sound, and a gust of cold wind whistled past. Not long after, a small black shadow emerged from the bushes and ran quickly. It was a wild rabbit. It stopped when it ran about 1 meter away from the bushes, raised its head and looked around, then squatted down, stretched its neck to sniff the air, and after confirming its safety, it quickly jumped out of the bushes. Whew! Shuiyu breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense nerves relaxed. This was the first time he had left the city and came to the Xingda Great Forest, which was full of unknowns and dangers, since he entered the Royal Do Academy many years ago. This time, 4 people went out to hunt soul rings, led by Fan Hu, a level 48 soul master, and only looked for suitable soul rings on the outer edge. The other 2 students were a man and a woman. The man was 1 year older than Shuiyu, named Shenbin. The woman was Zhaohuimen, the same age as Shuiyu. The 2 were not very old, but their soul power had broken through to level 20, and they still had talent. The breeze was gentle, and Shuiyu looked into the distance with bright eyes. The 4-person team searched and moved forward, and vaguely felt the shadowy fluctuations coming from the forest. It seemed to be a fight between soul beasts, and it also seemed to be a conflict between human soul masters, which made the 4 people alert. Shuiyu, if we keep going at this speed, it will take a long time before we encounter a suitable soul beast. Zhaohuimen's voice came. Shuiyu nodded, it was true. Along the way, the 4 people were very cautious, so the speed of advancement was getting slower and slower. Then let's speed up a bit. Shuiyu's eyes flickered, and she suddenly spoke. No, if it's too fast, it's easy to attract a large number of soul beasts. Fan Hu frowned at this time. If we can attract soul beasts, it will save us time. Shuiyu spoke slowly, and she already had an idea in her mind. My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, it's more exciting later. Chapter 12, The Outskirts of the Star Forest 2. Shenbin and Zhaohuimen didn't quite understand, but Fan Hu understood. Generally speaking, the more powerful the soul beasts, the closer they are to the center of the star forest, such as the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, and the team is now at the edge of the star forest, where the soul beasts are relatively weak. If a large group of soul beasts are really attracted, it is estimated that they are only 1,000 years old at best. Even if they cannot confront them head-on, it is still easy to retreat and hide. Presumably, Shuiyu naturally has some plans of her own. Fan Hu never asked Shuiyu anything. Just as the 3 people were thinking, Shuiyu frowned, compared her hand to a pistol, condensed the soul power of the water attribute, and shot it out from the tip of her index finger, turning it into a liquid like a bullet and piercing through. This is his self-created soul skill, the water iron cannon. Shuiyu flashed out, walked behind a big tree, and suddenly found a blood-winged snake. Blood-winged snake. Shuiyu looked at the blood-winged snake under his feet, and his brows frowned immediately. As cold-blooded animals, snakes are generally lone rangers, but this blood-winged snake is different. It is not only a social creature, but its blood will attract many soul beasts. Therefore, the blood-winged snake is also known as the beast-luring snake. Human soul masters often use its blood to lure other soul beasts. We have to speed up and leave now. Shuiyu waved his hand and informed Fan Hu of the situation, and the 4 of them left at a faster speed. The 4 of them moved forward at almost full speed. After about a quarter of an hour, a relatively open space appeared in front of them. On the open space, there were several corpses of 100-year-old soul beasts, and the scarlet blood was spilled all over the ground, emitting bursts of stench. Seeing this, the 4 of them all activated their soul power, ready to possess their martial souls at any time. Just as they passed through the open space and went away, a violent soul power fluctuation suddenly erupted in the forest nearby. Everyone was shocked. Boom! The next moment, the domineering flame bomb broke through the air and ignited the earth directly. The earth fire like boiling magma instantly enveloped the 4 people. Chapter 13 First Encounter with Hulina. The earth-splitting tiger martial soul lights up. The first soul skill, earth-splitting wave. Fan Hu power roaring out, the soul power on the body surged, lifting up the soil on the ground and directly turning into a wave of earth and heading towards the earth fire cover. Boom! The earth wave hit the ground fire and exploded instantly, completely annihilating the ground fire, and thick smoke suddenly rose. Whoosh! The flames struck again, shooting straight towards the location of Zhao Huimin and Shen Bin. The scorching heat already made them feel the burning pain. Shuiyu's eyes flickered, his powerful muscles swelled, and his right fist slammed into the air. Click! The invisible and transparent mirror was smashed to pieces, and the sound of shattering glass suddenly sounded. I saw dense cobweb cracks appearing on the flame shadow that came towards my face. Then, the flame shadow suddenly fell into pieces and turned into streams of light and disappeared invisible. Shuiyu's pupils shrank, her eyes suddenly became serious, and she shouted at the two of them, "Shen Bin, Zhao Huimin, release your martial soul, and then protect yourself." It was only then that the two of them came back to their senses, quickly released their martial spirits, and scanned the surroundings vigilantly. Shuiyu also possessed the martial spirit and shot out in mid-air, his hands turning into pistols again. The water attribute soul power condensed and turned into liquid bullets one after another, shooting toward the forest ahead. Bang bang! Liquid water droplets shot out one after another, making a harsh sound. The flames in the distance rose again, directly evaporating the water droplets. Bang bang! Immediately afterwards, applause suddenly came from the shadows of the forest in the distance. Then, 3 figures were seen slowly walking out, and the person who bore the brunt turned out to be a woman. This woman has black hair, an almost perfect figure, and vaguely exudes a strange charm. The man on her left looks somewhat similar to the woman. He has a handsome face and a calm temperament. The evil moon scimitar in his hand is shining with cold light. As for her right hand, there is a man with a handsome face, as if he is covered with a layer of lava armor, like an incorruptible pesticide. The corners of his mouth are slightly raised, showing a hint of cunning, and in his hands, flames rose, and the previous fire attack came from his hands. They are the future golden generation of Wuhan Palace, Hulina, Xiaoyu, and Yan. At this moment, Yan was looking at Shuiyu, with a strange light in his eyes, and said, "It's a bit interesting. A great soul master with only the first soul ring can actually block my first soul skill." When the 3 people appeared, Shuiyu's eyes stayed on them. He felt the soul power fluctuations emanating from the 3 people's bodies, and his eyes suddenly condensed. The 3 of them are undoubtedly soul sects and have not yet reached the Soul King realm. From them, Shuiyu felt the slightest hint of danger. Shuiyu assessed that any one of these 3 people might have the strength to defeat teacher Fan Hu. If he had no reservations and spent most of his soul power to use the power of earthquake, it would definitely be no problem to seriously injure one of them. Even if Fan Hu risked his life and could block one of them, there would still be one soul sect left that could not be dealt with. The current situation is obviously beyond the scope. The spirit beasts didn't meet too, but instead encountered a tough human spirit master. If they really fought, they basically had no chance of winning. There is no way, the gap in soul power levels between the 2 sides is too huge, and it is extremely difficult to pull one person into the water. If Shuiyu could reach the Soul Master realm, he wouldn't want to be like this now. They are really the 3 members of Wuhan Palace. Shuiyu took a look at the patterns of the badges on the clothes of the other 3 and found them extremely familiar. He had seen them before in the Wuhan branch of Tiandu City. Moreover, he was also deeply impressed by the golden generation of Wuhan Palace. Of course, Hulina is the main one, and the other 2 are just incidental. "Hey, we actually know each other." The charming woman at the head spoke, her voice mixed with hoarse meaning, but there was a special charm in that hoarse voice. At this time, the 3 people in Wuhan Hall were all looking at Shuiyu and others with smiles on their faces. Hulina's eyes changed and she continued to ask, "Little brother, have you seen a golden soul beast with 3 eyes? It looks like a lion. Almost like that, there are golden flames under my feet. What kind of soul beast is this?" Fan Hu, Shen Bin, and Zhao Huimin had never heard of such a soul beast, and they couldn't help but be confused. As for Shuiyu, he immediately realized that the golden soul beast they were talking about must be the Emperor's auspicious beast, the 3-eyed golden Ni. The three-eyed golden leopard is an ancient auspicious beast, and it is born with intelligence that is not inferior to humans. The reason why it is called an auspicious beast is that in the habitat of the soul beast where it exists, the growth rate of the soul beast is doubled, and the probability of a breakthrough after the 100,000-year level soul beast reaches the bottleneck is also doubled times. Therefore, it is almost an emperor-like existence among soul beasts. The beast god Emperor Tiandu has the ferocious beast Red King guard him. No, why do they know the information about the emperor's auspicious beast? It shouldn't be. For a moment, doubts came to mind, and Shuiyu couldn't figure it out. In the end, he could only think that Wuhan Palace had enough information and recorded records related to auspicious beasts. Never seen it. Shuiyu pretended not to know, smiled, and shook her head. Looking at the four people, Hulina frowned slightly and said helplessly to the two people beside her, "Hey, forget it, let's go." After saying that, Hulina turned around and left with Xiaoyu and Yan. But it's time to leave, and these three big guys can't be offended for the time being. Shuiyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Hey, you suddenly attacked us and you didn't even apologize for leaving." However, at this moment, Shen Bin thought he was reasonable and suddenly jumped out. "I'm crazy. This is TM's pig teammate. What are you really afraid of?" Shuiyu's heart that had just been relieved was suddenly raised to her throat. Hearing this, Hulina, Xiaoyu and Yan, who had originally left, suddenly stopped and turned around, with rather wonderful expressions on their faces. Especially Yan, a faint smile suddenly appeared on his face, and his eyes were full of playfulness. "What a courageous guy, but you have to do what you can. Are you sure you want me to apologize?" Yan's voice was not loud, but it was filled with an absolute arrogance that emanated from his bones. Shuiyu, who heard what she said and liked, covered her face and wished she could punch Shen Bin directly. Fan Hu and Zhao Huimin also swallowed their saliva, and they also felt the sense of danger emanating from the three of them. Only Shen Bin still looked rebellious, and the soul power in his body suddenly began to flow. "You have to admit your mistakes, and you have to stand upright when you are beaten. Don't you understand?" At this moment, both Shuiyu, Fan Hu, and Zhao Huimin felt a little pain in their balls. Especially Shuiyu, "I really don't know how to describe my mood at this time. Is Shen Bin really ignorant of life and death, and he actually dares to provoke Yan? How many points do you have? Don't you think you're counting to 13? If you like Douluos titled Whitebeard, Shattering Godhead, please collect it, m.38xs.com. Douluos titled Whitebeard, Shattering Godhead 38 novel has the fastest update speed on the internet. Chapter 14 Hard Resistance 1_Douluos titled Whitebeard, Shattering Godhead novel No Anti-Theft Chapter _Authors Attack of the Lazy Ass _38 novel, m.38xs.com. Shuiyu knew that things were going in a bad direction, but there was nothing he could do. He took a step and suddenly said, "You three, we don't know this guy. If you want to beat him, you can do whatever you want, just keep your breath." Yan smiled slightly. "Oh? Really?" Hulina and Xiaoyu looked at each other, both smiled, and looked at Shuiyu with interest. Fan Hu and Zhao Huimin didn't speak, but Shen Bin jumped up. "Shuiyu, Tima, is such a coward. Others have taken action against you, but you don't even dare to fart." As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Bin punched suddenly and aimed at Yan. Shen Bin punched out, and the fierce wind roared through the air, impacting Yan's chest with violent energy. The power of this punch is extraordinary. If an ordinary person was hit, he would probably not die but also be disabled. But Shen Bin's opponent is Yan. Yan didn't even bother to look, so he waved his hand and broke it. Then he stepped on the ground, and the ground exploded, and his whole body shot out like a cannonball. In that fleeting moment, he was already in front of Shen Bin. Obviously, he doesn't like having scum in his eyes either. The flames rose blazingly and continued to flow on the surface of Yan's body, followed by fierce heat waves. The hot breath caused Shuiyu to feel a burning sensation on her skin. Facing such a fierce offensive, Shuiyu felt that it was a little troublesome to parry it, let alone Shen Bin. But we can't watch him die in Yan's hands. Shuiyu was extremely conflicted. Reason told him not to care, but emotion told him to take action. In the end, Shuiyu moved. Xiaoyu and Hulina in the distance also reacted instantly. As long as he dared to take action against Yan, they would kill him as well. At this moment, Shuiyu clenched his right fist and swung it, suddenly hitting Shen Bin. Shen Bin didn't react at all and was directly punched by Shuiyu. The terrifying and ferocious force hit him directly, and Shen Bin's whole body flew backwards like a cannonball in an instant, breaking 8 or 9 towering trees before finally landing. Yan, who was roaring out, stopped abruptly in mid-air, with a playful smile on his face as he looked at Shuiyu. The same goes for Xiaoyu and Hulina, with wonderful expressions on their faces. They didn't expect that Shuiyu would actually use this method to save his teammates. As for Fan Hu and Zhao Huimin, they looked stunned and confused. My lords, it was indeed this stupid guy who was spouting arrogant words just now. If you teach him a lesson, you won't bother me anymore. I can do it for you. Shuiyu withdrew her right hand, cupped her hands to the 3 adults, and said respectfully. Boy, you are quite interesting, but asking me to spare him, isn't that enough? Yan looked at Shuiyu, immediately stretched out his right hand, raised his index finger and said with a playful expression. Shuiyu looked at Yan's right hand and frowned slightly, seeming to be thinking about something, then how can Master Yan spare his life? Hearing this, the corners of Yan's mouth raised slightly, he glanced at Shuiyu in surprise, and said lightly, Oh, you actually know that I am Yan. Ziyu and Hulina were also slightly surprised, and became more and more curious about Shuiyu. Yan, just have fun, don't waste too much time. At this time, Hulina reminded that there was obviously something special to do. Hearing this, Yan nodded, knowing what he was talking about. I have heard more or less about the 3 most outstanding geniuses in Wuhan Palace. Shuiyu looked at the 3 of them, smiled, and continued, I wonder, Master Yan, have you calmed down a little? After hearing Shuiyu's words, Yan was also stunned, and then burst into laughter. Young people are somewhat vain, especially Yan who is extremely arrogant and conceited. After listening to Shuiyu's words, the vanity in his heart was suddenly aroused, and a hint of pride appeared on his face. Although what you said is nice, it is impossible for me to let him go like this. Yan played with the flames jumping on his fingertips, a cunning smile appeared on his face, and he slowly said, I won't use the 4th soul skill either. As long as you can resist my 3rd soul skill, I will let him live. 3rd soul skill? Everyone was shocked when they heard Yan's words. Forget it. You should just kill him. Shuiyu said. Yan, isn't it the 2nd soul skill? He is a little brother at the level of a great soul master. Seeing this, Hulina couldn't help but smile and asked, her voice was extremely charming. Nana, if you say the 2nd soul skill, then the 2nd soul skill. Yan smiled and glanced at Hulina, and said lightly. Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile and joked, Yan, I don't mind taking action for you, I only use the 1st soul skill. The 3 of them talked to each other, just treating it as a game for entertainment, and didn't take it to heart at all. Shuiyu, Fan Hu and Zhao Huimin could only listen quietly, after all, this was the situation. Okay, I'll do it myself. Yan grinned, and his soul power surged out. Suddenly, there was a burst of fire, and the blazing flames engulfed him, with a terrifying momentum. He stretched out his right arm and stepped on the ground. The ground collapsed instantly. From the shocking cracks, countless red boiling magma shot out, condensed in the air, and then suddenly rushed out of the ground. With a muffled bang, the whole void seemed to be trembling. The red magma was like a torrent, covering the sky and sweeping towards Shuiyu. The scorching temperature distorted the air, and it roared out with extremely terrifying and overbearing destructive power. Chapter 14, Hard Resistance 2. Third Soul Skill, Hellfire. Hellfire is Yan's third soul skill, with the power of earth and fire attributes. How can the destructive power be ordinary? The moisture on the ground nearby was rapidly evaporated, and the leaves fell naturally, and the whole earth turned into scorched earth. There is no doubt that Yan is no longer reserved now, and his fire power is full, and his combat power close to that of a soul king is undoubtedly revealed. Faced with such a powerful and domineering soul skill, Shuiyu had no way to retreat at all. He did not choose to dodge, but instead faced the hellfire under the astonished gaze of several people. Buzz! The muscles were agitated, and the soul power in the body was mobilized, and a pale white halo suddenly enveloped the right fist. The terrifying hellfire rapidly enlarged in his pupils, and the next moment, Shuiyu suddenly smashed into the space in front of him. Yan is not Osman. In order to ensure that there is no mistake, this time the shock force directly consumed about 20 times the soul power of the normal casting. Crack! The sound of shattering resounded, and the air shock instantly caused the space in front of him to collapse. In a flash, the 20-fold shock force and the blazing hellfire directly collided with each other. The turbulence raged wildly, and the shock force tore wildly, as if to devour everything. Bang! This time the sound was extremely loud, like thunder rolling in the sky. The two terrifying energies clashed wildly, and the surrounding ground collapsed one after another, the gravel flew, and the ground was blasted with cracks one after another. The impact of the explosion continued to spread, and Shuiyu was shot back as expected, retreating more than 10 steps in a row. Every time the sole of the foot hit the ground, it left deep pits on the ground. Shuiyu's face looked a little ugly, the blood in her body was rolling and shaking, and even her right fist, which was exerting shock force, was slightly numb. On the other hand, although Yan was also swept by the shock wave, he was not as embarrassed as Shuiyu. He just shook his body and took 3 steps back. The mountain wind was whistling, and the clothes were rustling. The forest had fallen into a dead silence. Chapter 15 Poaching. The forest was silent. Ziyu and Hulina looked at this scene with a little surprise in their eyes. No one had expected that Shuiyu would not only survive the third soul skill that Yan used with all his strength, but also adopt a direct confrontation method, not to mention that the former was only a great soul master, which made them feel incredible. Where did this white-haired, purple-eyed kid come from? Hulina felt a strong curiosity in her heart. She grew up in the Wuhan Hall and knew Yan's strength very well. Even ordinary soul masters could hardly take on the hellfire without any injuries. Zhao Huimin and Fan Hu looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. Especially Fan Hu, as a soul master, he also felt the same way about the attack just now. Even if he defended with all his strength, it would be difficult for him to withstand it easily without such a terrifying attack. However, such a powerful attack was so easily resolved by the young man he once disliked. Among the many surprised eyes, Yan was also a little surprised, and his eyes sank. In the previous confrontation, he felt a sharp oppression. The shock force was raging and tearing his hellfire. Not only that, the terrifying shock force was transmitted through the air and went straight to him. Although Yan used means to dissolve this shock force, it also made him feel a palpitation. At this age, among his peers in the Supreme Hall of Soul Masters such as the Spirit Hall, few people can be taken seriously. Except for Xiaoyu and Hulina, he is a genius and a leader in the eyes of everyone. Even if there are some people in the Spirit Hall who are higher than him, they are polite and respectful to him, and even obey his orders, which naturally makes him quite proud. However, today, this arrogance was destroyed by a teenager who he thought was the weakest. I didn't expect to see a first-ring great soul master who could take my hellfire. It's true that there are many talents in the continent. He took a deep breath, and the smile on his face was restrained, replaced by a coldness. Shuiyu didn't feel very proud of Yan's praise. After all, the current situation is there. If the other party does not give up, I am afraid that the four of them will be buried here today. The realm gap is indeed a flaw. Shuiyu looked heavy, and looked at Yan with a vigilant look, and couldn't help sighing. In addition, the other party is the future golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Whether in terms of strength or background, it is far beyond the reach of the guys from the Royal Do Academy. At this time, Yan stepped out slowly, locked onto Shuiyu, and said, "Who are you?" Hearing this, Shuiyu also looked up and said in a deep voice, "Royal Do Academy, Oslo." At this moment, Fan Hu and Zhao Huimin both showed a hint of surprise, and couldn't help showing contemptuous eyes. "Oslo? I didn't expect that Huangdo Academy would produce such a great figure like you. It seems that all the major forces are cultivating new talents." Yan looked at him with a smile, and then pointed at Fan Hu and Zhao Huimin and said, "However, a genius like you, who came out to hunt soul rings without the protection of a great figure, aren't you afraid of dying here?" As he spoke, Yan's eyes darkened and his tone became extremely cold. How could the genius Oslo be unprotected? He only showed up when his life was in danger. Shuiyu pretended to be arrogant. But her heart was hanging. "I don't know if this kind of words similar to the empty city plan will work." Yan stared at Shuiyu with a gloomy look, thinking, "I think so, this boy is extraordinary, and he must be secretly protected by his elders. Now the time is not right, and we can't tear our faces with Huangdo Academy. Hehe, little brother, do you have any idea to join the Spirit Hall? I can assure you that I will give you excellent treatment." Just as Yan was thinking, the charming Hulina also smiled and poached for the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall can give you the best conditions, and there are also elders at the level of titled Douluos to guide you, which is not comparable to the Royal Do Academy. Shuiyu certainly knew the strength of the Spirit Hall. If it weren't for the cheating Tang San, I'm afraid that Douluos continent would be the world of the Spirit Hall. Whether it is hard power or soft conditions, it is definitely not comparable to any strength on the continent. In fact, Shuiyu wanted to agree, but the Spirit Hall already had Angel Qianrongxiu, the future Saint Hulina and others. Even if she went, she would have to climb step by step, not to mention that the Spirit Hall would eventually be destroyed in the future. Now she had to hide and develop peacefully, and Hulina didn't have much sincerity. Spirit Hall, this is the ideal place in my dream. If I have the qualifications to join the Spirit Hall in the future, I will definitely go, but I am not worthy now. Shuiyu shook her head and said with a smile. Haha, little brother is really good at talking, not like a child at all. Hulina said with a giggle, if you change your mind, then come to me, I will wait for you. Brother, Yan, let's go, we still have business to do. Hulina waved her hand, gestured to Ziyu and Yan, and turned to leave. A lot of time has been wasted here, and there is no point in staying here. Yan originally wanted to say something, but Hulina, as the center of the three, gestured, so he couldn't delay any longer. After all, he only attacked Shuiyu and the other four on a whim, and had no other ideas at all. Boy, there is a long time to come. I will pay more attention to you. Making a strange gesture to Shuiyu, Yan and Ziyu followed Hulina's footsteps and gradually disappeared into the shadows. Whew! Shuiyu breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from her forehead until the three people from the Spirit Hall completely disappeared from her sight. Zhao Huimin also sat down on the ground at this time, her heart pounding. She was really scared just now. Even Fan Hu, a teacher at the Soul Sect level, was breathing heavily. The pressure from the three opponents was too strong, making him feel suffocated. Fan Hu looked at Shuiyu, his eyes flashing with complex expressions, and asked, Shuiyu, weren't you afraid just now? Why do these three young people feel so oppressive? Teacher Fan Hu, you still have the nerve to say that, we are all soul sects, why don't you dare to breathe? Shuiyu shook her head and replied, This can't be blamed on Teacher Fan, they are the future golden generation of the Spirit Hall, naturally different from ordinary soul sects. You can also feel that as long as the three of them are willing, they can kill the four of us at any time. Fan Hu and Zhao Huimin nodded at the same time, and the next moment, it seemed that they had forgotten something. 4 people? Nick. Shen Bin. Shui Yu and the other two hurriedly got up and headed towards the distant like the dead dog was lying limply on the ground and Shen Bin was twitching and ran away. If you like Douluos titled Whitebeard, Shattering Godhead, please collect it, m.38xs.com, Douluos titled Whitebeard, Shattering Godhead 38 novel has the fastest update speed on the internet. Chapter 16 Diversion to the Sunset Forest 1_Douluos titled Whitebeard, Shattering Godhead novel No Anti-Theft Chapter _Authors Attack of the Lazy Donkey _38 novel, m.38xs.com. Glancing at Shen Bin who was limp on the ground, Fan Hu looked at Shui Yu and asked, Shui Yu, what should I do? You are a teacher, what should I do if you ask me? Shui Yu didn't speak angrily. It seemed that Fan Hu was the leader. Why did he become the leader along the way? It was simply strange. Zhao Huimin couldn't bear to look directly at the miserable Shen Bin. He quickly took out the medical emergency items from the storage ring and gave emergency treatment to Shen Bin. Well, let's go back to Tiandu City. After all, Shen Bin still needs treatment. We will get the soul ring in the Sunset Forest not far from Tiandu City. Teacher Fan Hu finally had the awareness to be a team leader and immediately spoke. Wouldn't it be better to go to the Sunset Forest earlier? Why did you come to the Stardow Forest to encounter such a thing? Zhao Huimin muttered as soon as he heard about the Sunset Forest. Although he was just mumbling, Fan Hu still heard it and immediately showed an embarrassed smile. There is no other way. Going to the Stardow Forest can show his strength. It's just that the results are a bit ugly. Let's go. Fan Hu carried Shen Bin on his back and was about to leave with Zhao Huimin, but saw Shui Yu in a daze. At this time, Shui Yu was thinking. The 3 people from Wuhundian are following the traces of the Emperor's auspicious beast, the 3-eyed golden elephant, and they have probably seen it before. Now if we go deep into the Stardow Forest, we might be able to find this ancient auspicious beast. Generally speaking, as long as the 3-eyed golden tiger doesn't want humans to find it, it probably won't be able to find it. According to the original direction, it would take 10,000 years for the 3-eyed golden beast to come out of the forest and come to the human realm. Now that traces have appeared, is there any special situation that caused all this to change? Forget it, so what if you find it yourself? Wherever the 3-eyed golden beast appears, there must be a powerful soul beast. Even the legendary Black Dragon King Dityan protects it, so there must be no danger. Besides, whether it's dangerous or not has nothing to do with me. It wasn't until Fan Hu patted Shui Yu on the shoulder that he finally came back from his thoughts and said, let's go, let's go. Why aren't you going? You've been in a daze, right? The group of people moved forward and after passing by Soto City to heal Shen Bin's injuries, they continued non-stop again. After crossing Jialing Pass, we arrived at Tiandu City successfully and returned to Huangdu Academy. When Fan Hu and Zhao Huimin sent Shen Bin to the medical staff, Shui Yu also asked Ye Lingling if they would return to the hospital. The result is that he has not returned yet. Although Shui Yu was a little disappointed, fortunately, Ye Lingling was led by Qin Ming, unlike Fan Hu, an unreliable guy. The 3 set sail again and arrived at their destination, Sunset Forest, in just over a day. Compared to the vast Stardow Forest, the Sunset Forest seems a little unremarkable, but it's unknown how many powerful soul beasts are hidden in it. However, even so, it makes people feel more at ease than the Stardow Forest. As soon as you enter the forest, what you see are almost all ancient towering trees, many of which are tens of meters high. Not far away, they saw a steel-backed beast that looked like a giant lizard, and a cold-blooded animal called the green python. Shui Yu and others were nervous and alert to their surroundings. After passing through the Star-Do forest, he also had a general understanding of Fanhu and Zhao Huimin's situation. Fanhu is a member of the War Soul sect with level 48 soul power. His martial soul is the earth-splitting tiger, which can be considered a relatively powerful one in the power system. As for Zhao Huimin, his martial spirit is the fire eagle, and his level has just reached level 20, just like Shui Yu. The atmosphere seems a bit solemn. Seeing Fanhu and Zhao Huimin preparing for the attack, Shui Yu couldn't help but feel nervous. Shui Yu had no choice but to take the lead and head deeper into the forest. Perhaps because the safety factor in Sunset Forest is slightly higher, many soul masters have come to hunt for souls over the years. Over time, more people walked, and a road was formed. Just as you go deeper, the trees and weeds around you become more and more lush. From time to time, we can see some plants as thick as a human waist, and we are even attacked by armored lizards. The warm sunlight shines on everyone through the gaps in the branches and leaves. Huimin, because of your martial soul attributes, it is best to choose a fire attribute soul beast for your second soul ring. One that is around 500 years old is very good. Fanhu said while watching his surroundings vigilantly. Zhao Huimin nodded. She thought what the teacher said was right. Then, Fanhu turned his attention to Shui Yu again, but when he opened his mouth, the words in his mouth changed. As for Shui Yu, you can do whatever you think is appropriate. After these days of getting along, Fanhu found that Shui Yu was completely different from ordinary students, both in terms of mind and strength, even in terms of vision and knowledge. He felt that he was not as good as Shui Yu. Because of this, he didn't feel that he could give Shui Yu good advice, so he decided not to express his opinion. Shui Yu saw through it without saying anything, smiled and continued to explore the depths without speaking. Hey, Teacher Fan, this big tree can actually move. Zhao Huimin suddenly saw beside him the trunk of the tree was twisting slowly, and he spoke. At this time, it was finally time for Fanhu to show his experience. He reacted instantly and shouted loudly, "It's a disguised python, get out of the way." Before he finished speaking, Zhao Huimin also saw that the trunk beside him suddenly turned into a giant python as thick as a bucket, opening its bloody mouth and biting him. Zhao Huimin was shocked and hurriedly retreated. The disguised python was huge, with scarlet snake pupils emitting creepy light, and sharp fangs in its huge mouth, emitting bursts of stench, which was creepy. Chapter 16, Diverting to Sunset Forest 2. Ground Crack Wave. Fanhu used his first soul skill, and the mud turned into a wave of soil, which hit the disguised python. At the same time, Shui Yu stepped out, and the liquid bullets from his fingertips sprayed out, hitting the head of the disguised python. Although the disguised python was in great pain, it still launched a counterattack, and the snake's tail swung violently and slapped Shui Yu. Shui Yu was also prepared long ago, and the armed color domineering wrapped around her arms, and directly used the power of her body to block the tail swing. Bang! With a dull sound, Shui Yu was directly shaken back. Taking advantage of the fact that the disguised python was not paying attention, Fanhu directly chopped with a battle axe, and chopped it down at the 7 inches of the former like a steel spray foot, and a terrifying gust of wind whistled past. Seeing that the situation was not good, the disguised python quickly swung its tail, and it actually drew a graceful arc in the air, avoiding Fanhu's attack. Fanhu cursed in his heart, and he didn't expect the disguised python to have such a flexible body. The disguised python opened its bloody mouth and sprayed poisonous mist. A flame ignited and dissipated the poisonous mist, and Zhao Huimin also joined the battle. The disguised python did not want to be Lu Buletin to fight the 3 heroes, so it let out a threatening roar and then changed its direction, trying to escape. Zhao Huimin and Fanhu saw this and were about to chase, but were stopped by Shui Yu. Even if you kill the broken big snake, it's useless. It's better to save some energy. After hearing Shui Yu's words, Fanhu and Zhao Huimin stopped chasing. After resting for a while, the 3 people continued to move deeper to find a suitable soul beast. Chapter 17. Wow, it smells so good. The breeze blew, and the leaves rustled. As the light became darker, Shuyu and the other two went deeper. Hiss! 7 ice rabbits appeared, constantly spitting ice balls, trying to stop the group from moving forward. Shuyu shook the water iron cannon in his hand and directly smashed several ice balls. Start! Fanhu shouted lightly, and evolved a fierce tiger shadow that roared out, instantly tearing an ice rabbit apart. Then Zhaohuimen, who cooperated tacitly, also released flames, surrounding the remaining 6 ice rabbits. Hiss! The ice rabbits felt the danger, and the light blue rabbit pupils flashed panic and struggled continuously. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Droplets like bullets shot out from Shuiyu's fingertips, and 4 ice rabbits were pierced instantly. Blood immediately splashed on the surrounding soil, splashing bursts of fishy smell. Good! Zhaohuimen shouted excitedly. As the fire lit up, she stepped out of the ground, turned into a fiery red and rushed straight to the remaining 2 ice rabbits. She was petite, but extremely flexible. She drew a beautiful arc in the air and waved her eagle claws directly at the ice rabbit. The ice rabbit immediately dodged in fear. Puff! The sharp eagle claws instantly penetrated the body of the ice rabbit, and blood splattered immediately. Shuiyu solved the 2 ice rabbits with one move, and it was obvious that she was in a very happy mood. After the previous hunting, Zhaohuimen has adapted to it now and has no aversion at all. Shuiyu and Fanhu smiled at each other. This little girl got used to it very quickly. The 2 of them quickly collected the 7 rabbits. It was late at night, and they were the food for tonight. I'm hungry. Zhaohuimen rubbed her belly and grumbled. Shuiyu rolled her eyes at her and said, then you will be responsible for making a fire later. Okay. As soon as the voice fell, a creature in the forest made a frightened and noisy roar. Not good, there are a lot of soul beasts ahead. Fanhu's face was a little pale, and his eyes were full of fear. Hearing this, Shuiyu and Zhaohuimen's faces also changed. Get on the tree! As Shuiyu shouted, Zhaohuimen took off directly. Her martial soul was an eagle, with the ability to fly, and Fanhu was originally on the tree. Shuiyu was stunned, and also jumped up, choosing a thick tree trunk to land. Rumble! At the same time, there was a slight vibration on the ground, the frequency was getting higher and higher, and leaves from the towering trees kept falling down. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The sharp roar came closer and closer, spreading like a tide, making people's scalps numb. The ground shook more and more strongly, and many trees broke not far away, making crackling sounds. The 3 people clenched their fists and stared at the front. Fang. Even if the soul beasts are not strong, they are huge in number. Once they gather in groups, it will be absolutely disastrous. What kind of soul beast is it? Zhaohuimen said nervously, his eyes white as copper bells. I saw black things approaching at a very fast speed. Some were huge and terrifying, covered with scales, some had heads like lions and limbs like rhinos, with thick limbs and sharp horns. There were countless soul beasts of different kinds, so dense that I couldn't see the number at all. It can be said that wherever they passed, no grass grew. If they were a little slower, they would be bloody on the spot. And then trampled into a pool of meat, with no bones left. Just when the 3 were feeling lucky, these soul beasts rushed like a tide, destroying one thick tree after another. There were already rat soul beasts gnawing at the tree trunks frantically, and the giant tree where Shuiyu and Fanhu stood was doomed to be in danger. Chi-chi! Sharp and piercing sounds continued to be heard, as if a lumberjack was using an electric saw to cut a tree, and the towering tree immediately became shaky. First soul skill, sleep bubble. Shuiyu's eyes were like torches, and his reaction was extremely fast. As his soul power surged, the water vapor around him condensed into 2 transparent bubbles in an instant and floated into the air, directly wrapping himself and Fanhu in it. Fanhu also knew that Shuiyu was protecting him, and did not resist at all, allowing the sleep bubble to wrap around his body, and then fell into a deep sleep. Chi chi chi! Sharp breaths pierced the void and stabbed the sleep bubble fiercely. Hui Min! Shuiyu gritted his teeth and growled. Zhao Huimin understood, and turned into a stream of light to prevent the sharp breath from piercing the bubble. A giant steel-toothed rat came forward from below, its scarlet eyes emitting fierce red light, its mouth opened, revealing its fangs, and it roared violently at Shuiyu and the other two above, full of provocation. It looked as if it was saying, "If you dare to come down, I will eat you all." Zhao Huimin was furious when he saw this, and wanted to fight it directly and twist the head of the steel-toothed rat off. It's actually a steel-toothed rat about 3,000 years old. Shuiyu was shocked and looked at the giant body below. "How do you know it's 3,000 years old?" Zhao Huimin said. Fan Hu was still sleeping at this moment. "Look at its steel teeth, every foot longer is 1,000 years old." Shuiyu explained to Zhao Huimin, who nodded after listening. Finally, the giant steel-toothed rat saw that the three people were reluctant to come down, and couldn't stand the loneliness. After a sharp roar, it also disappeared into the group of soul beasts and disappeared. After seeing the steel-toothed rat retreat, Zhao Huimin was relieved and said to Shuiyu, "Shuiyu, I really admire you. You are calm and knowledgeable, and you know a lot." Shuiyu didn't hear what Zhao Huimin said just now. He was clenching his fists at the moment, and couldn't help yelling, "Xie Ti!" Zhao Huimin thought he was scolding her, and was immediately a little angry. Just as she was about to refute, she saw Shuiyu speak again, "Our dinner is gone." Zhao Huimin swallowed the words she wanted to complain about and cast a contemptuous look. As the soul beast group dissipated, Shuiyu also snapped her fingers, released the sleep bubble, and landed smoothly with Zhao Huimin. As for Fan Hu, he fell directly from a high altitude and fell directly into the mud, smashing out a deep pit, and he finally woke up. "Ouch, my butt!" Fan Hu rubbed his butt, yelled in pain, got up from the ground, looked at Shuiyu, Zhao Huimin and others with a puzzled look, and didn't look like a teacher at all. As the sun set, the night fell quietly. Due to the attack of the beasts, the ground became bare, and the three had to change direction and find a slightly calmer area. After lighting the bonfire, they sprinkled powder to cover the smell around. Shuiyu also specially picked up a barbecue grill, and skewered all the pheasants and wild boars that Fan Hu had shot on wooden sticks and roasted them next to the bonfire. The bonfire was crackling, and the barbecue suddenly turned golden, and layers of fragrant grease appeared immediately. A layer of special barbecue seasoning was sprinkled, and the aroma of the barbecue immediately attracted everyone's noses. "Wow, it smells so good!" Chapter 18 Soul Ring and Fierce Beast 1. A peaceful night. Early the next morning, Shuiyu, Fan Hu and Zhao Huimin went deeper again. The deeper they went into the sunset forest, the stronger the soul beasts they encountered. Yesterday, soul beasts swarmed away from the center of the forest in groups, which was quite strange. Shuiyu expressed doubts about this doubt, but did not dare to speed up rashly. Yesterday, although the three did not gain anything, fortunately no one was injured. Finding a suitable soul beast to hunt is still the top priority. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The three of them had only been walking for more than an hour when a hissing sound came from the front. Shuiyu and Fan Hu were immediately startled and stepped towards the source of the sound. As expected, they found a soul beast running fast, and it was very fast. "It's the red flame snake." Fan Hu was sharp-eyed and recognized it at a glance. It was a red flame snake. The soul beast of a snake is about 600 years old. Fan Hu was a little angry, thinking that if it was only 500 years old, it might be able to become a good second soul ring for Zhao Huimin. But Shuiyu didn't think so, and the momentum on her body suddenly burst out, directly approaching the red flame snake. Seeing this, the red flame snake was furious. Someone dared to challenge its majesty. It immediately opened its bloody mouth towards Shuiyu, and its sharp fangs were quite ferocious, as if it wanted to bite Shuiyu into pieces. Its deep red, fiery, thick body twisted and coiled up like a small hill. A whistling sound came, and the red flame snake had already rushed over, as fast as lightning, and it rushed to Shuiyu's chest in the blink of an eye. Armed color domineering covered, allowing the red flame snake to collide. Bang! The red flame snake seemed to hit a steel wall, and the huge recoil force made its head buzz, and a burst of severe pain exploded from its mind, making it unable to help but roar. Shuiyu looked at the red flame snake coldly, and then leaped into the air. He clenched his palms and punched down. A white light instantly cut through the void and hit the red flame snake's head fiercely. The red flame snake felt a buzzing in its head, and then it blacked out and passed out. Shuiyu landed lightly on the ground, kicked the red flame snake to Zhao Huimin, and shouted, "Huimin, you are a fire attribute, and this broken snake is also a fire attribute. You can harvest it and absorb the soul ring." "Ah? Are you sure?" Zhao Huimin asked in confusion, but Teacher Fan said that the second soul ring can only be absorbed for about 500 years, but this red flame snake is more than 600 years. Fan Hu immediately crossed his arms, as if he was an authority. Shuiyu couldn't help laughing when she saw Fan Hu's proud look, and smiled faintly. "It's okay. According to a certain master's theory, the second soul ring has a lifespan of 764 years. Just absorb it without worry." The warm smile made Zhao Huimin feel like spring breeze, and she felt more at ease. She took out the dagger and stabbed it at the dizzy red flame snake, and the sharp blade directly pierced the vital part of the head. Then a fishy smell filled the whole space. The smell of rotting meat made people want to vomit. Even Fan Hu and Shuiyu couldn't help frowning. But at this time, a faint yellow circle condensed above the body of the red flame snake. The yellow soul ring produced by the red flame snake is extremely clear, which is completely different from the soul rings produced by soul beasts such as the ice rabbit that were hunted before. Even if you have never experienced it personally, you can clearly see the huge power contained in its soul ring. This soul ring is really good. Huimin, absorb it quickly. Teacher Fan and I will protect you. Shuiyu couldn't help but admire it. And Zhao Huimin nodded with joy. As for Fan Hu, he pursed his lips and cast a look of contempt. Zhao Huimin raised her right hand and slowly condensed her soul power. With the appearance of a fiery red halo, she began to absorb the soul ring. At the beginning, she felt like magma invading, and a stream of extremely hot pure energy rushed into her body. In an instant, the meridians in her body seemed to be filled with flames, burning unbearably. Not only did the fire soul power in her body become more violent, it continued to attack the pure energy entering her body. Huimin, keep your heart and don't be distracted. Seeing the sweat on Zhao Huimin's forehead, Shuiyu couldn't help but remind her. Gradually, the soul ring power that rushed in was gradually absorbed, and then turned into a harmless warm current that washed Zhao Huimin's body. She became extremely comfortable at this moment. The whole process did not last long, and soon a blush appeared on her cheeks. It seems to be very smooth, and we can prepare to find the next target. Shuiyu was happy, and the next step was to find a suitable soul ring for herself, but how could there be such a suitable one? As for Fan Hu, he showed a somewhat shocked expression, and couldn't help but feel that Shuiyu became more mysterious. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they also came to a fork in the road. The expressions of the three people were also startled. It's impossible to split into 3 groups. Shuiyu, which road should we take? Zhao Huimin looked at the fork in the road and asked hesitantly. Shuiyu was about to make a decision, but was interrupted by Fan Hu on the side. Ahem, according to my intuition over the years, it is definitely right to take the road on the left. Fan Hu stroked his chin and said seriously, the right is also a good choice. Good. Shuiyu immediately applauded, which scared Fan Hu. In the end, he decided to take the middle road. Fan Hu was speechless, thinking that this kid would not deliberately go against him, right? Chapter 18 Soul Ring and Fierce Beast 2 Shui Yu didn't think so, because he knew that in the center of the Sunset Forest, there was a treasure land, that is, the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. There are many fairy herbs in it, and there are also powerful plant-based soul beasts. Although he didn't have any special thoughts about those plant-type soul beasts for the time being, he had great thoughts about the fairy grass. If he didn't pick it, Tang San would pick it later. Quickfoot, why not go first? I just hope that poison Douluos Dugubo is not in there. The three of them headed east, and 2 hours passed in a flash. Shui Yu, why do I feel that you have chosen the wrong road? Why didn't even a 10-year soul beast appear? Unlike yesterday, along the way, the group almost did not encounter any attacks from soul beasts, and only saw a few 10-year soul beasts. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. In an instant, a sky-blue beast shadow appeared strangely, and a strange light flashed by. Everyone was unable to dodge, even Shui Yu, who was leading the way, was half a beat slower. There was no way to dodge, not to mention that if he dodges, the two people behind him will be directly hit. Shui Yu was shocked and angry, and could only resist. The armed color domineering aura lingered again, wrapping up the entire upper body. Bang! A deafening sound rang out, and at the same time a ripple that was difficult to see with the naked eye spread around. Shui Yu's eyes were bloodshot. If it weren't for the defense of armament haki, he would have been seriously injured if not dead. Steady his body, he saw a sky-blue soul beast that looked like a unicorn, with a dragon mouth, a lion head, a fish-scale cow tail, and tiger claws and deer antlers staring at him. Chapter 19 Giants Melee 1. What kind of soul beast is this? Fan, whose face was full of shock, and he said in panic. Zhao Huimin's eyes were also filled with disbelief, and his mouth opened as wide as an O. The spirit beast in front of him was like a mountain, standing before him, towering and majestic. Roar! The Kylan-shaped spirit beast opened its mouth and roared, making a deafening dragon roar that immediately echoed in the forest, making people shudder. Water-avoiding golden-eyed beast! Shui Yu exclaimed, feeling as if she was stared at by an ancient giant beast, with hair standing on end, cold sweat running down her body, blood coagulating all over her body, unable to move. It looked like a Kylan, with a dragon mouth, a lion head, a fish-scale ox tail, and tiger claws and deer antlers, which were the characteristics of the water-avoiding golden crystal beast. It was just that the spirit beast was sky blue, not red. This made Shui Yu a little confused, and she boldly guessed that it was a descendant subspecies of the water-avoiding golden-eyed beast. It was sky blue all over, and its eyes emitted blue light, so it was called the water-avoiding blue-eyed beast. And it looked like it would never live for more than 500 years. Shui Yu, let's go. Fan, whose face was full of horror, and he hurriedly said to Shui Yu. No, it's injured. Shui Yu's face was pale, and he gritted his teeth and said, Teacher Fan, Huimin, help me, I want this soul beast. Boom! At this moment, a blood light shot out from the side, flashing a very dazzling bright red glow, which was extremely sudden. Kaka Shui Yu punched the void with a backhand, and the shock force directly shattered the blood light. Looking closely, it turned out to be a soul beast, the red blood tiger leopard, with a pair of blood-red flesh wings, which was almost 10,000 years old. Although the red blood tiger leopard is not a power-type soul beast, its speed and agility are indeed extremely fast. Once it succeeds in a sneak attack, it is very likely to die on the spot. Many general agility attack soul masters would choose to hunt it to obtain soul rings, just because its soul rings can have an unparalleled increase in speed and agility attributes. Boom! A dark, 10,000-year-old iron-scaled ferocious crocodile suddenly rushed out, destroying a large area of trees in just a moment. Is it coming again? Zhao Huimin looked at the red-blooded tiger and leopard, and then at the iron-scaled ferocious crocodile, his face pale, and he couldn't help but be horrified. The three of them couldn't help but feel bitter. At the same time, leaves were flying, dust was rolling, and there were beast roars echoing in the forest. 2 10,000-year-old soul beasts also followed, one of which was a shark-toothed tiger and the other was a Tiangang savage ape, all showing a violent and fierce aura. It's over. I'm afraid we will all have to explain here this time and die here. Zhao Huimin's face showed a deep despair, and he couldn't help but sigh. Damn things, why are they one after another? Shuiyu couldn't help but curse. Shuiyu, do you want it now? Fan Hu looked at the 10,000-year soul beast in front of him, and his spine felt cold. Yes, what the hell? Shuiyu narrowed her eyes, her face full of question marks, and said, I can't think of anything that is worth so many 10,000-year soul beasts fighting. Boom! With a loud bang, the Tiangang savage ape trampled on the ground, shaking the earth, and the sand and rocks flew. The shark-toothed tiger, the iron-scaled fierce crocodile and the red-blooded tiger and leopard also attacked at the same time, and a series of sharp blood rays and strong winds blasted towards the water-avoiding blue-eyed beast. This is not a place to stay for long, retreat. Shuiyu looked at the two people and said a little nervously. Fan Hu and Zhao Huimin nodded, and their soul power flowed rapidly, and they ran away. Roar! Just as the three were running away, a deep tiger roared, and the shark-toothed tiger opened its ferocious bloody mouth and bit the tail of the water-avoiding blue-eyed beast. The two strong arms of the Tiangang savage ape punched and smashed the water-avoiding blue-eyed beast away. The sharp claws of the iron-scaled fierce crocodile swept across, once again scratching the body of the water-avoiding blue-eyed beast, and blood was dripping. The red-blooded tiger leopard was still looking for an opportunity, and it shot out like lightning, opening its sharp claw. As the battle was about to break out, this place suddenly set off a bloody storm in an instant. They all began to fight desperately like crazy. The water-avoiding blue-eyed beast was also angry, with raging anger in its eyes, and it kept hitting the ground. With each hit, large pits were blasted out of the ground, and strange fluctuations continued to spread. Being able to fight 4 people alone, the water-avoiding blue-eyed beast seemed to be at a disadvantage in the battle, but it still did not retreat and continued to fight back. The 3 people were moving at a very fast speed, moving away from the center of the storm of the melee. The aftermath of the battle of several soul beasts could even be felt by the 3 people who were already quite far away. The occasional overflow of energy directly uprooted the flowers and plants, and the thick giant trees collapsed at once. During the escape, Fan Hu's body was bombarded more than a dozen times, and he kept coughing. His face was as pale as paper, drops of cold sweat flowed from his forehead, and the corners of his mouth were also covered with blood. Fortunately, Shuiyu has the defense of armed color, and can also help the slightly weaker Zhao Huimin, otherwise, the latter can't withstand such a domineering aftermath. Good guy, I guess the soul beast's escape yesterday was because of the melee of these soul beasts. Shuiyu said nervously. Fan Hu panted heavily, nodded, and said, It's almost certain, why are we so unlucky? I feel that it seems to be the reason for the Kylin-like soul beast. Zhao Huimin said. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content later. Chapter 19 Giants Melee 2. Hearing this, Fan Hu's eyes widened and exclaimed, I think it's it. Otherwise why are those 10,000-year soul beasts targeting it? Shuiyu stroked his chin and thought, he also felt that something was a bit strange, but he couldn't guess. But that soul beast doesn't look strong at all. Zhao Huimin asked puzzled. This? I don't know either. Fan Hu scratched his head and said, the most urgent thing is to stay away from it as much as possible, otherwise if you lose your life, you will lose everything. No, I have to go back. Teacher Fan, you and Huimin retreat first, I will return safely. As soon as the voice fell, Shuiyu stepped on the ground and returned to the original way, heading towards the center of the war storm. This kid. Boom. The aftermath of the battle continued to overflow, and the violent wind continued to tear the surrounding space, and the entire area was in a mess. Shuiyu flew quickly, his face was solemn, and his eyes were full of shock. At this moment, he instantly felt a chill on his spine, as if he had fallen into a freezing cold ice cellar. This feeling is too terrifying. Coming to Douluo continent, this is the first time I have felt such palpitations today. Just now, the whole person seemed to have stopped breathing, and his little face turned pale. At this moment, he seemed to see the terrifying pressure sweeping in front of him, like a giant dragon, ready to choose someone to devour at any time. Under that unknown fear, his figure stopped abruptly, and he quickly circulated the soul power in his body, and retreated in the opposite direction at a faster speed than when he came. Roar! A roar resounding through the heavens and earth came suddenly, shaking the entire sunset forest. Rocks shattered and flew, trees broke in half, and countless leaves kept falling. It was as if the entire forest was trembling in a roar. Suddenly, I felt a terrifying beast's breath, and it was like a flood that had not been seen in 10,000 years. The devil roared, the flames were raging, and the anger exploded. The entire forest was in chaos, the super soul beasts dueled, and the roar resounded through the heavens and earth, shaking the entire sunset forest. Chapter 20 The Road of the Strong is Full of Thorns 1. Shuiyu only felt the soul power spreading, and multiple powerful forces from different bodies were stirring each other. The wind and clouds gathered, and the center of the storm exploded in an instant. Boom! In an instant, a deafening sound came out, like the lightning above the sky, and the clouds were stirred by this force. The giant hit hard, and the earth collapsed for a while, like the end of the sunset forest. The terrifying aftermath spread everywhere, and everything turned into nothingness wherever it passed. Shuiyu frantically resisted the overflowing energy impact, feeling that his soul power was almost drained, and he was weak all over, and almost fell down. Fortunately, there was a towering ancient tree behind him that supported his body, so he barely stabilized his body. After the aftermath, Shuiyu looked carefully and saw that large areas of the land had changed. The ground was sunken and charred. The place where he had just stood had been razed to the ground, with countless boulders rolling down and smoke and dust filling the sky. Gurgle! Shuiyu swallowed hard, trembling with fear. The scene just now was simply horrifying to the extreme. The overwhelming momentum made him feel suffocated. Hiss! It's really scary. Shuiyu sighed, his heart still beating. At this moment, he felt as if he had come to an unknown forbidden area. In this forbidden place, he felt that his strength was not worth mentioning at all, just like a frog in a well. In the distance, there was a sky-blue beast shadow, staggering and staggering, already at the end of its strength, as if it could fall to the ground at any time. Shuiyu's pupils shrank when he saw this water-avoiding blue-eyed beast. After scanning around and not finding other beast shadows, he breathed a sigh of relief. Could the big explosion just now be caused by this thing? Shuiyu's heart tightened, and he was a little unsure. Even though he was far away from the center of the explosion, Shuiyu still felt the extremely deadly terror. Even at this moment, his ears were still buzzing. Looking ahead, Shuiyu was in disbelief, muttering to himself, "Damn it, those 10,000-year soul beasts are reduced to slag." The field of vision was in a mess, except for the pits, scorched earth and rubble on the ground. Where else could he see anything else? He walked forward cautiously, fearing that the water-avoiding blue-eyed beast would suddenly explode and tear him into pieces. Hiss! 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 Suddenly, a hoarse and unpleasant sound came from a distance, frightening Shuiyu's body stiffened, cold sweat ran down, and a layer of fine goosebumps appeared all over his body. What is this? Shuiyu stared at the water-avoiding blue-eyed beast slowly walking towards him, with a vigilant face. The water-avoiding blue-eyed beast was now weak, with scars all over its body, especially a hideous tear on its back that kept bleeding, staining its back red, obviously caused by the explosion just now. Its sky-blue pupils flashed with shadows, staring at Shuiyu, as if it was ready to pounce and bite at any time. Although Shuiyu felt a little cold in her heart, she was not afraid. Now the water-avoiding blue-eyed beast was trembling all over, as if it had run out of energy. This was the best opportunity. As long as she worked harder, she might be able to kill it and obtain its soul ring. If she missed it, she would regret it to death. Shua! Shuiyu moved her body and rushed towards the water-avoiding blue-eyed beast regardless of anything. However, the water-avoiding blue-eyed beast thought that it could scare Shuiyu away with its momentum, but Shuiyu was scared and rushed directly towards it. Although it was severely injured, it was a high-level soul beast after all, and it fled far away at an incredibly fast speed. Seeing this, Shuiyu secretly thought that it was not good, and suddenly accelerated chasing it closely. He did not make a move until the distance between the two was close. The first soul skill, Sleep Bubble. Instantly, an invisible wave of water surged out from around the water-avoiding blue-eyed beast, covering its entire body from all directions, making it unable to escape. The water-avoiding blue-eyed beast felt as if it was trapped in a quagmire, struggling madly to hit the bubble barrier. Seeing that the bubble barrier had already shown long and dense cracks, Shuiyu added another layer of sleep bubbles. Suddenly, the water-avoiding blue-eyed beast struggled more violently. It wanted to pierce the bubble with its sharp claws, but its body was too weak. The more it struggled, the more serious the bloody scars became, and the blood that was about to stop flowing out suddenly. Seeing this, Shuiyu couldn't help but be ecstatic. Where can you run this time? Shuiyu strengthened another layer of defense and pushed the sleep bubble to the extreme to make it more solid. Buzz! Muscles were agitated, and Shuiyu was ready to use 10 times the shock force to kill the water-avoiding blue-eyed beast. Crack! With a crisp sound, the air shock tore the space, and the sleep bubble was directly broken. The water-avoiding blue-eyed beast was immediately shaken by the shock force, and a sound of broken bones was heard. The body that was already seriously injured was almost shaken apart, and the internal organs were violently impacted. But it still did not fall down. Shuiyu took advantage of the victory and pursued, increasing the shock force again. Puff! A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Ah! The water-avoiding blue-eyed beast wailed miserably, with anger in its eyes. It did not expect that it would escape the hunting of a large number of soul beasts and die in the hands of a human. This is simply a huge shame. It wanted to fight back, but its body could not use any strength at all. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content later. Chapter 20: The Road of the Strong is Full of Thorns too. Shuiyu took out a short knife with a cold light and pierced the head of the water-avoiding blue-eyed beast without hesitation. Gilyalu! A circle of dazzling bright yellow soul rings also floated out when the water-avoiding blue-eyed beast died. The color of the soul ring is obviously much darker than the previous soul ring of the red flame snake, and there is a hint of purple in it. Looking at the soul ring, Shuiyu's heart sank, and he thought to himself, could it be approaching the 1000-year level? Theoretically, the limit of the Master's soul ring is that the second soul ring has a maximum age of more than 700 years. Now there is a slight purple on the soul ring of the water-avoiding blue-eyed beast. Maybe it has really exceeded it. What a stupid master! I don't believe this nonsense. Shuiyu decided to absorb this spirit ring. Misfortune often brings blessings, and blessings often bring misfortune. If you try hard, the bicycle will become a motorcycle. Tang San, if he could absorb a 10,000-year level soul ring in his fourth soul ring, why couldn't he absorb a soul ring that was nearly 1,000 years old in his second soul ring? The road of the strong is full of thorns. It's decided. The body of the water-avoiding blue-eyed beast fell to the side. Shuiyu looked at the soul ring that was shining with dazzling light, and after hesitating for a long time, he decided to absorb it. With his determination, Shuiyu directly released his martial soul Shuiyu and summoned the dazzling soul ring with purple and yellow. In an instant, the yellow-purple soul ring burst out with the light of this word, and suddenly rushed towards Shuiyu like a dam bursting. In a flash, the rich light instantly enveloped Shuiyu's entire body, constantly emitting strong soul power fluctuations. Shuiyu also immediately felt a huge and fierce pure energy suddenly rushing into his body, and running wildly in his limbs and bones. He only felt that the pure energy was like a boiling furnace fire, and he was the fine iron thrown into the furnace, constantly being tempered and transformed. Chapter 21 Unexpected Harvest 1. Shuiyu's face showed pain, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his body was washed by the unconscious energy. There were countless moments when he felt that his body was about to explode without being able to bear it. The intense pain made him almost faint, but this pain made him sober again. He clenched his teeth and tried his best to control himself, while constantly urging his martial soul to absorb the most primitive and violent energy. The soul ring absorption process is inherently very dangerous. In addition, this soul ring not only exceeds the limit, but also has extremely huge energy, which makes Shuiyu extremely painful. The light blue armed color domineering wrapped around the body again and again, but the soul ring energy is still increasing in power, one wave after another, surging towards Shuiyu like a stormy wave. Shuiyu's face was already wet with sweat, and the bones of the body were squeezed and made a continuous cracking sound. In the personal experience, Shuiyu felt as if he was being cut by countless sharp blades, and his internal organs and flesh and bone marrow seemed to be about to be torn apart. The tyrannical energy was constantly tearing, and the extreme pain made him unbearable. If the body cannot withstand the impact of the domineering energy in the soul ring, the final result will only be an explosion and death. But human potential is infinite, especially in the face of indomitable willpower and indomitable perseverance, often bursting out potential far beyond the usual. Shuiyu didn't want to give up. God gave him the ability and talent of his white-bearded father, which was to change his fate. If he gave up like this, it would be a waste. Shuiyu frowned and bit his lips tightly, enduring great pain. Under extreme pain, his eyes were full of madness. It's just a broken soul ring, I don't believe it. Under the stimulation of pain and madness, time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, night fell again. The extreme pain brought by absorbing the soul ring was gradually disappearing, and was replaced by an extremely comfortable feeling. After half an incense stick, Shuiyu slowly opened his eyes. At this time, he was filled with a feeling of great power. Finally became a great soul master. Shuiyu thought secretly in his heart. The soul skill obtained by absorbing the soul ring of the water-avoiding blue-eyed beast is the water rush wave, which can use soul power to create a water wave that rotates and rises rapidly like a tornado, and then spreads like a waterfall and attacks the opponent downwards. At the same time, the rising water waves created can not only be used for attack, but also for defense. All attacks and defenses are controlled by Shuiyu himself, which can be said to be extremely powerful. Although the second soul ring made him extremely painful, it also brought him a lot of benefits. Not only did he get a second soul skill that integrates attack and defense, the excess energy also helped him break through to level 21 in one fell swoop, almost approaching level 222. Shuiyu's eyes swept across the scene around him, and he was secretly afraid. The surroundings were bare, and he actually spent half a day absorbing soul rings here. If any human soul master or a soul beast above the 100-year level appeared, he would be able to directly let him who absorbed the soul ring die. He couldn't help but feel fortunate that the goddess of luck must be smiling, and the figure of Yelingling couldn't help but appear in his mind. Shaking his head, Shuiyu threw away the thoughts in his mind. Gurgle. The stomach also sent out hunger signals at the right time, and Shuiyu realized that he hadn't eaten for half a day without realizing it. Looking at the corpse of the water-avoiding blue-eyed beast lying next to him, he also took out a short knife and began to cut it up and take out the meat. Although the meat of the water-avoiding blue-eyed beast is not as tender as that of pigs and rabbits, it contains an extremely strong breath of life and is an excellent ingredient for replenishing physical strength. Shuiyu turned into a butcher and treated the water-avoiding blue-eyed beast as a cow. He cut it with a knife as if he had a god, quickly and accurately. As soon as he cut off the forelimb, Shuiyu suddenly showed a trace of doubt, always feeling that the left forelimb and the right forelimb seemed to be a little different. He raised his hand and cut it down, and a piece of bone with a sky blue body and rich soul power appeared. Left arm soul bone. Shuiyu was ecstatic. Yes, his judgment would never be wrong. It was a soul bone, which was an unexpected and significant harvest. This was a thing that was even more precious and rare than a soul ring, and it was the item that soul masters dreamed of getting the most. Many of them fought for a soul bone and even lost their lives. But it was such a rare treasure that was in short supply that he actually encountered it. It was really unbelievable. Shuiyu carefully collected the bone and put it into the storage bracelet. He was not in a hurry to absorb it, after all, the current environment was bad. He quickly cut the high-quality meat of the water-avoiding blue-eyed beast and put it into the storage bracelet at the same time. After doing everything, he chose the direction to go and find a suitable place to set up camp. The night enveloped the earth, and the forest fell into darkness. On an open space, the bonfire was crackling and burning, and the roars of many soul beasts echoed around. Shuiyu specially made a simple barbecue grill, and the roots and branches of the tree pierced the beast meat that had already been divided into blocks, and finally put it on the jumping flames and rotated and roasted. After a while, the fragrant oil appeared, not only soaking everywhere, but also making the skin crispy. Taking out the cumin, black pepper, and salt used for cooking, Shuiyu sprinkled them on appropriately, and as the flames rose, a very human sizzling sound was made. The aroma of the barbecue came immediately, and Shuiyu couldn't help swallowing the saliva in her mouth, and she couldn't wait to taste the delicious food. Chapter 21 Unexpected Harvest 2. After quickly breaking the barbecue into pieces, he also directly forked it with a knife and put it into his mouth. Shuiyu chewed it slowly and savored the deliciousness. The rich aroma and the tempting taste made him taste the marrow and taste it endlessly. There is no doubt that he conquered himself with his barbecue skills. It would be great if there were sauce and wine. Shuiyu couldn't help but shake her head regretfully, and then took another bite. After a delicious meal, she had to think about the plan for the next day. Go back to the academy? Or go to Yin Yang Eye of Ice and Fire? This is an important choice. If I go to Yin Yang Eye of Ice and Fire, as long as the old poison is not there, I can collect all the immortal herbs inside. However, this trip has already been fruitful. Even if I return to the academy, it will take more than a year or nearly 2 years before Tang San and Douluos meet. As long as the immortal herbs are collected before they meet, it will be feasible. After thinking about it, Shuiyu decided not to go for the time being. Because I don't know whether Douluos is guarding Yin Yang Eye of Ice and Fire. If he is, he can't escape the former's perception with his own strength, and he will definitely be discovered. In addition, it is impossible for me to deal with Douluos like Tang San, and the result can only be regretful. With a cautious attitude, you must find a time when GODHEAD is definitely not around to collect. When your physique and strength are stronger, you can also learn from Tang San and use the 2 extreme ice and fire immortal herbs, the 8 anise mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot, to change your physique and create the attributes of being invulnerable to water and fire and resistant to all poisons. So, Shuiyu chose to retreat and return. After all, the person you miss may have returned to the academy. Chapter 22 Return to the Royal Fight 1. This soul ring hunting trip was not long, but not short either. It took about half a month. Shuiyu, who returned to Tiandu Royal Academy, looked at the endless stream of boys and girls, and felt inexplicably as if he was in another world. However, he still found that among the bustling crowd, there were still many people who cast strange eyes on him, and whispers were heard one after another. Hey, isn't this classmate Shuiyu? You got the second soul ring and came back. Hey, why are you heading towards the Tianwei level area? Aren't you going to Tiandu district? I don't know what back door this guy took. Not only did an orphan enter the academy, but now he has been specially approved to be transferred to Tiandu level. I heard that it was the chief of the education committee, Lord Meng Shenji, who personally greeted him. Could he be Meng Shenji's illegitimate son or something like that? Don't talk nonsense seriously, the age difference is too big. Shuiyu felt helpless about these whispers and could only pretend not to hear them and walked towards Tianwei district. Crossing the sea of people, Shuiyu soon arrived at Tianwei district. But what surprised him was that teacher Fan, who had been waiting for him, his eyes full of seriousness. Shuiyu smiled and greeted him, "Teacher Fan, I'm back." Fan, who stared at Shuiyu, without removing his serious expression, and said, "Shuiyu, I have to tell you something." "What is it?" Shuiyu asked hurriedly. Fan, who coughed twice, and then said in a deep voice, "When women and I returned to school, we heard that the education committee ordered you to be transferred. Enter the Tiandu level. I thought the news was fake, so I deliberately asked, and the result was correct." After the soul ring hunting, Fan, who already had a more intuitive understanding of Shuiyu's strength and character, and his attitude towards the latter has also changed greatly. From the perspective of combat power alone, there is no problem for Shuiyu to be transferred to the Tiandu level. But the problem is that his soul power level is not enough, and he was specially approved by the education committee to be transferred, which will lead to dissatisfaction among students of Tiandu level, Tianzi level, and Tianwei level. Moreover, even if he officially enters the Tiandu area, he will be targeted and excluded, and his life will definitely not be easy. Shuiyu was not sure when he heard the students whispering before. Now Fan, who personally told him that he was about to be transferred to the Tiandu level, and he immediately believed it. "Are you worried that I will be bullied?" Shuiyu knew what Fan Hu was worried about, so she said confidently, "Don't worry, when have I ever suffered a loss?" Fan Hu smiled helplessly and said, "That's true. In an era where the enemy is bigger than our fists, we can just fight. But I still want to remind you that if you encounter a problem, don't try to be stubborn. Just tell me. If I can't solve it, ask the Education Commission for help. Do you understand?" Shuiyu nodded and said, "I understand. Well, I'm here to tell you. I'm leaving." After saying that, Fan Hu turned and left, and then raised a thumbs up to Chao Tian with his back to him. Looking at the back, Shuiyu smiled slightly, as if she no longer hated the teacher who once disliked her. In the afternoon, Huangdu Academy. Tiandu District, in the simulated environment. The sky was blue and boundless, and the breeze blew, and the leaves rustled. The Tiandu level students in the academy only accounted for about 1/10 of the total number of students, about 60 students. Class 1 is naturally the strongest in terms of talent and potential, such as Yu Tianheng, Duguyan, and others. As for Class 2, it is slightly weaker, like Osman, who has a high level but weak potential and talent. After Shuiyu was transferred to the Tiandu level, he was directly assigned to Class 3, which ranked last. He didn't care about this. Anyway, he would become the strongest among the students sooner or later, so why bother about it for a while? Today was his first time to come to the Tiandu district for class. With his arrival, many eyes were projected with different emotions. This Shuiyu, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, I finally see her in person today. Li Xingtong crossed her arms, and the tight-fitting Tiandu level student uniform perfectly showed her curvy figure. Her fair face was painted with light makeup, and the whole person looked noble, elegant, graceful, and calm. There was a hint of strangeness in her beautiful eyes. She glanced at Shuiyu and said, "I heard that this kid defeated Osman, but he doesn't look strong at all. I don't know whether he is strong or not, but he looks pretty good." Beside Li Xingtong, several little girls were also talking about it. "He is only 10 years old. Do you know if he will grow ugly later?" Someone joked. "Look at you, don't you know that Ye Lingling from Class 1 has a good relationship with her?" "Ah? You mean the mute sister?" A group of people laughed and talked curiously. A long time ago, Shuiyu was a weak orphan with no background, despised and laughed at by boys and girls. The current Shoyu not only defeated the two brothers Oslo and Osman, Tiendu level students, but was also transferred to Tiendu by Meng Shenji, the chief of the education committee, and became a celebrity in the academy. But even so, it is not enough in the Royal Do Academy where both talent and background are important. Just as he was about to find a place to meditate, he heard a chattering sound in his ears. Shui raised his eyes slightly and saw Shen Yanmin, a descendant of the Shen family, one of the royal nobles, and a student of Tiendu Class 2, striding over surrounded by a group of rich children. Pa! Shen Yanmin was tall and strong, spitting on the ground, staring at Shuiyu and said sarcastically, "Hey, isn't this the orphan Shuiyu? How dare you come to the Tiendu district to attend class?" Chapter 22 Return to the Royal Fight 2. Shuiyu glanced at Shen Yanmin, and then lost interest. Seeing Shuiyu's indifferent attitude, Shen Yanmin was directly broken and was furious for a while. "Nima! Do you think any country bumpkin can come here? If you know what's good for you, go back to where you came from, and it's best to get out of the Royal Fighting Academy," Shen Yanmin said to Shuiyu with an arrogant face. Shuiyu still looked lazy, without even looking at Shen Yanmin, and continued to go to the meditation position. Seeing this, Shen Yanmin's anger broke out completely, and said, "Are you deaf or dumb? Didn't you hear what Grandpa said? Get out now, otherwise..." "Otherwise? Otherwise, why don't you go talk to the head of the education committee?" Shuiyu glanced at Shen Yanmin calmly and said. Shen Yanmin was stunned and lost his temper. Some snickers were heard around him. You know, because of his family background, Shen Yanmin is usually the bully of Class 2. Except for the strong guys in Class 1, he is arrogant and domineering everywhere, causing trouble. Except for the royal nobles, no one else dares to provoke him. Now, he has encountered such a situation. Not only was he ignoring him and being looked down upon by an orphan from Class 3 was simply a shame and humiliation. For a moment, Shen Yanmin felt that he had lost face and was filled with anger. He roared at Shuiyu, "Do you believe I will beat you up right away?" Shuiyu shook her head and said with a smile, "I don't believe it." Shen Yanmin's provocation was too low level, and he was too lazy to deal with it. This kind of person is insane, and he doesn't carry a halo of wisdom with him. Why would he encounter such a mental retardation? Shen Yanmin had never been so wronged in his life. He immediately released the brilliance of his wisdom staff and was about to attack Shui Yu. "Shen Yanmin, you are usually arrogant and domineering, but now you are acting wild." Just when Shen Yanmin was about to take action, a soft drink came from afar. Immediately afterwards, a young man in white appeared in front of everyone. Shuiyu was surprised when she saw the person coming, and exclaimed, "Brother Xiat, it's you. If you like Douluos titled Whitebeard, Shattering Godhead, please collect it, m.38xs.com, Douluos titled Whitebeard, Shattering Godhead 38 novel has the fastest update speed on the internet." Chapter 23 It's not a deliberate target _Douluos titled Whitebeard, Shattering Godhead novel No anti-theft chapter _ the author's attack of the lazy donkey _38 novel, m.38xs.com. The person who came was none other than Shen Jingbing, who had given Shuiyu directions to the blacksmith shop in Tiendu City not long ago. As he arrived, Shen Yanmin also frowned and said, "Shen Jingbing, if it weren't for your father, do you believe I would have made you kneel down on the spot?" When Shen Jingbing heard this, he shook his head, "I don't believe it. You. Shen Yanmin was furious, pointing at Shuiyu and Shen Jingbing, and was speechless for a moment. Shen Jingbing and Shen Yanmin are both descendants of the Shen family, a noble of the Tiendu Empire. The Shen family is in charge of the military and has overwhelming power. The Shen family is a super wealthy family. It seems calm to outsiders, but in fact, it is already turbulent and undercurrent internally, but it has not been exposed. Just when Shen Jingbing was about to speak, Shui Yu waved her hand and laughed softly, "Brother Xiat, they are just eggs." Then, Shui Yu turned her gaze to Shen Yanmin and the crowd behind him, and sighed helplessly, "If you do this, write them down one by one in a notebook, and wait until they are alone at night." The two of us were tied up with sacks and beaten one by one. When Shen Jingbing heard this, his mouth twitched slightly, but he agreed a little in his heart, so he agreed with a smile. The people around him were dumbfounded when they heard this. As for the rabble surrounding Shen Yanmin, their faces were full of shock and confusion. Holding a piece of grass, do you want such an honest threat? For a time, many people looked at each other. Seeing everyone's ugly expressions, Shui Yu also smiled, covered her mouth and said, "Shouldn't I just say it directly?" Shen Jingbing immediately smiled and shook his head, saying that he didn't mind at all. "Haha, Brother Xiet is indeed a sweetheart." Seeing this scene, Shui Yu couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Hearing the two singing in harmony, Shen Yanmin was also slightly startled, and then cursed, "You guys, you have the ability to come out to challenge us head-on, confronting us head-on? Who do you think you are a hero if you do those sneak attacks behind the scenes? Hehe, this is called a war that never tires of deceit." Shui Yu said with a smile, he was really not afraid of any challenges. You. Shen Yanmin was so angry that his face turned green. "What's wrong? Do you really want to fight with me?" Shui Yu frowned and kept saying, "Kong Mang Bibi, don't restrain yourself, I promise that it will only be worse than Osman in your second class." Shen Yanmin opened his mouth, but was speechless for a moment. After all, although the guy in front of him had no background, he did have the strength, and it was true that he could defeat Osman, not to mention that the rabbit bit someone when it was in a hurry. A sneak attack and a violent beating on yourself would be really worthless. Because of this, he was confused and in a dilemma for a while. While the students were provoking each other, several figures in the attic not far away also cast interesting glances. If you are not knowledgeable and have no skills, you will just use such dirty methods. A tall and thin man wearing a black windbreaker who looked quite elegant commented. He is Tang Ao, one of the Tiandu level teachers who is a student. He is currently the class instructor of Tiandu Class 2. He is a soul emperor with a soul power of level 68, and is considered a famous person among the entire Tiandu level teachers. He has always been opposed to Shui Yu's direct promotion to the Tiandu level, and now he is quite interested in it. "Teacher Tang, don't speak so harshly. Isn't this interesting?" At this time, another voice came from the side. This is a burly man with a strong physique and muscles all over his body like a horned dragon. However, he is slightly shorter than Tang Ao by half a head. However, judging from the fluctuations of soul power emanating from his body, this burly man is definitely not weaker than the former. How many? He is none other than Yang Zhuoqi, the current class instructor of Class 3, the 66th level Battle Soul Emperor. Interesting? It's interesting. If it's an open and honest competition, I have no objection, but didn't you hear him talk about sneak attacks in secret? Tang Ao said calmly, with good reason. "Teacher Tang, it seems that your classmate Shen Yanmin started this conflict. What you said is really interesting." Until then, the handsome man who stood aside and had not spoken for a long time also smiled. The man has handsome and strong features, a tall figure, and a gentleness as bookish aura, but the wolf badge on his chest is particularly eye-catching. This person is none other than Qin Ming. Qin Ming's soul power is now level 60, and he has just been promoted to the ranks of Tiandu level teachers. His qualifications are relatively new, but it does not affect him from becoming the head teacher of Tiandu Class 1. It is also for this reason that Qin Ming also made Tang Ao, the head teacher of Class 2, extremely dissatisfied. The latter always thought that it was his turn to lead Tiandu Class 1, but Qin Ming cut him off halfway. Tang Ao spoke lightly, with a tone of contempt in it, "Teacher Qin, you are talking without any pain. Of course, you don't have this trouble when you are parachuted into Tiandu Class 1, but Tiandu class is not just your class. Our Class 2 also needs to compete to become stronger. Qinming smiled when he heard this, but did not speak. Teacher Tang, you seem to be a little resentful. Are you dissatisfied with my transfer of Teacher Qin to Tiandu Class 1? Or are you dissatisfied with my transfer of Shuiyu to Tiandu class? Until this time, the thin old man standing in front of the crowd also spoke. The old man had white hair and beard, a medium build, and although he was thin, his face was ruddy. He was the chief of the Imperial Do Academy's teaching committee, Meng Shenji, whose martial soul was Black Demon, and he was an 86th level fighting soul Douluos of the control department. After these words came out, Tang Ao also fell silent and didn't dare to say anything. Tang Ao's strange behavior immediately made the other teachers understand what was going on, and they all smiled and didn't say anything. Teacher Tang, I know what you are thinking. Don't you just want to buy more time for your students to practice in the simulated environment? Meng Shenji saw through Tang Ao's inner thoughts at a glance and spoke. Tang Ao smiled faintly, but there was no embarrassment on his face. Yes, Chief, I won't talk about the genius students in Class 1. Why do our Class 2 and the weak Class 3 have the same time for mimicry training? Shouldn't we allocate more training time to the strong? Moreover, why can Shuiyu practice in mimicry without limit? Hearing this, Yang Zhuoqi was immediately dissatisfied and snorted, the students in Class 2 are excellent, I admit, but my Class 3 is full of people who eat for free, so they are not worthy of practicing in a mimicry environment. You don't dare to trouble the geniuses in Class 1, so you come to squeeze my Class 3? Do you really think we are soft persimmons? Tang Ao also frowned and said more harshly, I'm sorry, I'm not targeting your Class 3 deliberately, I just said that Class 3 is garbage. Tang Ao, I've said too much. Meng Shenji's face sank, and he stopped him. Shuiyu is an orphan I picked up from an isolated village. Because of special reasons, I gave him more time for mimicry training. Can you see that I gave him more resources and help? Moreover, the training time is unanimously decided by the 3 major education committees. How can you interfere? Chapter 24 Shuiyu is cannon fodder 1. But I just don't accept it. As long as I give my students more training conditions, the achievements they make will definitely not be much worse than those of the first class. In order to produce more talents for the Royal Do Academy, sacrificing some of the third-class students' camouflage training time will not be a big problem. Tang Ao said unconvinced. Tang Ao repeatedly belittled the third class to fight for training conditions for the second class. The reason is to teach more outstanding students to satisfy his own vanity. It's not a bad thing to have such a utilitarian mind. If a man doesn't work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. But Tang Ao went even further today and directly said that Class 3 was rubbish. He wanted to allocate part of Class 3's mimicry training time to Class 2. Such an unfair request completely damaged the interests of the students in Class 3, which Yang Zhuoqi could not accept at all. Upon hearing this, Yang Zhuoqi's face immediately darkened and he scolded in a cold voice, Tang Ao, don't forget your responsibilities. You are a teacher of the academy, not just a teacher of Class 2 of Tiandu, so all students should be treated fairly. The more the two quarreled, the more angry they became. Qinming also hurried to persuade them. Meng Shenji, the chief of the education committee, is now in a big head. It is understandable to strive for better training conditions for his academy, but it shouldn't be like this. After all, the two classes are colleagues. If even the class tutors really tear their faces and make such a fuss, it will not be good for anyone. Meng Shenji certainly hopes that the students of the two classes can get along well, and also wants to treat all students fairly. Glancing at the students in the simulated environment in the distance, Meng Shenji also pondered for a moment, and then slowly said, Tang Ao, the simulated practice time of Tiandu Class 3 cannot be unconditionally allocated to your Class 2, otherwise, will it allow the students of Tianzi and Tianwei levels to improve? I can increase the practice time by 30%, but you need the students of your respective classes to fight for it yourself, and have a 3v3 competition. The winning class will get a reward. As for Shuiyu of Class 3, he must participate. If he wins, he can continue to enjoy unlimited simulated practice, but if he loses, he will be open to him according to the time of Class 3. As soon as the chief of the education committee finished speaking, Tang Ao and Yang Zhuoqi frowned, and the quarrel stopped. Such a decision does sound quite fair, but it is a bit disadvantageous for Class 3. After all, the average level of students in Class 2 is higher than that in Class 3, not to mention the number of places in Class 3, one of them has been given to Shuiyu. Although Yang Zhuoqi has heard of some of Shuiyu's deeds, he knows nothing about the latter's combat power. If it is true that Osman defeated Class 2 as rumored, then there is no problem. But if... Yang Zhuoqi immediately shook his head and said dissatisfiedly, "Chief, I still think it is unfair. If Class 2 loses, 10% of their time should be allocated to our Class 3. Why?" Tang Ao jumped out immediately. "Just because you started this matter first, and your Class 2 is stronger than Class 3, not to mention that our Class 3 can only select 2 students, only this is fair," Yang Zhuoqi said lightly. "In this way, if Class 3 loses, 10% of the time will be allocated to Class 2, if Class 2 loses, 20% of the time will be allocated to Class 3, at the same time, I will also take a year's salary as a reward for the 2 of you, I will let you fight for it." "You and I," said one after another. Meng Shenji was so confused that he couldn't help but said in a deep voice. In this regard, Yang Zhuoqi hesitated for a moment. Class 2 is Class 2 after all. Compared with it, the quality of Class 3 is indeed worse, and the winning rate is not high. On the other hand, Tang Ao grinned and said confidently, "Thank you, Teacher Yang, for your help." Facing Tang Ao's sarcasm, Yang Zhuoqi's face turned cold, and he snorted in his heart, quite angry. He had no objection to the decision of Meng Shenji, the chief of the education committee, and even felt that this was slightly biased towards Class 3 and himself. "Okay, then it's decided. I hope that Teacher Tang can afford to lose by then. I will go to select the personnel first." After saying that, Yang Zhuoqi saluted Meng Shenji slightly, then walked around Tang Ao, nodded to Qin Ming, and turned to leave the pavilion. Tang Ao's mouth corners slightly raised, and he didn't care, and turned to make arrangements. "This is fucking, that instructor Tang Ao is too selfish, he is simply shameless, why did he snatch our mimicry training time? Yes, the average level of their second-class students is much higher than ours, our third class has no winning rate. That is to say, what can we compare with? Fatherly love. It's too much bullying, at worst I will tell my father and let him go through the back door." For a time, the students of Tianda's third class were indignant, and they were all indignant. There was no room for any heroic words. The morale fell to the bottom, and they thought they were doomed to fail. "Brother Xiet, what do you think?" Shuiyu squatted on the ground outside the personnel and said to Shen Jingbing next to him. "What do I think? I'm not Yuan Fang, I can't see it." Shen Jingbing pursed his lips and said unhappily. After a moment, he reacted and muttered to himself, "Hey, why did I mention Yuan Fang? Who is Yuan Fang?" Shuiyu laughed, as long as this guy didn't ask who Xiejian was. Yang Zhuoqi, the instructor of Class 3, saw that everyone was depressed and had no confidence, and sighed helplessly, "It's just a competition. We will lose the battle but not the battle. Shen Jingbing and Wu Tang will participate in this competition." When he heard his name being called, Shen Jingbing stood up immediately and said excitedly, "Teacher Yang, don't worry, I will live up to everyone's expectations and let these guys know how powerful our Class 3 is." Chapter 24 Shuiyu is Cannon Fodder 2. Wu Tang was also full of excitement, eager to try, and asked, "What about the other person? The third person. Yang Zhuoqi hesitated, his eyes somewhat evasive. This third person. This third person is classmate Shuiyu. Hearing that it was herself, Shuiyu's expression instantly turned into a bitter face, with a look of despair, as if she had eaten a fly. The other students were also quite surprised. Why did they choose Shuiyu when there were so many people who didn't choose? Although there were some rumors about Shuiyu, it was still unknown whether they were true or not. Isn't this a bit too hasty? Teacher Yang, I'm a great soul master, so I won't get involved. Shuiyu waved her hand helplessly and said. Hearing this, Yang Zhuoqi was a little embarrassed and couldn't help coughing a few times. There is no way, Shuiyu was personally named by the chief. Anyway, you will be the first to appear, you just need to dodge the attack and consume the opponent's physical and spiritual power. After all, they are almost 10 years older than you. The rest will be left to Shen Jingbing and Wu Teng. Yang Zhuoqi was helpless. Almost all the students in the Tiandu level were not young, either over 20 years old or close to 20 years old, and Shuiyu, who was allowed to enter the academy, was essentially not old enough to enter the Advanced Soul Master Academy. I don't understand how the education committee arranged it. Shuiyu was speechless. It felt like she was a tool and cannon fodder. She thought to herself, don't they know that I know martial arts? Have I beaten up the two Osman brothers? By the way, if I kill all three of the other side, is there any extra reward? Shuiyu's words were shocking, and the surroundings suddenly fell into silence. Everyone stared at him with strange eyes. Even Yang Zhuoqi, who has always been the class teacher, was surprised at this moment. He didn't expect him to brag so much. Shen Jingbing and Wu Teng were shocked and opened their mouths wide, their faces were dull. Damn, did I hear it wrong? Haha, Shuiyu classmate, it's good to be confident, if you can beat one of them, I will give you half a year's, no, a year's salary. The reward is your reward. Yang Zhuoqi laughed dryly twice, jokingly, not to mention a series of 3, as long as we can win the next game, it will be a great success and no shame. Shuiyu shrugged her shoulders and said innocently, Teacher Yang, this is what you said, I remember that Tiandu level teachers can get 3,000 gold soul coins a year. This guy, he really took it. Yang Zhuoqi's forehead was immediately covered with cold sweat, and his palm fell on Shuiyu's shoulder and patted it. Chapter 25 Fighting Soul Competition, Seeking a Follow-up Reading, 1. The news that the second and third classes of Tiandu level students were going to compete for resources was boiling in the entire Tiandu Royal Academy in almost an instant. For a time, countless people rushed to the fighting soul field outside the academy. The scene was crowded and lively. The fighting soul field outside the Tiandu Royal Academy covers a large area. Among the many high-level soul master academies in the entire Tiandu Empire, it can be said to be the largest fighting soul field. Although it was a competition between Tiandu level classes, it still attracted many Tianwei level and Tianzi level students to watch the game. Tiandu level students are divided into 3 classes in total. Class 1 is sparsely populated, and all students are extremely talented and have unlimited growth potential. They have almost been designated as formal members of the first team of the Royal Do team. Tiandu Class 2 is the reserve team, and the members of the Royal Do Team 2 are likely to be selected from it. It is almost extremely difficult to be promoted to the first team. As for Class 3, relatively speaking, it is just some students who have not graduated but have reached level 30 in soul power. The level of soul masters is uneven. They are generally older, and their talents and potential can only be said to be extraordinary. However, even so, the soul fighting between Class 2 and Class 3 is also a good show, so it is still very attractive to most students below the Tiandu level. Although the situation is likely to be one-sided, it is also good to see the masters among the students. In the audience seats around the soul fighting field, Tiandu Class 2 and Class 3 each occupy the corresponding area, and Tianwei level and Tianzi level students occupy the east and west sides of the audience seats respectively. As for the front row, it was automatically vacated because only a few people from Tiandu Class 1 were qualified to sit there. At this time, the venue was filled with discussions and various voices. The students of Tianwei and Tianzi classes were all excitedly staring at the fighting spirits on the arena, their faces filled with excitement and anticipation, waiting for the show to begin. Most of the students of Tiandu Class 2 looked calm and composed, with a half-smile on their faces. In their opinion, the outcome of this fighting spirit was already doomed, and it was not against Class 1, so it was not worth looking forward to. On the other hand, the atmosphere of the people in Class 3 was completely different, and they were all indignant and nervous. They knew the strength of Class 2 Academy very well, and they just hoped to drag at least one of them into the water and not lose miserably. I don't understand, why do such fighting spirits, it's meaningless. On the stand of Class 2, Li Xingtong complained in a boring way, then stretched lazily, her light yellow school uniform fluttering in the wind, showing her beautiful curves. Many female students' eyes lit up when they saw this, not to mention a group of young male students, who were already distracted. The meaning is to let them know how much they are worth. At this time, a cold voice sounded from the side, and a beautiful woman with short purple hair and heroic spirit appeared in the field of vision. The woman was Duguyan. Behind her, Ye Lingling in black clothes and blue hair also stepped out. The Black Panther Oslo and the wind chime bird Yufeng followed closely behind. The two burly figures standing at the back were naturally the Shi brothers. As for the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Yu Tianheng, there was no trace. As the 6 people appeared, the fighting spirit field suddenly became boiling, and exclamations sounded one after another, attracting countless people's attention. As everyone knows, these 6 people are the best among the students, each of them is outstandingly talented and has extraordinary potential. Since they have appeared, it is enough to prove that this good show is worth waiting for. Sister Yan, don't you usually like to join in the fun? Yufeng smiled faintly and said curiously. Duguyan smiled faintly and said, Tianheng is practicing, so I came to take a look. Isn't there someone who has been talking about revenge? Upon hearing this, everyone also laughed. Oslo naturally knew that someone was referring to him, and it was indeed the case. Since he was completely defeated by Shuiyu in the actual combat assessment half a year ago when he had not yet been graded, it became his inner demon and became an obstacle to his practice. After a period of painful suffering, he finally restrained his inner hatred, chose to practice harder, and secretly swore in his heart, one day I will step on Shuiyu under my feet. When he heard that Shuiyu would appear in the fighting spirit competition between Class 2 and Class 3, Oslo finally couldn't bear it and wanted to see with his own eyes how strong Shuiyu was now. So he asked Yu Tianheng to allow him to watch the fighting spirit competition. In this regard, Yu Tianheng naturally did not refuse, and even asked everyone in Class 1 except himself to go to watch. Oslo looked at the position of Class 3, looking for that figure, but looking around, Shuiyu was not there. He frowned and said, Sister Yan, that guy is not here. Duguyan played with her emerald green nails and replied nonchalantly, didn't we know it when the competition started? At this time, a slightly sarcastic voice sounded, he is just an orphan at the level of a great soul master. I really don't know why you care so much. The 6 people looked back suddenly and saw a man with orange hair in a light yellow school uniform also approaching, with a smile on his lips. Oslo glanced at him and said lightly, it turned out to be Prince Shwebian. Why, now you are not eating, drinking, and having fun, but are actually interested in the excitement. Shwebian, the 4th prince of the Tiandu Empire, has a high status and has always been arrogant and domineering. He doesn't like anyone. He usually doesn't do his job and is idle all day. Suddenly coming to watch the fighting soul competition will inevitably attract a lot of attention. Chapter 25, Fighting Soul Competition, Seeking Follow-up Reading, 2. Facing Oslo's ridicule, Shwebang did not refute or get angry, but instead showed a gloomy expression. As the atmosphere in the fighting soul field became extremely hot, the whole venue had already sounded deafening cheers, and many people began to be unable to contain their expectations. At the same time, 3 figures flashed in from each of the east and west entrances of the fighting soul field. The 3 people on the west were Shuyu, Shen Jingbing and Wu Tang from the 3rd class. As for those who came in from the east entrance, they were Shen Yanmin, who had provoked not long ago, Osman, who had been defeated by Shuyu, and a big man with disheveled hair. Judging from the faint soul power fluctuations, the soul power level was at least 35 or above. Shuyu, we meet again, and my good brother. When Shen Yanmin saw Shuyu and Shen Jingbing, he immediately greeted them in a sarcastic tone. Osman did not speak, but just made a gesture of wiping his neck to Shuyu. Shuyu was speechless when she saw this, and secretly sighed that it was a very rustic way of provocation. Brother Xiat, Brother Wu, you can go to the audience to rest. When I get the gold soul coins from Teacher Yang, I will treat you to a big meal. Before the 2 could reply, Shuyu jumped into the field in full view of the crowd, and then stepped on the ground with his feet to confirm the solidity of the floor. As Shuyu entered the field first, there was a commotion in the audience. It's that guy who's leading the charge. Now we can see what kind of chamber pot he is. Maybe he can give us a surprise, maybe a series of 3. How about I open a betting and bet 100 for Shuyu's series of 3? Then I'll bet 100 gold soul coins on Class 2's victory. As Shuyu came on stage, many students were very interested and started to joke and discuss. Some even started gambling directly, hoping to make a fortune. I bet 500 gold soul coins on Shuyu's series of 3. At this time, a woman threw out a purse and placed a bet. The man who opened the betting caught it with a treacherous smile, secretly saying that he was a fool, and continued to shout. Not only him, but many students were waiting to see Shuyu's joke, and some even hoped that he would be beaten up. Who told him to be close to Yelingling? Who told him to use the back door to transfer into the Tiandu level students? Chapter 26 Overwhelming 1. Seeing that Shuyu had already come on stage, Shen Yanmin and Osman smiled at each other, and then they both turned their eyes to the burly man behind them. Although both of them were unhappy with Shuyu and wanted to beat him up, they all agreed that the protagonist would always appear at the end, so let Zhao Ji liven up the atmosphere first. Seeing this, the tall and strong Zhao Ji said to himself, "Wow, these 2 are so calculating." Although he was a little dissatisfied, Zhao Ji could only consciously walk up to the fighting stage, looked at Shuyu standing opposite, and said jokingly, "Shuyu, I heard that you have confronted Shen Yanmin and beaten Oslo, please be gentle." Zhao Ji was really cunning. Not only did he mock Shuyu with one sentence, he also insulted Oslo and Shen Yanmin. Shen Yanmin and Osman in the audience looked as if they had eaten a dead fly. They looked so ugly that they wanted to rush to the stage immediately and teach this dead boy a lesson. Shuyu didn't care and smiled slightly. Anyway, the other party would be kicked off the stage soon, so he didn't bother to argue with him about these things. At this time, under the arrangement of Meng Shenji, the Tianzi level teacher Sun Baihu came to the fighting spirit stage as an independent referee. After confirming that Shuyu and Zhao Ji were both ready, Sun Baihu also shouted loudly, "Open the martial spirit." As soon as Sun Baihu finished speaking, Zhao Ji also directly opened the martial spirit. Weapon martial spirit, iron handle golden spear appeared immediately now. Zhao Ji grabbed it, and then pointed at Shuyu, laughing, "Zhao Ji, 36th level fighting soul master. Shuyu, accept the judgment of fate, ha ha ha." This guy, more or less a bit of a second-year syndrome. Shuyu sweated a drop of cold sweat, and there was silence in the audience. Even Sun Baihu, the referee, was speechless for a moment. Seeing that Shuyu had not yet revealed her martial soul, Sun Baihu asked in confusion, "Shuyu, are you not ready yet? Why don't you reveal your martial soul?" "It's okay, I shouldn't need my martial soul." Shuyu smiled harmlessly after saying this, which made Zhao Ji, who saw it, furious. This guy is so arrogant. How dare he despise him? Good boy, I will let you know what despair is. Zhao Ji gritted his teeth after hearing this. The fighting spirit begins. As Sun Baiu's announcement fell, Zhao Ji rushed out directly holding the iron-handled golden spear. As he swung the iron-handled golden spear, the air could not help but make a sharp sound of breaking wind, causing the space to tremble a few times, and it attacked Shuiyu. Seeing the opponent's attack coming fiercely, Shuiyu was not panicked at all. At the moment when Zhao Ji's attack was about to reach her, Shuiyu suddenly raised her left arm and went straight to meet it. What the hell is this, Shuiyu? Just block it with your hand. It's useless, this arm must be broken. When Shuiyu used her body to block Zhao Ji's iron-handled golden spear, the audience was in an uproar. Even Ye Lingling, who was sitting in the front, suddenly felt nervous and began to worry. Clang! A clanging sound of metal collision sounded. Shuiyu was unharmed and still stood there, without moving. The raised left arm was wrapped in a layer of dark blue, indestructible, and blocked the chopping of the iron-handled golden spear. Locking onto Zhao Ji. Shuiyu smiled evilly and whispered, I forgot to say, Shuiyu, a 21st level Great Soul Master, please teach me. Zhao Ji's pupils shrank sharply when he heard this. Shuiyu swung her right fist and directly blocked Zhao Ji's attack. Under the terrifying physical strength, Zhao Ji couldn't help but retreat several steps before finally stabilizing his body. Swish! Just as he was about to swing the iron-handled golden spear again, a sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded. Shuiyu stepped lightly on her toes and turned into a residual image, appearing next to Zhao Ji in the blink of an eye. Buzz accompanied by a low voice, a pale white halo suddenly enveloped Shuiyu's right fist. Shuiyu swung her right fist suddenly and hit Zhao Ji's chest directly. The dense spider web-like cracks spread and spread. Crack! A sound like glass breaking sounded, and the strong and terrifying shock force immediately raged from Zhao Ji's chest to his limbs and bones, tearing them apart in a flash. At this moment, the horror in Zhao Ji's heart rushed out with thousands of divine beasts, and severe pain spread throughout his body. The whole person suddenly flew out like a cannonball, directly smashing a huge dent in the wall of the fighting spirit arena, and his whole body was embedded in it. Boom! After Zhao Ji landed, he hit the ground hard, causing the ground to collapse, and smoke and dust rolled. In an instant, the entire fighting spirit arena fell into a dead silence, and you could hear a pin drop. As the smoke and dust dissipated, Zhao Ji collapsed on the ground for a long time without getting up, his whole body was still twitching, and his face was as pale as a piece of paper. The students in Class 2 were directly shocked by this scene, staring at the twitching Zhao Ji in amazement, with huge waves in their hearts, and it took a long time to calm down. Just one punch, and Zhao Ji was knocked down? What kind of power is this? They looked at Shuiyu with eyes full of disbelief. At this moment, Shuiyu was still standing quietly on the stage, smiling at the defeated Zhao Ji. At this moment, Shuiyu was like a sun god, emitting dazzling light all over her body, illuminating the entire fighting spirit field. In the silent center of the fighting spirit field, Shuiyu turned her eyes to the referee Sun Baiu and said, Teacher Sun, can the result be announced? Sun Baiu was still in shock until Shuiyu reminded him, and then he came back to his senses and quickly announced, the winner of this fighting spirit is Shuiyu. My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, it will be more exciting later. Chapter 26 Overwhelming 2 Douluos title Whitebeard, __. As soon as the announcement was made, the audience suddenly burst into thunderous applause and cheers, which were deafening. This, he got paid. Could it be that Zhao Ji deliberately let the game go? It's ridiculous. Hey? Go and see Zhao Ji, who is like a dead dog. Would you play a fake match to this extent? Shen Yanmin, who was waiting at the east entrance of the fighting arena, had a face full of question marks and disbelief. Fuck, this is too far from the world. Oslo stroked his forehead and muttered to himself, I seem to be the same at the beginning, too miserable. In the audience in front, Yelingling couldn't help covering her mouth, with a very bright smile on her face. The previous worries were swept away, leaving only excitement. Yu Feng and the two brothers of the Shi family were puzzled by this. This Shuiyu has become stronger again. At this time, Oslo frowned and said seriously, I think it should be Zhao Ji who made a big mistake of underestimating the enemy. G. This guy was knocked back with a punch. Indeed, that Zhao Ji is too arrogant and too stupid. As for Duguyan, her eyebrows were slightly furrowed and her expression was quite wonderful. She never expected that Shui Yu would become so powerful. Sister Zhao Yan said so, as long as the two people behind them use their full strength, they should be able to defeat the water. No, he will still win. Before Yu Feng could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Yelingling. Yelingling stared at the high-spirited and calm young man in the field, as if there was light in his eyes. If you like Douluos titled Whitebeard, Shattering Godhead, please collect it, m.38xs.com. Douluos titled Whitebeard, Shattering Godhead 38 novel has the fastest update speed on the internet. Chapter 27, Be My Son 1_Douluos titled Whitebeard, author's Attack of the Lazy Donkey 38 novel, m.38xs.com. This kid Shuiyu, is he so strong? Shen Jingbing and Wu Tang looked at each other, and they both saw shock in each other's pupils. Not only the two of them, but the entire third class of the academy were shocked, and bursts of cheers resounded. Shuiyu, you're so good! Yang Zhuoqi, the instructor of Class 3, glanced at the cheering crowd, then moved his gaze to Shuiyu standing in the field, with a faint smile on his lips. No matter how Shuiyu won, it was still for Team 3 to take the lead. At this moment, Yang Zhuoqi really hoped that Shuiyu could take away his year's teacher's salary. The medical staff quickly carried a stretcher and carried Zhao Ji off, who was lying limply on the ground. The second class of the academy thought they had lost face and kept silent. They no longer had the arrogance they had at the beginning. Shuiyu, who was standing on the soul fighting stage with a calm voice, looked at Shen Yanmin and Osman at the east entrance with great calmness, and let out a war roar, next one. The roar fell, and the atmosphere in the spirit fighting arena became high again. The boiling point rose again. The cheers became louder and louder. Some people even shouted directly, "Come on Shuiyu! Shuiyu will win!" At this moment, Shuiyu seemed to be like a bright star, shining brightly on all the teachers and students in the school, making all the students couldn't help but shout crazily for it. Shen Yanmin and Osman looked at each other with gloomy expressions. Finally, Shen Yanmin took the lead and said, "Osman, how about you go first?" "Me first." When Osman heard this, a look of indifference appeared on his face. "Classmate Shen Yanmin, what do you mean by this? Did I hear you correctly? What? Are you scared?" Shen Yanmin sneered, "Since you don't dare, I don't mind if I go first, but if I do, you won't have the chance to avenge your shame, tisk tisk." "Humph! If I go, I'll go." Osman snorted coldly, clenched his fists, his eyes bursting with anger, and jumped directly onto the soul fighting platform. Seeing Osman appear on the stage, Shen Yanmin couldn't help but sneer and said to himself, "Humph! Osman, oh Osman, is really a fool, he will be fooled as soon as he uses provocation." The second game, Shuiyu vs Osman, show off his martial arts spirit. Ho ho! Possessed by the martial spirit Black Panther, Osman seemed to have turned into a huge black leopard, looking up to the sky and roaring, full of wild and dangerous aura. Not to be outdone, Shuiyu put her hands behind her back, a sharp cold light burst out from her eyes, and slightly bent her right foot, ready to go, but still did not release her martial spirit. The soul fighting begins. Seeing that the two students were ready, Sun Baihu announced loudly. Shuiyu, I want you to know what will happen if you anger me, Osman. As soon as the announcement was made, Osman's eyes flashed, exuding terrifying power, and his body rushed towards Shuiyu like a cheetah, as fast as lightning, with a force that broke through the air. With Zhao Ji's lessons learned and the experience of the last battle, Osman did not dare to underestimate him and directly fought with all his strength from the beginning. Ghost Leopard kills instantly. Osman directly released the third soul skill, and suddenly gathered momentum while galloping, condensing the dark attribute soul power. Swish! He knew that fighting Shuiyu in close combat would result in serious injuries with one punch, so this time he was determined to use long-range consumption. With the advantage of speed, he looked for Shuiyu's breaking move, and then Ghost Leopard's instant slash flew past Shuiyu's side like a shadow, bringing out a series of afterimages, and finally turned into the sky-hanging claw light and howled out. Click! Shuiyu's right fist slammed into the air, like breaking a transparent mirror, directly shattering the Xiantian claw light. Osman's expression changed. His third soul skill was actually broken by Shuiyu again, and he couldn't help being shocked. The second soul skill, Ghost Shadow Claw. Osman's body accelerated suddenly, like a ghost, with extremely weird movements. He appeared in front of Shuiyu in an instant, and brought a cold and biting wind wave with his right hand, grabbing directly towards Shuiyu's chest. Why is it a broken claw again? Shuiyu shouted coldly and retreated sharply. At the same time, his left hand was like a pistol. The water soul power condensed into liquid, and then splashed out from the fingertips, flying directly towards Osman's left shoulder. Bang! The powerful puncture droplet flew away, and Osman was immediately frightened and quickly prepared to avoid it. But even so, his left shoulder was still scratched by the puncture fluid droplets, leaving a medium-deep blood mark. Osman secretly thought he was lucky. The puncture force of this droplet was extremely strong. If his body had not dodged in time, his entire left shoulder might have been directly pierced. Hide? Can you hide? Shuiyu sneered the next moment, his hands shook rapidly, and the soul power surged, turning into a stream of water iron cannons that whistled and shot at Osman like raindrops. Many piercing droplets shot at him, and Osman was anxious and kept dodging, but the piercing droplets came one after another. Every time he dodged a drop, the next one would continue to shoot out, leaving him no room to hide. Boom boom boom. This time, the multiple water iron cannons were not as powerful as the single or double water iron cannons, and the piercing was also dispersed, but it was not without damage. The piercing liquids directly broke through Osman's clothes, and then hit the skin, making shallow blood holes one after another. Damn it! Osman couldn't help but curse. This kind of pain was even more uncomfortable than killing himself. What? Don't you think it's not powerful enough? Shuiyu's mouth showed a hint of sarcasm, and she stepped on the ground and rushed out. Her speed increased several times, and she arrived in front of Osman in the blink of an eye. Chapter 27 Be My Son 2. Armament haki wrapped around his right fist, and the hardness was no less than that of fine iron. The next moment, Shuiyu swung a fist as big as a sandbag, carrying a force of 10,000 kilograms and smashing it directly into Osman's face. Bang! Osman hastily raised his hand to block, but his fist collided fiercely with his right arm. Kaka! There was a sound of bone fracture from the fist, and Osman only felt a violent force passing along his right arm to his face, and a piercing pain spread throughout his body. Osman spurted blood with a puff sound, and his whole body flew backwards unsteadily, rolling heavily on the fighting stage for several rounds before he finally stopped. If he rolled even half a round more, he would fall directly off the stage. Forcing himself to stand up, Osman seemed to have gone crazy, staring at Shuiyu with red eyes. He lost again in this confrontation. You. Osman gritted his teeth and asked. What's wrong with me? Shuiyu looked at Osman calmly, and then walked slowly step by step. With every step, the terrifying sense of oppression increased. Osman felt as if he was locked by a beast, and could only watch it approach, but he could not resist at all. He had lost the idea of resistance. In front of absolute strength, everything was pale and ridiculous. At this moment, Shuiyu suddenly stopped and stared at Osman, with no ripples in his deep eyes. The next moment, he grinned, stretched out his right hand, and said, "You are awesome, be my son." Chapter 28 Wuhan Mad Lion 1. When these words came out, the whole audience was shocked, and countless people gasped. In the audience, Osro, as a younger brother, couldn't help but burst out directly, but fortunately he was held back by the Shi brothers. Even Meng Shenji, the chief of the education committee who was watching from afar, narrowed his eyes. What's going on? How could Shuiyu be so powerful? And she hasn't even used her martial spirit. Class 2 instructor Tang Ao was also extremely shocked. He was stunned for a long time before he could not help but speak. Did they use some conspiracy to poison him in advance? It's absolutely impossible. Although Yang Zhuoqi was also shocked, he immediately shouted in dissatisfaction after hearing Tang Ao's words, "Donald Duck, don't talk nonsense. Shuiyu defeated Osman before the second soul ring some time ago. Now the soul power is 21st level. Can't he win?" Hearing this, Tang Ao also paused and frowned, saying, "I'm not saying that he can't win, but his martial soul hasn't even been lit. Isn't this too fake?" Yang Zhuoqi didn't care about anything and directly retorted, "There are people outside the world, but we are frogs in the well." Just when Tang Ao was about to argue, Meng Shenji interrupted and said, "Why did you bring this orphan with no background back to the academy?" Yang Zhuoqi and Tang Ao shook their heads when they heard it. Meng Shenji stroked his beard and smiled faintly, saying, "This kid has a special bloodline. His martial soul is not so much water as water. He can freely control his soul power and transform it into water, which is even rarer than a mutated martial soul. What's funny is that some people still think he has no martial soul, the power that caused the air shock and the water droplets with strong piercing power. You have seen it before, I guess that's his special feature. Isn't this too much?" Tang Ao looked incredible. Yang Zhuoqi also looked wonderful, obviously surprised again. This is the first time he has heard of such a strange martial soul ability. No wonder the three major education committees allowed an orphan who was not a noble king to study in the academy and gave him some privileges. Let's watch the next third game first. Maybe there will really be a series of 3 endings. With Meng Shenji after the machine finished speaking, Tang Ao and Yang Zhuoqi had to shut up and cast their eyes on the fighting arena again. The edge of the fighting arena at this moment. "You." Osman was shocked when he heard the words, his eyes widened, full of disbelief, and then he was furious. "Dream on." His tone was very firm, without any hesitation. Shuiyu's words were a complete insult to him, which was even more infuriating than killing him. Osman's self-esteem was so proud, how could Shuiyu's trampling and destruction like this not make him furious and hateful? "Shuiyu, although you beat me, you can't humiliate me in this way." Osman's eyes were full of anger, resentment, and hatred. Then, he was seen enduring the pain in his body, turning over and falling, and hitting the ground under the stage heavily. Seeing Osman lying on the ground in a mess, Shuiyu couldn't help but be stunned, as if accepting a son now would indeed make people feel that it was an insult. He immediately realized that his words were really provocative. Shuiyu shook his head gently, thinking, "It seems that I should wait until I have enough strength before taking a son, otherwise I am afraid that I will become the mortal enemy of many soul masters. If you win, you win, why insult others like this? Yes, don't lose face as a loser. You still take someone as a son, is it because you are infertile? This Shuiyu is really ignorant of the depths of the world, it's really too much." The people in the audience also started to discuss, and the discussions were one after another. Hearing the discussions of the crowd in the audience, Shuiyu was also distressed. It seemed that this matter could not be resolved peacefully. After a moment of shock, the referee teacher Sun Baihu couldn't help looking at Shuiyu and whispered, "Shuiyu, you are a bit too much." Hearing this, Shuiyu also showed an awkward smile and scratched his head. "The winner is Shuiyu." The referee teacher Sun Baihu waved his hand at Shuiyu, and immediately shifted his attention, announcing loudly, "For the third match, please go on stage, the last student of class 2. As the announcement fell, Shen Yanmin, under the gaze of many students, walked onto the stage with heavy steps. "I can't believe that you hid so deeply and got a double kill directly, however, that's all. I will become the Terminator, so be prepared." Shen Yanmin stood on the stage, pointed at Shuiyu and sneered, with a look of disdain and contempt on his face. Shuiyu also smiled helplessly and said, "Don't you think you talk too much nonsense?" Hearing Shuiyu's sarcasm, Shen Yanmin was a little angry and said, "What did you say? You are looking for death?" Shen Yanmin's eyes condensed, and the powerful soul power in his body surged, and there was a ferocious lion roar faintly. Then, 2 yellow and 1 purple 3 dazzling soul rings accompanied by the lion's phantom rose from behind him, and a strong sense of oppression came to his face. Martial Soul, Crazy Lion, a more domineering attack-type beast. Martial Soul, with wild and domineering power, strong defense and recovery. After the Martial Soul was possessed, Shen Yanmin also said to Shuiyu, "Shen Yanmin, 39th level Battle Soul Master, please." If the 39th level Soul Master was not very old, he might be assigned to Tien to Class 1. Shuiyu frowned slightly. The wild aura that came over him was quite powerful. No wonder he was the last to appear. It turned out that he had some strength. Chapter 28 Martial Soul Mad Lion 2. I just don't know, who is more powerful now, him or Yu Tianheng. Shuiyu was fearless, his eyes were full of fighting spirit, the soul power in his body surged wildly, and the water vapor around him was also mobilized at this moment. The fighting spirit begins. After the announcement, Shen Yanmin urged the soul power in his body, stomped his feet on the ground, and his figure rushed out like a sharp arrow from a string, like a mad lion going down the mountain, with bursts of wind-breaking sound. Shuiyu was not flustered, and the armed color domineering aura immediately possessed her body, and her arms were covered with dark blue, facing the front. Bang! Fists and feet collided, and a clanging sound arose. Suddenly, a wave of air came and spread out to the outside of the fighting arena, raising a strong wind. Creak! The two competed in strength, and a crisp sound like bones breaking came from the contact point of fists and feet. Humph! He is just a great soul master. Shen Yanmin snorted coldly, and his body jumped up with the force, and his fists blasted towards Shuiyu's face with a sharp whistling sound. Shuiyu did not dare to neglect it, and dodged in a hurry. First soul skill, Crazy Lion Crack. Seeing that he had missed, Shen Yanmin took advantage of the situation to perform the first soul skill, and his strength and destructive power instantly rose by more than 1 level. The lion's shadow roared, and its huge claws stretched out, like a mad lion hunting, carrying gusts of wind, and went straight to tear Shuiyu's vitals. Obviously, he wanted to kill with 1 blow, and cut Shuiyu under his palm with the most brutal posture. But Shuiyu was not a vegetarian. The fist hardened by the armed color was swung, and suddenly met Shen Yanmin's mad lion crack, making a dull collision sound. The two of them fell into a white-hot close combat, and for a while, the soul power was agitated, setting off waves of energy impact. If you like, Shattering the Godhead, please collect it, m.38xs.com. The Douluos titled Whitebeard, Shattering Godhead 38 novel has the fastest update speed on the internet. Chapter 29 The second soul skill, Water Wave 1 _Douluos titled Whitebeard, _author's Attack of the Lazy Donkey _38 novel, m.38xs.com. What a collision! Many Tianzi level and Tianwei level students were secretly shocked. Sure enough, there was still a certain gap between them and Tiandu level students. They thought that they could not achieve this level. However, in the auditorium in front, Douluos and others also noticed something strange. Then Shui Yu was able to withstand the explosion powered by Shen Yanmin's soul skills with just the strength of her arms, without even using any of her previous powers. This kid is very extraordinary. He is just testing Shen Yanmin's score. Yes, I can see that he is very capable. While they were talking, Shen Yanmin, who was exerting all his strength on the stage, also noticed something was wrong. The Shui Yu in front of him didn't seem to use all his strength at all. Could it be that it was just to test his strength? The third soul skill, Mad Lion Domination Fist. Thinking of this, Shen Yanmin also felt secretly resentful. This Shui Yu is so hateful and arrogant, and she is still testing him now. How can he endure this? But he was also very strange. Every time he collided, it was like he was hitting an indestructible steel plate, and even his bones hurt. Since you are seeking death, you can't blame me. Shen Yanmin showed a ferocious expression and roared. His powerful soul power was injected into his fist crazily, and then a lion's roar rang out, which shook the sky and made the entire soul fighting platform tremble. A punch was thrown out, and a huge fist shadow roared out, followed closely by the phantom shadow of a violent male lion, like a wild lion coming out of its cage, with an astonishing momentum. This is the soul ring skill that Shen Yanmin obtained from a 1,000-year-old powerful gorilla. It is already extremely powerful and can crack the ground and destroy rocks, not to mention that he has also increased the power of the Mad Lion Fist by injecting more soul power. Click! The crisp sound of broken glass resounded, and in the space in front of the Mad Lion Fist, dense spider web cracks spread, and then directly shook and exploded. At that moment, Shen Yanmin saw the violent shock force of his own fist ripple out from the shadow of his fist, and the Mad Lion Fist collapsed directly, turning into phantom fragments and dissipating away. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he only heard Shui Yu's voice faintly. This is the last one, let me show you my second soul skill. Shen Yanmin suddenly felt a chill in his heart, and immediately used his second soul skill to strengthen his attributes, intending to use it to resist Shui Yu's attack. I saw Shui Yu clasping his hands together, and his soul power surged out. A water wave that quickly rotated and rose into the sky like a tornado immediately enveloped his body. The water curtain was so spectacular that only a human figure could be vaguely seen in it. The next moment, the violent water flow spun out at an extremely fast speed, forming a huge whirlpool and sucking Shen Yanmin into it. Under Shui Yu's control, the violent water in the sky suddenly spread like a waterfall from the sky, spreading wantonly and falling crazily. Shen Yanmin's face darkened, and he had no choice but to defend with all his strength, but to no avail. The violent water waves fell with lightning speed, engulfing him in an instant, constantly invading and washing away his body and bones, as if to tear his body apart. Shen Yanmin's body was twisted in violent trembling, and his bones and muscles were continuously squeezed by the severe pain. His whole body was washed off the stage by the rushing water. The shrill screams continued to echo in the spirit fighting arena. As the water curtain in the sky slowly dissipated, Shui Yu's figure appeared again in the shocked eyes of everyone. Hu! Shui Yu breathed a long sigh of relief and showed a faint smile. Seeing this scene, all the spectators present could not help but hold their breath, their hearts were beating fast, their eyes were wide open, and their faces were full of disbelief. The entire soul fighting arena fell into silence, with only Shen Yanmin's miserable screams still echoing in the soul fighting arena. This silence was broken with a burst of boiling screams and cheers. At this moment, except for the students from Tiandu Class 1 and 2, all the other students were full of excitement and excitement. We won, that's great, I knew we would win. Shen Jingbing shouted excitedly. Wu Tang was also full of excitement, Shui Yu is so awesome. Water moon, water moon, water moon. The Tiandu Class 3 area in the auditorium erupted with roars like a mountain roar and a tsunami. All the students from Tiandu Class 3 stood up, danced and shouted, with faces full of pride and pride. No one expected that the ending would be like this. When countless people were not optimistic, Shui Yu killed Zhao Ji, Osman, and Shen Yanmin of Class 2 in a 1-on-3 fight, bringing Class 3 the final victory. At the same time, it was precisely because of this victory that Class 3 was granted an additional 50% training time in the mimetic environment. The training speed bonus in the mimic environment is a huge benefit. Not to mention, the actual fighting spirit competition is also extremely shocking and exciting. Some are happy and some are sad. Just like the student who was sitting in the bank setting up a gambling game, his face was covered with black lines and his face was ashen, and he wanted to slap himself hard. The total number of gold soul coins bet was less than 7,000. As a result, Shui's 3 strings had odds of 1:100, and someone else bet 500 gold soul coins. Now, he would directly lose 50,000 gold soul coins. Currency. They were all children of the nobility, and they would meet each other every day. He couldn't play tricks, so he could only secretly hate Shuiyu. The noise was still boiling. In a special position in the audience seats in front, Duguyan stared blankly at Shuiyu's figure in the field, frowning slightly, and didn't know what she was thinking. Next to her, Ye Lingling's cheeks were slightly red, her mouth was smiling, and there were stars in her eyes, which made her look extremely gentle and beautiful. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading, and it will be more exciting later. Chapter 29 Second Soul Skill, Water Rush Wave 2. In the other 4 seats behind Ye Lingling and Duguyan, Osro had a blank expression and frowned, while Yu Feng and the 3 brothers of the Shi family were a little surprised. As for the 4th Prince Xuebeng, he stood up and disappeared in the fighting spirit field. Just as everyone was boiling, in an area with a good view in the field, the chief of the teaching committee and several teachers of the Royal Fighting Academy were somewhat silent. Yang Zhuoqi was confused and was still in a state of shock. He had not recovered for a long time. As for Tang Ao, he was dumbfounded and stood there stupidly, unable to say a word. Meng Shenji glanced at the 2 of them and smiled without saying a word. You know, he saw with his own eyes that Shui Yu, as a child, unconsciously released a stream of water like a vast waterfall, and it was no problem to flood the 7 armies. Otherwise, who would go against the crowd and arrange an orphan with no talent and no background to the Royal Fighting Academy? Wouldn't it be better to just throw him to an ordinary junior soul master academy or orphanage? Who would bother with this? At this moment, Meng Shenji was more convinced that his decision was right. Fuck, too strong, Shuiyu is too strong. It was not until this moment that Yang Zhuoqi, the instructor of Shuiyu class, reacted. In addition to being excited, he couldn't help but swear. Tang Ao, who couldn't bear to see others do well, immediately pursed his lips and sneered, "What are you happy about? He is over 11 years old, and he is only at the level of a great soul master. Even if he is a genius, he has to grow up. Although it is a rare genius to reach the 21st level of soul power at the age of 11, Tang Ao, who was frustrated, just didn't want to admit it. So what? At least now he has killed 3 soul masters in your 2nd class at the level of a great soul master, so you are just stubborn." Yang Zhuoqi danced with joy, and he no longer looked like a teacher. You. Tang Ao was speechless for a while, his face full of anger. Meng Shenji also shook his head and smiled faintly. Tang Ao, admit defeat. Chapter 30 Conversation 1. With the end of the fighting spirit competition, Shuiyu was quickly taken to the education committee hall. At this time, there were only the chief of the education committee and 2 Tiandu level teachers in the huge hall. Hello, chief of the education committee. Shuiyu was also a person who knew etiquette. After seeing the chief of the education committee, he immediately saluted. Meng Shenji smiled and nodded upon hearing this, and then said, "Not bad, a promising young man." Shuiyu scratched his head and said, Lucky, lucky. As soon as the word lucky came out, Tang Ao, the instructor of Class 2, couldn't help but said sarcastically, Shuiyu, it's good to know that it was lucky. You should know that the road to becoming a powerful soul master is still very long. You can't become a titled Douluo just by luck. In response, Shuiyu just smiled indifferently and said, even if I stop at the level of a great soul master in this life, it doesn't mean that I will be weak and bullied. Instead of worrying about the boy, Instructor Tang Ao might as well spend more time cultivating the genius of Class 2, so as not to embarrass himself again. Tang Ao was a little angry upon hearing this, but the facts were there, and he could do nothing about the other party, so he could only glare at Shuiyu fiercely. Meng Shenji frowned slightly when he heard this. He obviously didn't expect Shuiyu to be so arrogant and dare to refute Tang Ao like this. Then, he waved his hand and smiled, how has your life been in the academy these years? Not bad. Shuiyu answered perfunctorily, but in his heart he really wanted to say, how have I been doing these years, don't you know? That's not bad. Meng Shenji nodded gently, with a touch of admiration flashing in his eyes. With just a few words, he could see that Shuiyu now had a mature mind beyond his peers. Although he was less than 11 years old, he was already like an adult who had experienced a lot of things, whether it was principles of doing things or thinking about problems. In this way, many things would be easier to say. I know that you have been looked down upon a lot over the years. There are indeed many conflicts among the students, especially between the various noble forces, where undercurrents are surging. It would be best if you could stay out of it, but if it is really unavoidable, I hope you can follow your heart. As Meng Shenji finished speaking, Shuiyu also understood. He probably knows these things better than anyone else on the continent. In the near future, the Wuhan Empire will also be established. By then at that time, a great war will sweep across the entire Douluo continent. At that time, all lives will be destroyed and blood will flow like a river. I don't know how many lives will perish in that disaster. Even the top leaders cannot avoid it. So the most urgent task is to improve strength and gain the power to protect themselves. If he has enough power at that time, Shuiyu also plans to establish an alliance, or a pirate group, to collect a bunch of sons and become the freest person on this continent. Because he inherited the talent and ability of his father, Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, and became a person with the ability of the tremor fruit, if he becomes a titled Douluo one day, he must take the title Whitebeard, and the name of the pirate group will naturally be the Whitebeard Pirates. I will follow the teachings of the chief of the education committee. Shuiyu replied respectfully. Tisk. Seeing this, Tang Ao immediately curled his lips and sneered, looking at Shuiyu with contempt, pretending. Hearing this, Shuiyu raised her eyebrows slightly, a sharp look flashed in her eyes, and looked at Tang Ao with a look of hostility. I say, Tang Ao, what are you talking about? If there is something wrong with your brain, just hit it against the wall, and stop barking here. You dare to scold me? Tang Ao was furious when he heard this, glaring at Shuiyu. He was a dignified Tiandu-level teacher in the academy, and he thought he was of noble status, but he was insulted by such a small character like an ant. Tang Ao, what's wrong with scolding you? You don't even have the heart of a teacher. Seeing Tang Ao angry and vaguely showing signs of attacking his own student, Yang Zhuoqi on the side immediately stood up to defend him, and then looked at Shuiyu. Shuiyu, well said, this guy only knows how to sneer, what a crap. Tang Ao gritted his teeth for a while. Yang Zhuoqi. Enough. The quarrel intensified. Meng Shenji suddenly scolded, and the momentum and pressure of Seoul Douluo immediately enveloped the whole scene, making Tang Ao and Yang Zhuoqi silent instantly, standing there obediently, not daring to speak. Then, Meng Shenji patted Shuiyu on the shoulder, smiled kindly and said, Shuiyu, don't be influenced by others. Shuiyu nodded gently. Today, you showed me a very wonderful fighting spirit. Now, no one should have any objection to your transfer to the Tiandu level. Having said this, Meng Shenji paused for a moment, and then said in a serious tone, "However, my expectations for you do not stop here. I hope that one day you can stand on the top of the continent and lead our Royal Do Academy into a new era. Before that, you still need enough room for growth. You are not enough now. I hope you can settle down, practice hard, and wait for the opportunity to come, and then make a splash." Shui Yu always felt that something was wrong with Meng Shenji's earnest words, and it seemed that there was something in these words. However, he could not be sure what these words meant. "Okay, go ahead, I hope to see you become a member of the Royal Do team in a year." At the end, Meng Shenji waved his hand again, indicating that Shui Yu could leave. Shui Yu bowed slightly, and then turned to leave. Before leaving, he looked back at Yang Zhuoqi and found that the latter was looking at him with a gentle smile on his face. Shui Yu was slightly startled, then smiled slightly, and then left quickly. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. Chapter 30 Conversation 2. In the simulated environment. As a breeze blew, fine ripples spread in all directions, like water ripples, spreading outward. Kaka. The crisp sound of glass breaking sounded, and dense spider web cracks spread over the lake. Then, a strong air shock was transmitted, and the whole space was shaking, as if it was about to fall. Many people also felt the strong vibration, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. What's going on? Everyone wondered in confusion. At this moment, Shui Yu stood in the center of the rippling lake, staring at the pale white halo covering her fist, with a serious expression. The power of shock is indeed the most destructive. Since my soul power reached level 21, I feel that it has completely reached more than one level. Just injecting the amount of soul power consumed by the second soul skill can actually cause the sky to vibrate. Touching his chin, Shui Yu muttered to himself, and then a sense of determination emerged in his eyes. Spinning, jumping. Shui Yu came to the giant tree by the lake again, hitting the thick trunk very regularly, making a series of muffled sounds. Day after day, punching the trunk has made a deep dent, and these dents are still increasing. This is just the result of daily training, without the addition of armed color or shock power, otherwise the giant tree would have been smashed to pieces. Punching again and again, until his arms were sore, Shui Yu was still unwilling to give up this way of exercise, completely immersed in this hearty and refreshing feeling. Chapter 31 Revenge or Get Rich 1. Training is over. Shui Yu is also preparing to go back to the dormitory to make some adjustments. When she walked downstairs of the dormitory, she found two people standing at the gate, with a fierce look on their faces, as if they were squatting. I don't know which little bastard was targeted by these two big guys. I'll go over and ask. After muttering a few words to herself, Shui Yu also walked forward and asked. Two big brothers, what are you doing here? One of these two people is a big beard and the other is a big fat man, and they don't look easy to mess with. Brother Feng, I said this kid will definitely show up, as expected. The fat man laughed loudly, his eyes narrowed into a slit, looking at the big beard. Brother Long is indeed a master of foresight. I am ashamed of myself. The bearded man replied. Brother Long? Brother Feng? Could it be the legendary crouching dragon and phoenix? Shui Yu looked at the fat man and the bearded man in confusion, and asked tentatively, are you looking for me? Shui Yu, His Highness Xuebeng invites you, please follow us obediently. Avalanche? It turned out to be the fourth Prince Xuebeng. Shui Yu's eyes turned, and she also understood who they were talking about. However, what exactly did this fourth prince want to do with her? It must be that he has bad intentions. I won't go. Shui Yu refused. The two frowned and were about to make trouble. Brother Long, why waste words, just do it directly. The bearded man was also impatient, and 4 soul rings, 3 yellow and 1 purple, lit up, and the earth phoenix bird martial spirit possessed him. That's right, let's tie him up. After saying that, the fat man also clenched his fists, and a creaking sound came out immediately. The earth dragon turtle martial spirit, accompanied by 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings, also blessed his body. Boy, I'm sorry, His Highness said that today I have to tie you up. After saying that, the fat man punched hard, and the fist wind brought a sound of breaking through the air. The bearded man followed closely. Both of them are at the level of 4 ring soul lords. Seeing this situation, how could Shuyu just sit there and wait for death? The second soul skill, Water Rush Wave. Shuyu's eyes suddenly opened, and a strong soul power burst out from her body, turning into a rain curtain all over the sky. The water waves rotated rapidly and spread from top to bottom. The fat man and the bearded man instantly felt a dangerous breath coming towards them. You know, the water rush wave defeated the Tienda level Oslo with 1 blow. Even when facing a soul lord, its power should not be underestimated. Hwalala! The sound of water waves hitting the ground was heard, and in that instant, the fat man and the bearded man were swept into the air by the water curtain shock wave. The two lost their balance in the air, but Shuyu was the opposite. The armed color was strengthened, and a fierce killing punch was thrown directly, hitting the fat man's face like lightning, and several bloody teeth were spit out. Shuyu was also very satisfied, the effect was better than he expected. Then, he turned around and accumulated strength, ready to shoot in the air. Bang! The bearded man's body was directly knocked away, and he fell to the ground and groaned in pain. Shuyu was also surprised. Both of them were soul masters. Even if they couldn't withstand the water waves, they wouldn't be so miserable. Sure enough, the soul masters were so terrifying. But the 2 soul masters, Wolong and Feng Chu, were not even as good as Osman, a soul master. You, how can you be so powerful? The bearded man covered his bleeding nostrils and looked at Shuyu in horror. Isn't this guy a great soul master? How could it be? The bearded man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, horrified. Prince Xuebeng said that Shuyu was just a great soul master, but his strength was slightly stronger than that of an average great soul master. Good fellow, this is not just slightly stronger, it is obviously ridiculously strong. Are you still planning to tie me up and take me to see your highness? Shuyu stood, looking down at the 2 of them, with an evil smile. Shuyu, we are all subordinates of His Highness Xuebeng. If you hit us, you are dead. The bearded man's eyes flickered, and he roared in panic, trying to scare Shuyu away with the identity of Xuebeng. What the hell? Am I dead? Shuyu sneered and took a step towards the bearded man. The bearded man was scared to death and hurriedly got up and fled. Pa! Suddenly a sound rang out, and Shuyu slapped the bearded man away with a slap. The bearded man's body flew more than 10 meters away like a kite with a broken string. Puff! The bearded man spit out a mouthful of blood, fell to the ground, and his eyes rolled back. What about you? Little fatty! After slapping the bearded man away, Shuyu turned around and looked at the fat man with a sly smile. Just looking at that creepy smile, the fat man shuddered unconsciously and swallowed the saliva in his mouth repeatedly. At this moment, he only felt as if he was locked by a demon god, and his whole body was covered by a layer of cold air, which made him feel creepy. What are you going to do? The fat man asked stutteringly. Show me your storage bag and see if there is anything good in it. Shuyu said with a smile. Okay, I'll give it to you right away. The fat man quickly took out the storage bag and handed it to Shuyu. Shuyu took the storage bag, and then took out all the things inside, piling up like a mountain. What gold soul coins, medicines, clothes, weapons, protective gear, Wangda, there are quite a lot of foot wraps and the like. Damn, they are so rich. Seeing this, he was also stunned, and then he started to pick them up. No expectations, no harm. The result was a big disappointment. Apart from the gold soul coins and medicinal herbs, they were completely useless. Chapter 31 Revenge or Get Rich Too. Ah! Spoiling the fun. Forget it, you can keep these foot wraps and torn stockings for yourself. Shuiyu saw that there was no good stuff, so she threw the storage bag back. Of course, the same goes for the big bearded man's money. Shuiyu took all the items of some value as the price for coming to cause trouble. Today is a good day, everything I want can come true. After cleaning up, Shuiyu whistled and hummed a little tune, and went back to the dormitory to take a short nap. When I woke up, it was already past mid-afternoon. It was time for the blacksmith, and Shuiyu went to Master Yanlong's blacksmith shop to learn forging techniques as usual. Moreover, with the experience of blacksmithing some time ago, Shuiyu felt that she was already quite skilled and could start forging some advanced weapons. Suddenly, just as she passed a small dark alley in front of the blacksmith shop, a black shadow suddenly flashed by. What a big black rat! Shuiyu saw the black shadow that flashed by, and was immediately shocked and spoke. The next moment, a scarlet eye lit up in the dimness, like a ghost fire. Then, a roar came from the shadow. There is murderous intent. Shuiyu's forehead was already oozing cold sweat, and she ran away immediately. A burly figure in a black windbreaker appeared at the entrance of the alley, watching Shuiyu's fleeing back with a fierce look in his eyes. He was Diao Wei. Although he was only a soul master with a soul power of level 46, he was a pretty good thug in the underground black market of Tiandu City. Because Shuiyu had scolded Tang Ao, the instructor of Tiandu Class 2, how could the latter bear the humiliation? When he could no longer bear it, Tang Ao posted a reward for thugs in the black market, beat Shuiyu. It happened that Diao Wei came out to play soy sauce and met him, so he decisively took action. But he didn't expect that Shuiyu, this little bastard, slipped quickly as if his feet were greased. Just as he was struggling whether to chase him, a square shadow suddenly fell under the sunlight, and a cool breeze blew immediately. Bang! Diao Wei only felt that his head was hit by something, and a huge pain instantly spread from his forehead to his whole body, making him dizzy. The next second, he fell to the ground and fainted. Humph! What the hell, you dare to sneak attack me, a young man in my prime, without any martial ethics. Shuiyu threw the sneak attack weapon in his hand and looked at Diao Wei on the ground with disdain, saying, "Brother Shui is very angry, the consequences are very serious. He has always been the only one to sneak attack others, when has he ever suffered the grievance of being sneak attacked? What about the resurrection sect? They can't even withstand a brick, what a waste." Shuiyu curled her lips, despised Diao Wei lying on the ground, and thought rapidly in her mind, who exactly wanted to harm herself? The fourth Prince Avalanche? The Osman brothers? Or Tang Ao? Of course, Diao Wei was also plundered by Shuiyu like Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. Except for the tattered clothes on his body, basically nothing that could be taken away was left. The wind rises and the clouds fly, how can I find brave warriors to travel in all directions? Kui sai sai sai, kui sai sai, your mother, your mother. After cleaning up, Shuiyu also recited passionate ancient poems and walked towards the blacksmith shop, just like a blacksmith who was about to stir up the wind and clouds. Chapter 32 Entering the Black Market. Good guy, Shuiyu boy, you are too strong. In the blacksmith shop, Master Yanlong looked at Shuiyu and couldn't help but sigh. Shuiyu, who heard the sound, did not get complacent because of it. Instead of distracting his attention, he became more focused. His eyes were fixed on the pig iron clamped by the iron clamp, and then he suddenly smashed his right fist covered with armed color. Clang clang crotch. The clanging sound was endless. Shuiyu's muscles full of domineering power were agitated, causing the whole body to suddenly exert force, and his fist fell on the pig iron again. Seeing this scene, all the blacksmiths in the shop were shocked, as if they were looking at a fairy. They stared at Shouyu's right hand, afraid of missing any details. With a rumble, a huge shock spread from the collision between pig iron, and the clanging sound like a storm continued to sound. Whether it was red-hot pig iron or refined steel plate, these extremely hard metal materials were as soft as plasticine under Shouyu's fist. The blue veins were prominent, and then Shouyu's right arm was swung hard, and it hit again, splashing dazzling sparks. Fuck, is this still a human? I think this is a forging hammer, his fist is so hard. I'm afraid this guy is the only one in the world who uses his fists to forge iron, and the speed is so fast. When the blacksmiths saw this scene, they all widened their eyes in disbelief. Master Yanlong also looked at it, shocked and incredible. Who? Shoyu breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the refined iron that had been removed of impurities, and smiled with satisfaction. Ha ha ha. Yanlong laughed heartily, looked at Shoyu and said, Shoyu, you are really unexpected. You have such a strong physique at such a young age. How did you train to make your fists as strong as iron? Shoyu laughed and looked at Yanlong with a smile and said, well, how about we eat and talk? Oh? Ha ha ha. Everyone smiled again, and the blacksmith shop was full of joy. In this way, Shoyu had almost completely gained the recognition of everyone in the blacksmith shop. A fulfilling life passed by day after day. The courses in the Royal Do students basically had little effect on Shoyu. He was familiar with the Douluo continent and had already mastered the extraordinary basic theories, and even had knowledge related to soul guides. Although soul guides are something that will be available 10,000 years later, how can it be difficult to get his IQ comparable to Bekponga? Who said he was a scientist in the past? Shoyu already had a preliminary plan to establish a pirate group. Improving personal strength is only one of them, and making advanced weapons is another. The future Tang sect relies on hidden weapons to develop, so his pirate group will mainly use more advanced soul guides to rise. After a hearty meal with several blacksmiths, the night also enveloped the earth. Walking on the way to the academy, Shoyu also thought of a problem. Today, I have collected a lot of materials and medicines from Wolong Fengchu and his thug Diao Wei. I can't use them myself, and I'll give others a handle if I keep them in my hands. It's better to go to the underground black market in Tiandu City to exchange for some money. After asking all the way, Shoyu came to the black market with a mask, and then found an empty seat directly. He took out tables, chairs, and benches from the space bracelet, put out the ill-gotten gains, and started to ask for purchases. Boy, you are not old, are you selling fake medicine? A middle-aged man passing by glanced at the stall and had already regarded Shoyu as a genuine liar. Fake medicine? You country bumpkin! All are real. Shoyu was speechless. It was all black market, real and fake, real and fake. If you don't feel at ease, don't buy it. Why do this? Immediately, he shook his head with a look of disappointment and said, Uncle, don't worry. You are not well educated, I won't lie to you. I don't even need to shout, a large number of people who know the goods will come. Coincidentally, someone really came at this time. Brother, how much is your medicine per bottle? Seeing that there is a person who knows the goods, Shuiyu's face is also happy. 10 gold soul coins per bottle. Fuck, is your medicine bag made of gold, or is the medicine made of gold? Tisk, look where you can buy such good medicine now. These are all new medicines I just collected. You think it's expensive, but I think it's hard to get. At this moment, Shoyu also felt a bit of a weird atmosphere, and frowned immediately. Okay, pick a bag for me. The person said. How about this medicine? Shoyu took out the medicine bag and handed it out. The person took a look and said, Is this medicine authentic? Hearing this, Shoyu also squinted his eyes and smiled and said, I am a stall owner, can I sell you fakes? The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive, and the tone of the visitor became a little unfriendly, saying, I ask you, is your medicine authentic? Shuiyu noticed something strange, and suddenly felt a little guilty, saying, you are deliberately looking for trouble, right? Just asking if you want it. If your medicine is real, I will definitely want it. As he said, the man approached and pointed at the medicine, saying, what if it is fake? Hey, if it is not real, I drank it myself, tons of it, are you satisfied? You know, this is a black market, with local snakes covering it, and ordinary people really dare not do it. However, facing this person, Shuiyu always felt a faint sense of threat, as if the next moment, his abdomen would be stabbed. You said it yourself, as long as this medicine is not real, you drink it. The man looked calm, but there was a hint of cruelty in his eyes, and he was about to open the medicine bag directly. Brother, you want to take my medicine without paying? Isn't this a bit too much? Seeing this, Shuiyu finally couldn't help but explode. He had never met such a shameless person. It seems to be true. Here's the money. The man didn't say anything more. After throwing down 10 gold soul coins, he took the medicine and left. Shuiyu didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the man disappeared from his sight and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Too scary. Shuiyu was already sweating and said with a lingering fear, this place is too scary. I want to go back to the academy. He just packed up his stall and left. He didn't want to stay here for a moment. After leaving the underground black market, Shuiyu walked around very cautiously, and then took off the mask in a deserted place. Then, Shuiyu strode quickly towards the direction of the academy. Logically, Tiandu City is the capital of the Tiandu Empire, and the nightlife should be very exciting, but Shuiyu didn't walk through a few streets, and the hustle and bustle around him quietly dissipated and weakened. Shuiyu increased his speed again, but when he turned into an alley, he suddenly stopped. A heavy look instantly appeared on that handsome face, and his eyes became particularly cold. His hands clenched into fists, and his soul power was running rapidly. Chapter 33 Assassination. Swish! In an instant, a sharp and extremely breaking wind sounded suddenly, and a series of cold arrows fell from the sky, with an extremely tricky arc, directly hitting Shuiyu's vitals. Facing the sudden sneak attack, Shuiyu frowned slightly, but was not panicked. Since there was no way to avoid it, she would confront it head-on. Crack! Shuiyu punched the air with a fist, and the shock force swept directly, shattering all the cold arrows, turning them into powder and falling on the ground. Who knew that the arrows contained poison, and when they were shattered, they had already fallen. Shuiyu immediately used the first soul skill to create a sleep bubble to wrap himself up to prevent the poison from entering the body. You coward, if you have the guts, confront me head-on. Shuiyu shouted coldly, and the sleep bubble shattered directly, and an extremely strong pressure instantly enveloped the four fields. Whoosh! Countless arrows broke through the air, and Shuiyu used the shock force to destroy them again. Then, his figure flashed immediately, cold light surged in his eyes, and his right foot stepped on the ground, the floor was instantly crushed, and countless cracks spread. Shuiyu's figure immediately rushed to the top of the house, looking for the traces of the sneak attacker. Shuiyu's eyes condensed slightly, locking on the dark corner of the alley. You won't show up, right? Then don't blame me. Buzz! His muscles twitched, and a pale white halo enveloped his right fist. Shuiyu injected 20 times more soul power this time. Crack! His right fist suddenly hit the direction of the alley entrance, and the violent shock force instantly shattered the space, and then spread wildly at a lightning speed. At this moment, the earthquake and air shock, the entire alley area was shaking, the space was distorted, and countless buildings were cracked and crumbling under this shock force. What a strong attack power! If this punch hit me directly, I would have been shattered to pieces. In a building in a dark corner, 3 figures were blown out and fell heavily to the ground, and then a violent cough came from his mouth. A man with a big back hair was the first to bear the brunt, followed by two burly men behind him, all of whom appeared in front of Shuiyu. Royal people. Seeing the three people's clothes, Shuiyu immediately confirmed the identity of the visitor, and then his eyes narrowed slightly. Not many people have been offended during this period. If it is a royal person, it is probably the fourth Prince Xuebeng. But what he never expected was that Xuebeng would kill him. It seems that he is a smart man, and he knows the identities of our three brothers. When Shuiyu frowned, the man with a big back hair also grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth, looking like a fallen tomb robber, and said, "However, smart people often don't live long, your good luck will soon end." Then, he saw 14 soul rings light up, and the three people had released their martial souls. 2 soul kings, 1 soul sect, what a big battle! When Shuiyu saw the soul rings of the three people, his brows were also frowned, and his face was as cold as ice. He knew that the fourth Prince Xuebeng would be angry for injuring the pair of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix during the day, but he didn't expect that this guy actually sent 2 soul kings and 1 soul sect. This kind of battle obviously intends to put him to death. No way, you are a genius of the Royal Do Academy. It has only been more than half a year, and you have grown to the point where you can fight against the soul sect level masters head on. If you are not killed, I am afraid there will be endless troubles. While Shuiyu was thinking, the man with the slicked back hair also smiled, with a strong murderous look in his eyes. Are the people of the Tiandu royal family so crazy now? I seem to have no grudges with your highness. During the day, they sent people to kidnap me, and at night, they sent people to assassinate me. Tisk tisk, if the storyteller takes this out and tells nonsense, I am afraid that the entire Tiandu royal family will lose face. Shuiyu sneered. It's okay, brother, you don't need to worry. As long as you die, this news will disappear. The man with the slicked back hair also waved his hand nonchalantly, with a gloomy look in his eyes. Hehe, if that's the case, then you should also be prepared to die here. Shuiyu looked serious and murderous, ready to fight for his life, otherwise he would never escape. We are not worried, it's just a piece of trash of a great soul master, we can kill him with a flip of the hand. Oh? Really? If you can do it, then come on. Shuiyu looked down from above, with a look of looking down on the world. Then, go to hell. The man with the big back hair also shouted loudly after hearing this, and swung his right arm violently, with a whistling fist wind, and rushed straight to Shuiyu. The speed was as fast as teleportation, and the fist light broke through the air, and the airflow seemed to be torn apart. The two people behind him also burst out at the same time, trying to kill Shuiyu with the momentum of siege and killing. How could Shuiyu not know what the three people were thinking? A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and the veins on his arms suddenly bulged. The powerful soul power in his body surged out, and his fists slapped violently, bombarding the air. A crackling sound resounded in the night, and terrible cracks suddenly spread wildly in the air, and in an instant they were almost the same as a spider web. The violent shock force shook the air, the space collapsed, and the terrible sound waves spread in all directions like a substance, shattering everything around. As soon as he made a move, it was a killer move. Shuiyu planned to seriously injure three people at the lowest cost and the fastest speed, and then take the opportunity to retreat. As long as they escape to the vicinity of Huangdu Academy, they will be safe. The three old guys of the Academy's education committee, especially the chief Meng Shenji, how could they let the talented students who were highly expected be hunted down in the sphere of influence of the Academy? The shock force was terrifying, wantonly invading and tearing the three assassins apart, but after all, there was a gap in realm. Although it could cause considerable damage, it was still a long way to say that it would completely injure them. Under the shock of the shock force, the man with the big back hair had a gloomy face. Obviously, he did not expect Shuiyu to be able to burst out such a terrifying force. For a while, he could hardly stabilize his body, and the other two were not much better. At the moment when the three people were unstable, Shuiyu's purple eyes burst into a fierce light. And he directly made his hands into a pistol shape, and the water iron cannon shot out. The clothes of the three assassins were immediately pierced, and blood holes were punched on their bodies, and blood immediately overflowed. Shuiyu's offensive was not reduced, violent and sharp, and the armed color domineering hardened his body and smashed directly at the forehead of the man with a big back hair. Although the man with a big back hair was a soul king, he was instantly panicked under the continuous and fierce attack, and instinctively protected his head with both hands. Bang! The armed color iron fist smashed down, and the man with a big back hair shot out like a cannonball, smashing a huge dent in the ground. The other two assassins saw the opportunity and flashed, punching Shuiyu in the chest. Shuiyu retreated violently, his internal organs churning, and he was still slow to react. If the armed color was wrapped around his chest in time, he would not be so uncomfortable. 1 against 3, and in such a huge gap in realm, Shuiyu frowned and felt it was difficult. If you like, Shattering Godhead, please collect it. m.38xs.com, Shattering Godhead Sanba novel has the fastest update speed in the whole network. Chapter 34 Angry Shuiyu, Terrifying Shocking Power 1_ Shattering Godhead novel No Anti-Theft Chapter __. No, we have to retreat. Shuiyu said secretly. At this moment, a dangerous breath came from behind Shuiyu. He did not dare to hesitate, and immediately turned around and blasted out with a killing fist to block the attack with the power of shock. At the point of contact, a violent gust of wind suddenly spread out, and the soul sex body was directly lifted up by the shock wave and flew into the air. Just as he flew up, Shuiyu released the water iron cannon again, piercing through the droplets and bursting out from the fingertips, hitting the heart of the soul sex strongman. At this time, the man with the big back hair had climbed up from the pit of the ruins, shook his head, shook off the dizziness in his brain, narrowed his eyes slightly, and revealed a dangerous light. This kid is really a bit weird. The corners of the big back hair man's mouth slightly raised, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes, bursting out, raising a burst of smoke and dust. The fist with a strong wind rapidly enlarged in Shuiyu's pupils. This time, he reacted, and the armed color directly wrapped around his fist, and he blasted directly. The two fists met, and the strong force swept through, and both of them trembled violently, and their bodies couldn't help but step back a few steps. The big back hair man's body trembled slightly, and his fist actually felt a piercing pain, as if he had hit a thick steel plate. First soul skill, Sleep Bubble. Looking at the slicked-back man with a horrified face, Shuiyu did not retreat but approached, immediately circulated soul power, and released the first soul skill. Water mist suddenly filled the area around the slicked-back man and the other two assassins, and then the water vapor quickly condensed and turned into a thick layer of bubbles that surrounded the three people. How dare you show off your skills in front of an expert? The slicked-back man's eyes were full of disdain, and he immediately used his soul skill, Tearing Claws, to tear the sleep bubble in an instant. His sleep bubble was broken, but the other two were affected, especially the one who was hit by the water iron cannon. His body swayed for a while, and then he fell into a drowsy state. The Tearing Claws were used again, and the slicked-back man directly broke the other two sleep bubbles and restored the two to consciousness. But when he turned around, Shuiyu had disappeared into the darkness. "Too trash, chase them!" The slicked-back man suddenly shouted angrily, and his eyes became fierce. He was a dignified soul king, but he was fooled by a little ghost of a great soul master. This made him feel ashamed, and it was just like a joke. Immediately, his soul power surged and turned into a streamline, chasing in the direction of the Royal Do Academy. Shuiyu, who was running away at a fast speed, was like a meteor chasing the moon. Along the way, he almost accelerated to the extreme. In just a few breaths, he had crossed a long distance. But even so, his face was still tense, and he didn't have any intention of relaxing. His current situation was very dangerous. If he was not careful, he would die. After all, the other party had 2 soul kings and a soul master. Even the soul master was definitely not a useless little follower like Wolong Fengchu, and was definitely not an ordinary person. Only by escaping to the academy as soon as possible could he be temporarily safe, otherwise he was really in danger. Damn, how come these 3 bastards are so fast? Shuiyu also yelled and cursed when she felt the 3 auras chasing after her. She put her hands together immediately, and the water around her was turbulent, spinning and gathering at a high speed. In a flash, the water wave that created a water curtain was ready. The 3 assassins appeared in Shuiyu's vision almost at the same time, with a surging momentum, leading a strong sense of oppression to attack Shuiyu. Humph, come on! With a cold snort, Shuiyu slapped the ground with her palm. Splash! The violent water flow poured out instantly, like a huge wave sweeping around, swallowing all 3 people in it. The water wave was still raging wildly, and its power was like waves on top of each other, one layer stronger than the other, rolling endlessly. The 3 assassins were submerged in it, and they felt as if they were struggling in the vast ocean, intertwined like a whirlwind, and they felt very uncomfortable all over. Damn, how could this happen? One of the slicked back-haired men exclaimed. The other 2 also changed their expressions when they heard this. This water wave is not just a flood. It contains powerful water-attributed soul power. Once they are contaminated by this water-attributed soul power, their souls will inevitably be eroded. Damn, how could this kid be so weird? The 2 of them didn't care much and quickly activated their soul power to resist the attack of the water wave. Boom! The water wave exploded around the 3 people, bursting out with water splashes like a storm, which shocked the faces of the 3 people. The strength of these 3 guys is really strong. They can actually withstand the impact of the water wave with their soul power. Shuiyu did not slow down while sighing, and fled madly. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: he must escape to the academy as soon as possible, otherwise he would die if he was caught by the 3 people. Huangdu Academy, the residence of the Education Committee. At this moment, in the hall, a white-haired old man was sitting on a chair, holding a thick book in his hand, reading with great interest. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at the window. Is this breath Shuiyu? Feeling the 4 breaths that were chasing each other and approaching the academy rapidly, Meng Shenji frowned slightly, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Then, the Wuhan Black Demon directly possessed the body, and the 8 soul rings were dazzling. The momentum of Soul Douluos suddenly burst out, turning into a meteor and heading out of the academy. Chapter 34, Angry Shuiyu, Terrifying Shock Force 2. Meng Lao, this guy, is not right. Zhilan, the 3rd member of the Education Committee, who was drinking tea, also noticed something strange and rushed out through the window. At the same time, in another room, Bai Basehan rushed out. Fuck you, I told you to chase, come and chase. At this moment, Shuiyu's face was ferocious, his eyes were extremely cold, and above his right fist, there was also an extremely bright halo. This time, the shock force halo was much brighter than any previous time he used the shock force. Shuiyu almost drained all the soul power in his body, ready to fight to the death with the 3 assassins. The reason for this is that he also wants to create a terrifying momentum to attract the attention of the 3 major education committees of the college or any Tiandu-level teacher. As long as any one of them can come, he will not die. Crack! Shuiyu grabbed the air with anger and pulled it down, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Then, he used all his strength and punched the air fiercely, as if he was hitting an invisible mirror, with a shattering sound. At this moment, both the big-backed man who was leading the way and the other 2 assassins behind him felt a strong sense of crisis that was so strong that they could suffocate. The 3 people's eyes suddenly turned, and their bodies suddenly stagnated in place. They felt the terrifying vibrations from the atmosphere and the ground under their feet, and the whole space was shaking. For a while, the entire periphery of Tiandu City and most of Huangdu Academy were shaking violently, and countless sleeping Tiandu people and Huangdu students were awakened by this terrifying shock. They were all panicked and fled in all directions, not knowing what had happened. Even Meng Shenji, Bai Baishan, and Zhilan, who were chasing the wind and lightning at the moment, were all shocked and horrified. Chapter 35 Counterattack 1. Boom! The roar that resounded through the world, the crazy tremor between the world, like the moon falling from the sky, hitting the ground, the whole earth was shaking. This is the strongest killing move that Shuiyu exhausted all his soul power to perform. When the shock force spread, the earth was originally just a trace of slight shattering, but with the continuous and terrifying roar and shock, cracks quickly spread, covering the entire ground in the blink of an eye, and it was still expanding rapidly outward. The scene was extremely terrifying. Crack! The sound of shattering was deafening. This was a scene that shocked many people to the point of being incredible. The terrifying white shattering light, in an instant, was like a split sun, blooming brilliantly in the air, illuminating half of the night sky, and making the entire ground extremely dazzling. The transparent and invisible mirror in the sky shattered in an instant, turning into crystal clear fragments. When the heaven and earth mirror shattered, the three assassins who had been in horror suddenly recovered from their stagnation, and all felt a deadly sense of danger. The sudden terrifying shock force, with a destructive power beyond the limit, shook wantonly between heaven and earth. They desperately operated their soul power and exerted their strongest defense to resist this sudden shock force explosion, with terrible faces. But just as they stood up, the shock force began to shake and tear their bodies, and a burst of intense pain spread throughout their bodies. Puff, puff. The faces of the three people turned pale in an instant, their limbs and internal organs were shaken and broken, blood was flowing from the corners of their mouths, and their strong bodies were also splitting, which was extremely terrifying. The power of God! Their pupils contracted sharply, and an incredible despair and fear rose in their hearts. They stared at the sky, their hearts filled with incredible panic. The face of the man with a big back hair twitched violently. Looking at the other two people whose pupils contracted and opened, as if they were unwilling to die, he forced himself to move towards the direction of Tiandu City. He staggered, and after 2 steps, he collapsed to the ground. Blood kept gushing out of his mouth and nose, and his eyes were filled with endless sadness. Seeing the 3 assassins fall, Shuiyu felt dizzy and his consciousness gradually blurred. It seems I'm saved. It was not until the arrival of the 3 old figures that he smiled, and then he finally lost consciousness, fell to the ground slowly, and fainted. Shuiyu was in a daze and blur for the countless times he fell into darkness. After struggling, his heavy eyelids finally opened a crack, and his blurred vision gradually began to recover. Where is this place? Looking confusedly, it was a white ceiling. Shuiyu felt a little scared and wanted to get up, but found that he couldn't move at all. His whole body was sore and he had no strength. He could only let the feeling of powerlessness invade his body. Shuiyu tried to use his soul power, but found that he couldn't mobilize any soul power at all. Why, it's so serious this time? Helplessly lying on the bed, Shuiyu closed her eyes and rested, no longer making any movements, giving up. Shuiyu, you're awake. At this time, a faint fragrance accompanied by a pleasant and ethereal female voice came. Then, a white light like a petal fell from the sky, slowly drifting down, and finally landed on Shuiyu. It was precisely because of the existence of this strange light that Shuiyu instantly felt the extremely vigorous breath of life, and the originally withered body was unconsciously recovering its vitality. The originally weak body also became extremely energetic under the baptism of this light. Ling Ling, it's you. Feeling the comfort of his limbs, Shuiyu couldn't help but sigh and speak. The completely healing light allowed him to confirm the identity of the person without looking at her. It's me. The woman's voice was still clear, but it was a little more gentle, sounding like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up layers of ripples, rippling, and creating waves. Lingling, I thought I wouldn't see you again. Shuiyu couldn't help but call out, with some excitement in her tone, and at the same time revealing a bit of guilt. This time she must have been worried. Okay, don't talk first. Lingling seemed to have noticed Shuiyu's emotions, and her tone was inevitably a little hurried, and she hurriedly interrupted her words. What's wrong, Lingling? Shuiyu asked in confusion. He felt that Lingling's tone was a little weird. Shut up quickly, your current physical condition is not optimistic. Lingling's voice was a little serious. The slightly cold words sounded like a spring breeze to Shuiyu, making him unable to help but slightly raise the corners of his mouth. With the help of the healing light, Shuiyu's body recovered a lot and she could get out of bed directly. Although she was still a little weak, it was no big deal. As long as she rested, took some supplements, and adjusted for a period of time, she would be completely recovered. As for Lingling, because she had just used the healing light, her soul power was also consumed too much, and she also needed to regulate her breath. But she did not meditate immediately, but stood by the window alone, looking into the distance, forcing the sour feeling from her nose to prevent the crystal clear liquid in her eye sockets from falling. My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the latter is more exciting. Chapter 35 Counterattack 2. Shuiyu did not speak, but slowly approached, stood behind Lingling, wrapped her arms around her and gently hugged her, face to face, looking out the window. Education Committee Hall. The water moon stands tall, facing the three major educational committees of the college. 2 of the 3 soul masters who took action died on the spot, and the remaining one is still unconscious. Meng Shenji, the chief of the education committee, was the first to break the silence and directly explained the situation to everyone in the hall, especially Shuiyu. After investigation, the identities of the 3 people can basically be confirmed. They are not the 4th Prince's avalanche. The second in command by Basehan frowned slightly and told the investigation situation. Seeing that Shuiyu still looked calm and did not speak, Meng Shenji also continued, I know, you still suspect that Tang Ao is responsible, but he is not that capable yet, mobilizing 2 soul kings and 1 soul sect, not to mention being a subordinate of the royal family. Shuiyu remained silent, but his thoughts were already racing rapidly. He was now thinking about who actually wanted to kill him. If it wasn't the Prince Shuebeng and his mentor Tang Ao, could it be the Oslo brothers or Shen Yanmin and others? No, they shouldn't be that courageous. Is it possible? At this time, Shuiyu also thought of someone. This person is thoughtful, extremely hidden, and extremely decisive in his actions. He should have been hiding in the Tiandu royal family for about 10 years now. However, there is no grievance or hatred, why would she attack herself? No matter what, for all those who are targeting him, whether it is to cause trouble or to kill him, evidence will be found sooner or later, and he will have to pay for it with blood. If you like Douluos titled Whitebeard, Shattering Godhead, please collect it, m.38xs.com, Douluos titled Whitebeard, Shattering Godhead 38 novel has the fastest update speed on the internet. Chapter 36, I have the bricks in my hand, I own the world 1_Douluos title Whitebeard, Shattering Godhead novel without anti-theft chapter _ the author attacks the lazy donkey _38 novel, m.38xs.com. Seeing that Shuiyu was still indifferent, Meng Shenji had no choice but to continue asking, Shuiyu, do you have any questions now? Upon hearing this, Shuiyu closed her eyes slightly, then opened them, looked at Meng Shenji, and said, 3 members of the education committee, the student has no questions. He needs to go down to practice. I will leave now. After saying that, he didn't care about the reaction of the 3 people and left the education committee hall directly. Meng Shenji shook his head and sighed when he saw this, and then looked at Meng Shenji and Zhilan, and said, what do you think of the movement that night? The vibration force and the shattered void were exactly the same as his power. Although I think so too, I'm afraid this guy's current strength is not that interesting. However, he always gives me a sense of mystery and seems a little weird. Zhilan also answered truthfully. Bai Basehan nodded and said, well, I also discovered that this incident is not simple. Zhilan and Meng Shenji nodded one after another, indicating that they had the same view. All in all, this guy is weird. But, no matter what, you have to pay more attention to this kid. You didn't see it that night. The sky collapsed and there were bursts of bright light. I thought it was the end of the world. What nonsense are you talking about? Is it that scary? It's just an earthquake. Just shake it twice. However, I heard that it was caused by humans, but I don't know whether it is true or not. Don't be so serious and nonsense. Humans cause earthquakes? I don't think so. At this moment, there are countless students in Huangdu Academy discussing what happened that night. Qian Rongxiu, Shuebeng, Tang Ao. After leaving the Education Committee Hall, Shuiyu ignored it at all, but thought about it all the way, with eyes full of solemnity and contemplation. It's really weird. Who on earth is it? Is the royal water really that deep? It seems that he has caused the disaster of killing even though he didn't do anything. I have to say that this time, I almost missed death. Thinking of that scene, I felt a little lucky. Sure enough, it is the last word to have a big fist. When one day I am strong enough and I can collect a lot of sons, then I will not allow a group of young people to do whatever they want. Clenching his fists, Shuiyu also muttered to himself. But you can't let others hold your fate by the throat. You can only decide your own fate yourself. Hu. Shuiyu took a deep breath to calm down her inner emotions. What she needed to do now was to strengthen herself. Only when she was strong enough could she control everything. Cultivation and becoming stronger is the way to go. Spring passes and autumn comes without waiting, half a year passes quickly. For half a year, I practiced cultivation in the morning, blacksmithed in the afternoon, and meditated at night. My life was quite fulfilling. After acquiring Dad Whitebeard's talent, Shuiyu's level improved rapidly, and his soul power basically increased once a month, reaching level 28. At the same time, Shuiyu used the characteristics of his martial soul to develop new self-created soul skills. The use of armed color haki has also become more mature, and has reached the level of entanglement, which can be wrapped around objects to harden them. The development of the Zhen fruit ability is naturally the most significant. As he becomes more proficient in the use of seismic power, Shuiyu can now basically release the seismic power accurately, and the soul power consumed has also been reduced again. At the same time, the seismic power can be under his control, and can be released from any part of the body, and can attach to the weapon. Not only that, Suijutsu also developed moves such as Explosive Shock and Double Shock Explosive Flash. Of course, I still haven't found a way to see and hear Haki and Overlord Haki. However, hard training has not been in vain, the progress has been huge, and now Shuiyu's strength has reached the same level. The sun speaks. In the afternoon, after Shuiyu took a nap, she also stepped out of the room and prepared to go to Tiandu City. Shuiyu, Shuiyu. But after taking a few steps, he heard shouting from behind. Suddenly looking back, I didn't recognize the two people who came. But the word Shuiyu must be what he calls himself. Looking at the two people in front of her, Shuiyu frowned slightly. You are looking for me. The two nodded, and then displayed their martial souls, as if they were two soul masters, obviously about to fight. In this regard, Shuiyu frowned immediately. Since the last death attack, he has had the attitude of attacking anyone he provokes. If they really come to trouble him, then he can't be blamed. One person raised his eyebrows and said with disdain, "My third young master asked me to bring you something to tell you to stay away from Li Xingtong." Third young master? Who is this? Shui Yu frowned. There is no doubt that it is love and hatred that caused the trouble. However, he has a far-fetched relationship with Li Xingtong. Even, I don't know who this person named Li Xingtong is. Shen Sanqian. Oh. Shui Yu suddenly realized, she almost thought she knew who Shen Sanqian was, and said, who is that? The man frowned and said, Shen Yanmin and Shen Jingbing's younger brother, do you know now? Hearing this, Shui Yu smiled lightly and said, now I know, Brother Xie's younger brother has a clear door. After saying that, Shui Yu turned around and left, too lazy to pay attention to him, which was just a waste of time. Etc. Seeing that Shui Yu ignored him, the tall and thin man roared angrily, stepped forward suddenly, and stopped Shui Yu. If you block the way again, I'm going to take action. Shui Yu looked at him impatiently. I'll say it again, Li Xingtong is the fiancé of our third young master, and you are not allowed to get involved. The tall and thin man had a cold look on his face, and his eyes were shining with a fierce light. Chapter 36, I have the bricks in my hand, I own the world 2_Douluos titled Whitebeard, Shattering Godhead novel No Anti-Theft Chapter _Authors Attack of the Lazy Donkey _38 novel, m.38xs.com. Shui Yu frowned, these two guys were really annoying. Ah, oh, ah, it hurts. A shrill scream was heard in the campus. That night, the life of a blacksmith ended on the first day of the month. He left Master Yan Long's blacksmith shop in Tiandu City and embarked on the road back to the academy. When he once again set foot on the streets of Hunan where he had been attacked before, a warning of danger hit his mind. I'm crazy. There won't be another assassination, right? Do you want this? I'm afraid it's not an exaggeration to call this the path of sin. Shui Yu quickened her pace and rushed towards the academy. Before taking 2 steps, Shui Yu stopped and his face suddenly turned gloomy. The next moment, he disappeared into the darkness. At this time, the dim street lights illuminated the surroundings, and there was no abnormal situation on the street. However, Shui Yu's eyes were fixed on the buildings on the left and right, with a sharp look in his eyes. Could it be that I am too sensitive? Wrong. Absolutely not right. Bang bang. At this moment, an extremely strange snapping sound came from a dark corner. Shui Yu's pupils suddenly tightened, secretly wondering, are all young people today so unrestrained? How dare you be so arrogant? Although Shui Yu's current physical age is only 10 years old, his mental age is more than 30. With a learning attitude towards life, he also touched it quietly. Sure enough, 2 shirtless men were squatting in a dark corner, constantly fighting away mosquito bites. "Si, do you think that guy will take this road?" At this time, the tall and thin man among them asked. Hearing this, the man with long hair like an artist suppressed his guilty conscience and said with determination, "It's necessary. Every time that kid returns to the academy for blacksmithing, this is the place he must pass. Then when do you think that boy will arrive? We have been here for half a month." Hearing this, Zhang Sanzi hesitated for a while, his eyes rolled around, as if he was suspicious. Seeing this, Si became furious, raised his foot and kicked Zhang Sanzi in the ditch, and said angrily, "Sanzi, can you be more mature like me? Be patient." Zhang Sanzi was kicked straight to the ground, his face turned red from holding back. "Who are you two waiting for here?" A voice suddenly sounded from behind the 2 people. Zhang Sanzi and Si answered in unison, "Shui Yu." But as soon as they finished speaking, the 2 suddenly realized the problem. The 2 of them turned around to look at the guy who suddenly appeared behind them, and asked with confusion on their faces, "Who are you?" "Suijutsu." After saying that, Shui Yu swatted the 2 people's heads with sneak attack weapons, bricks, in one hand. "Hold the sun." The 2 of them suddenly entered a state of dizziness, and the bricks were shattered into pieces. Sure enough, with the bricks in hand, I have the world. If you like Douluos titled Whitebeard, Shattering Godhead, please collect it, m.38xs.com. Douluos titled Whitebeard, Shattering Godhead 38 novel has the fastest update speed on the internet. Chapter 37, Just a Small Class Teacher 1_Douluos titled Whitebeard, Shattering Godhead novel No Anti-Theft Chapter _ The author attacks the lazy donkey _38 novels, m.38xs.com. According to past experience, as long as there is no preparation and the spirit is not released, there are few sober people under the brick. But Zhang Sanzi and ASI have not fallen yet, which surprised Shuiyu. Shuiyu stood calmly, looking down. In the past 6 months, he has been ambushed no less than 5 times, and now someone wants to harm him again. This time, he will never tolerate it and must teach the other party a lesson. You two guys are quite capable, Shuiyu said with a smile on his face. Zhang Sanzi and ASI looked at the smile on Shuiyu's face, and suddenly felt a chill rising from the soles of their feet. They were even more surprised in their hearts. Such a strong strength was somewhat inconsistent with the intelligence. The spirit of the tyrant pig and the spirit of the evil dog were possessed, and a total of 5 yellow and 3 purple spirit rings were shining. Shuiyu was also slightly shocked. These two guys who seemed to have a little lack of IQ were actually soul masters. Are all the sneak attackers so inward-looking now? One after another, each one is weaker than the last. Seeing that the two people were possessed by the spirit but had not yet made a move, Shuiyu also asked, logically speaking, I, Shuiyu, am a good young man of the Royal Do Academy, a young man with ideals, morals, knowledge, and personality. I have helped old ladies cross the road many times on weekdays. I should not have offended too many people, right? May I ask where did you come from, sirs? As soon as he heard this, Zhang Sanzi was furious and said angrily, you beat me to death as soon as you attack, and you are still a good young man? I think you do everything except good things, right? As he said this, he rubbed his forehead that was hit by a brick again, thinking to himself, are all the students in the academy so cruel now? ASI also looked aggrieved and said, your mother Shuiyu, we are from Lanba Academy. This time we are looking for you to dig you to our academy. Lanba Academy? Lu Erlong's high-level Soul Master Academy? Will it become the one of Shrek Academy in the near future? Shuiyu's memories flowed in his mind, and he had sorted out most of the things in an instant. Then, a smile appeared on his lips. Oh, I'm sorry, you two, it's not my fault for beating you up. No, there's no acquaintance without fighting, it's just a chance for us to get to know each other. Who told you two to wait for me on this road? I have a shadow. It would be better if I didn't say it. The more I said, the more painful it was. ASI and Zhang Sanzi's eyes almost popped out. Shuiyu, ASI, and I came to you this time to tell you that our Dean Lu Erlong wants to recruit you to Lanba Academy, please consider it. Zhang Sanzi made his intention clear, but there was still a lot of complaints in his tone. Yes, if you have any ideas, you can come to Lanba Academy with this token to find our dean at any time. As he said that, ASI fumbled for something in his pocket, and then threw out a blue token with a dragon engraved on it. Shuiyu took it and observed it carefully for a while before nodding. Well, I understand. In that case, I'll leave first. You two should go slowly too. Remember to apply ice when you go back, otherwise you may get a big lump. Shuiyu bowed to Zhang Sanzi and ASI, then turned and left, not taking them seriously at all. He patted his chest and said to himself, oh! I was scared to death, I was scared to death. Fortunately I used a brick. If I had used a blast punch, I would have killed someone by mistake. You are not really happy, your smile is just your protective color. Humming a little tune, Shuiyu sang the song in her memory and disappeared into the night. Why is that song so nice? Yeah, I think so too. Fuck, it hurts so much. This kid is too cruel. The next day, at Yang Zhuoqi's request, the people from TN to Class 3 all came to the Academy's big fighting spirit arena. In order to welcome the selection of members for the Royal Fighting Team in a few months, they are also preparing for a class internal ranking competition. At this time, there was constant noise in the fighting spirit arena. Yang Zhuaqi glanced around and found that there were still 3 people absent. Can anyone help me see if Shuiyu is here? At this time, Shuiyu was eating breakfast with Shen Jingbing and Wu Teng in the academy cafeteria. Since the 3v3 fighting spirit match with Class 2 ended half a year ago, Shen Jingbing and Wu Teng have been very close to Shuiyu. The reason is that Shuiyu is very strong, and following him can make them more positive and improve their strength. Secondly, they like Shuiyu's personality very much. He is serious when he should be serious, unrestrained when he should be unrestrained, and he is also cheerful and playful when he should be playful. This way of getting along makes them feel very wonderful, and they are getting used to it. Brother Shui, if we don't go to the fighting spirit field, aren't we afraid that Teacher Yang will get angry? Shen Jingbing said vaguely while holding the earth dragon meat bun in one hand and the bowl in the other. Shuiyu smiled and said, Brother Xia, this is a good question. He is just a small class instructor and can't control our barbaric trio. That is to say, even if we go to participate in the internal ranking, it is meaningless. No one can defeat the 3 of us. Wu Teng also nodded and said. Then what should we do? Shen Jingbing continued to ask. Of course, we will eat and drink enough and go directly to the simulated environment to practice. Shuiyu said as a matter of course. When Shen Jingbing heard this, he felt a chill on his back. Brother Shui, I always feel a sweat on my back. Wu Teng nodded and said in agreement, I feel the same way. Chapter 37, Just a Small Class Teacher 2_Douluos titled Whitebeard, Shattering Godhead Novel No Anti-Theft Chapter _Authors Attack of the Lazy Donkey _38 Novel, m.38xs.com. At the same time, Yang Zhuaqi was standing at the door of the cafeteria, staring at the people enjoying breakfast with cold eyes. Shen Jingbing and Wu Teng, whose backs were turned, naturally didn't know. Shuiyu had a calm look on her face, drinking milk calmly and slowly wiping away the oil from the corners of her mouth. He looked very calm and said, after eating and drinking, it's time to go to the spirit fighting arena. Don't keep Teacher Yang waiting too long. Going to the soul fighting arena? What the hell? Shen Jingbing said with a smile. Wu Teng also slapped the table and repeated Shuiyu's previous words, he is just a small class teacher, and he can't control our brutal trio. After hearing these words, the fire in Yang Zhuaqi's eyes almost burst out. Seeing this, Shuiyu immediately said, You too, I am different from you. I am a good student, so I went to the spirit fighting arena first. After that, Shuiyu also ran away, leaving the 2 of them where they were. Ahaha! Shen Jingbing and Wu Teng looked at Shuiyu's retreating back and smiled at each other, very obscenely. Until, the furious Yang Zhuaqi appeared in the field of vision. Shen Jingbing's smile disappeared immediately, and he looked at Yang Zhuaqi with an expression as if he had eaten a dead fly. Wu Teng was frightened when he saw it. Teacher Yang, have you had breakfast? Have some. Wu Teng suppressed the fear in his heart and laughed. Hoo! Taking a deep breath, Yang Zhuaqi yelled, You too, run 20 laps of the playground for me, and then come to the spirit fighting field. Now, immediately, immediately. If you like Douluos titled Whitebeard, Shattering Godhead, please collect it, m.38xs.com. Douluos titled Whitebeard, Shattering Godhead 38 novel has the fastest update speed on the internet. Chapter 38, The Strength of Armed Color 1_Douluos titled Whitebeard, _Authors Attack of the Lazy Donkey _38 novel, m.38xs.com. In the spirit fighting arena, nearly 30 students stood in 3 rows. Wu Teng and Shen Jingbing were panting and cast resentful glances at Shuiyu. Shuiyu turned a blind eye and stood solemnly. The class instructor, Yang Zhuaqi, walked back and forth in front of him with his hands behind his back, and said, "Today, I heard some students say that he is just a small class instructor, and I can't control him. As for who it is, I won't name it." Everyone was shocked and looked at Shuiyu. In their eyes, only Shuiyu dared to do this. On the other hand, Shuiyu was still standing there with a smile on her face, as if nothing had happened. "Okay, I announce that today's intra-class qualifying competition has officially begun. You can challenge freely." Yang Zhuoqi's loud voice spread throughout the audience. The students were all gearing up, extremely excited, and wanted to start fighting right away. Although they are the worst class among Tiandu level students, they also have their own pride and desire to pursue strength. This actual soul fighting battle is a rare opportunity to demonstrate and verify one's strength. However, there are also some people who have family fortunes that they need to inherit and don't care much about it. But most people still want to test how strong they are. "Hey, I don't know which unlucky guy met Shuiyu in the first game," Wu Teng said. "I guess it's you," Shen Jingbing said. Wu Teng's face suddenly turned green, and he cursed, "You idiot, I'll draw a circle and curse you for meeting Shuiyu. Sorry for the rebound. The bounce doesn't work." Yang Zhuoqi stood on the steps, glanced around and said, "Since everyone doesn't want to be in the limelight, now I will call the names. The first match, Shuiyu vs Li Xingtong." Hearing this, Shuiyu suddenly looked stunned, as he actually started the qualifying match. Li Xingtong? Such a familiar name. Soon, a tall woman with an exquisite face came to the soul fighting stage, waiting for Shuiyu to come on stage. As for Shuiyu, she walked up slowly, thinking about who it was in her mind. "In the end, I still didn't think about standing against Li Xingtong." Looking at the pretty woman, Shuiyu said casually, "Sister, please go down. I'm worried that I'll beat you up and your partner will cause trouble for me." "Object? Trouble?" Shuiyu raised her brows and suddenly remembered, saying, "Damn it, are you the third young master's fiancé?" Li Xingtong had a dark look on his face. He had no idea what the guy in front of him was saying, and he directly released his martial spirit. "Level 39 Agility Attack Soul Master, please give me some advice." Her martial spirit is the Agility Attack Beast Martial Spirit Wolf, Leopard, and Cat. Her soul power level is not bad, reaching level 39, which is considered an honors student. With the spirit of martial arts possessed, Li Xingtong's face was cold, his eyes were shining with sharp light, and he had already assumed a fighting posture, and he did not look like a vase. Level 39. Many people cast surprised glances at Li Xingtong, who was only one level away from the soul sect. This was unexpected. You know, basically everyone is in a competitive relationship. Whether you are stronger or others are stronger is basically what everyone pays more attention to. As a result, the first game was between the Soul Master who was close to level 39 and the Water who was nominally the first in Class 3. Moon, this alone is enough to attract everyone's attention. "Hurry up, show your martial spirit." Although Li Xingtong looked indifferent, the fighting spirit in his eyes could not be concealed. Shuiyu also looked at Li Xingtong calmly, but was a little surprised in her heart. There are indeed many outstanding women everywhere. Li Xingtong's level 39 soul power alone is enough to surprise Shuiyu. Not to mention the wolf leopard cat, which is agile and has strong attack power, and can completely rival the martial spirit of the netherworld spirit cat. "It's okay, it shouldn't be necessary." Shuiyu glanced at it, took a step forward, took out a big black stick from the space bracelet, and said, "But do you mind if I use a weapon?" This stick was made of metal materials that he cheated from Master Yanlong. Shuiyu naturally didn't believe that the material was a meteorite from outer space. However, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is to be handy. When the time comes, it will be indestructible with domineering. Later, it was directly refined into a black stick, and it was invincible. "Okay, you can use it." Li Xingtong frowned slightly, but she didn't mind it very much. Shuiyu, this guy, is so strong, but he still uses weapons. Yes, it's a bit immoral. Everyone whispered and was a little dissatisfied with Shuiyu. However, Li Xingtong didn't take it to heart. Shuiyu, who has been in the game for half a year, can face and defeat Shen Yanmin, who has a soul power of level 39, I just don't know if he has become stronger after half a year. Li Xingtong clenched his fists and was ready to meet the enemy. After both sides were ready, the soul fighting officially began. Li Xingtong stomped her feet on the ground, and instantly roared out like a cheetah, with the momentum of a wolf, leopard, and cat. Her figure instantly turned into a residual shadow and appeared beside Shuiyu, and then she waved her arms, and a huge airflow swept out like a wave. Reflective Shuiyu, not in a hurry, slowly raised the big black stick tightly held in his right hand to block. Under the entanglement of the armed color domineering, the big black stick has long been extremely solid. Bang bang bang! The clanging sound continued, and Li Xingtong's cold claws swung wildly, cutting and tearing the big black stick. Shuiyu lightly resolved the attacks again and again. Chapter 38 The Strength of Armed Color 2. The first soul skill, Wolf Leopard Raid. Although he knew that Shuiyu was very powerful, Li Xingtong was not afraid. He became more and more courageous as the battle went on. His sharp claws suddenly stretched out, and his speed suddenly increased. With a flash of black light, he stabbed towards Shuiyu's chest fiercely. Li Xingtong's wolf leopard attack was extremely lethal. Even a thin piece of steel would probably be pierced by it. She was full of confidence. She thought that her attack was powerful enough. Even if it could not cause serious injuries, it would be enough to make Shuiyu retreat. Shuiyu looked at the claws that were coming at her at a rapid speed, and a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. She let Li Xingtong attack her chest. She was worried that she had no way to verify the strength of the armed color domineering. An assassin with the strength close to the soul master was just right for the attack. Clang! The cold claws, like pear blossoms in a rainstorm, tore at Shuiyu's body crazily, making a series of crisp sounds of metal collisions. The scene looked extremely tragic. What a powerful claw attack, so fast! Many people were amazed under the fighting spirit stage. They didn't expect Li Xingtong's first soul skill to be so domineering and powerful. For a while, they were all worried about Shuiyu. However, only Li Xingtong knew that the claws hit Shuiyu's chest, but failed to penetrate the defense of the armament haki. Moreover, every attack made her feel like she was hitting steel. A look of surprise suddenly appeared on her little face, and she felt that her claws were in pain. How is this possible? Such a strong body! Li Xingtong's eyes showed strong disbelief, but soon she calmed down. Puchi! After understanding the strength of her own armament haki, Shuiyu couldn't help but laugh, and finally broke the defense. Shuiyu, what are you laughing at? Could it be that you were beaten silly by Li Xingtong? At this time, someone teased Shuiyu a few words, causing everyone to laugh. Chapter 39 The figure has become better again. Laughter continued. Only Shen Jingbing and Wu Tang knew that Shuiyu was not stupid, but excited. They had personally experienced Shuiyu's strong defense. They were the attackers, but they were the ones who were hurt. A bunch of bumpkins, look at Li Xingtong's expression, does it look like the attack was effective? As soon as this was said, everyone's pupils dilated and cast their eyes on Li Xingtong, who was shocked. Could it be? Shuiyu wore anti-armor and rebounded the damage. At this time, Li Xingtong's originally indifferent face on the body, it was replaced by heaviness, and cold sweat dripped down her forehead. She didn't expect that even after using the first soul skill, she couldn't break the opponent's defense, but she felt a burst of pain, which was far from the world. Shuiyu looked calm at this time, and was not affected at all. Li Xingtong gritted her teeth and raised her foot again. She didn't believe it. Second soul skill, Giant Wolf Claw. This is a soul skill that amplifies the claw attack, relying on the high-speed movement of the body to accumulate power, and using the sharp penetrating power of the wolf claw to tear the opponent's defense. She has defeated many strong opponents with this move, so she is confident. Kaka. But to her disappointment, when her claws were about to touch the opponent's body, she heard a harsh sound in her ears. Then, a huge impact force knocked her away. Enough of fighting, it's my turn. As soon as the voice fell, Shuiyu had disappeared on the spot. When Li Xingtong just stabilized her body and reacted, she found Shuiyu standing behind her. How is it possible? So fast. At this time, Li Xingtong's face was full of fear. She never thought that the other party would have such a strange speed. The sound of shattering sounded again, and Li Xingtong only felt the shock force coming, her limbs and bones were trembling, and her whole body couldn't help but fly backwards. Her graceful body drew a perfect arc in the air, and then fell hard on the ground in the distance, splashing a cloud of dust. Her blood was churning in her body, and she struggled to get up. Looking at the boy in front of her, an inexplicable awe had risen in her heart. Shuiyu wins this soul fight. Seeing this, Yang Zhuoqi also announced loudly, and at the same time thought in his heart, I don't know whether Li Xingtong is too weak or Shuiyu is too strong. She was knocked away by the boy on the stage with a punch before she even used the second and third soul skills. Shuiyu looked at Li Xingtong in the audience, her eyebrows raised, and she said, Big sister, I'll tell your fiancé called San Shao when I get back, don't make yourself look for trouble. San Shao? Why do I feel like I've heard it somewhere before? Shen Jingbing heard it, and he also felt that he had heard it somewhere before, remembering that his cousin who didn't live up to his expectations liked to call himself San Shao. However, it must be that they are not the same person. Without thinking too much, Shen Jingbing was too lazy to ask. This lady is still single. At this time, Li Xingtong clenched her fist, and a trace of anger appeared on her pretty face. What do you mean, did I make a mistake? Shuiyu was also slightly stunned when she heard it. Okay, Shuiyu, hurry down the stage, there are other colleges that need fighting spirits. Instructor Yang Zhuoqi also hurriedly urged. Otherwise it might really cause some trouble. Seeing this, Shuiyu could only leave the battle stage in dismay. The classes fought against each other in pairs, and the second match was Wu Teng's turn to face another guy with a soul power of level 35. Shuiyu and Shen Jingbing naturally found a seat to sit down, pointing at Wu Teng on the stage, which made the latter angry. But Wu Teng was a war soul master who had been tortured by Shuiyu after all, and the attack power of his weapon soul, the Overlord stick, was extremely strong, not to mention that his soul power level was also higher, so he basically won in a crushing manner. Then, Shen Jingbing also went on stage. His martial soul was the family inheritance beast martial soul, the crazy lion, and his combat power was also quite terrifying. Maybe it was because Shuiyu said that he was still strong at old age, Shen Jingbing changed his previous unreliable attitude, and showed his kingly and domineering spirit to the fullest, and also defeated his opponent. In Tiandu Class 3, most of the students are over 20 years old. After all, they are not geniuses like those in Tiandu Class 1, let alone perverts like Shuiyu. In the past 6 months, almost all the students in the major have been crazy about internal competition, meditating and practicing to improve their own strength. Especially those who are stuck in age and want to participate in the next All-Continent Soul Master Academy elite competition are even more involuntarily crazy. For this reason, the following soul fighting battles are becoming more and more intense, and they are all about the guys who keep going. Time passes by minute, and the soul fighting has reached the 5th round. There are already many people who have been eliminated in the first and second rounds in the audience. They began to yawn out of boredom and wished they had snacks and nuts in their hands. As for the guys who have played the 3rd and 4th rounds, there is still the residual heat of the battle on their bodies, and they are slightly less listless. Among them, there are still many people watching the battle, wanting to learn some fighting skills from it, which is also a rare thing for them. Except for the first round, Shoyu destroyed the opponent in every round with a crushing attitude, causing countless people to shout and exclaim. The students who still have soul fighting in the future all have solemn faces. They are not stupid. Judging from the fighting power that Shoyu had exploded before, it is completely different from 6 months ago. Shoyu didn't care at all. The reason why he came to participate in the local fighting spirit ranking competition was to give face to teacher Yang Zwaki. Otherwise, he would not waste his precious training time. Shoyu's opponent in the 5th round was a 37th level control spirit master. As soon as he came on the court, his spirit power surged and his spirit skills were thrown out. Holding the big black stick, Shoyu easily resolved the attack from the opponent, and then waved the big black stick in his hand, knocking the latter out with a bored look. The subsequent fighting spirits, Wu Teng and Shen Jingbing, also faced Shoyu. However, the last 2 people unanimously proposed to admit defeat. They knew that if it was anyone else, Shoyu could still decisively solve it with one stick, but if it was the 2 of them, it would be too troublesome and they would inevitably be ravaged. Do you usually get less beatings? Why bother asking for trouble when so many classmates are forcing you to do so? In the end, Shoyu ended up winning the first place. After the soul fighting was over, Shoyu rushed out of the soul fighting field with Shen Jingbing and Wu Teng. He also wanted to go to the blacksmith shop to learn forging. He recently studied a weapon and wanted to test it out. However, as soon as the 3 of them got out of the spirit fighting arena, they saw an extremely enchanting figure in front of them. Fixing their eyes on him, it was Douluos. Today, Douluos is wearing a purple dress, her hair is tied on top of her head, her slender legs are straight, and her face and eyes are full of enchantment, which really attracts the attention of many boys. Shoyu looked at the woman in front of him unscrupulously, and said with a smile, "Miss Douluos, your figure has improved again. If you like Douluos titled Whitebeard, Shattering Godhead, please collect it, m.38xs.com, Douluos titled Whitebeard, Shattering Godhead 38 novel has the fastest update speed on the internet." Chapter 40, Hypocrisy 1_Douluos titled Whitebeard, Shattering Godhead novel No Anti-Theft Chapter _Author's Attack of the Lazy Ass _38 novel, m.38xs.com. Douluos' expression remained unchanged, still cold. He looked Shoyu up and down and said, "You have become stronger again. Tianheng asked me to tell you, are you interested in joining the team? Let's experience the Imperial Fighting Team in advance." Atmosphere. Previously, if Shoyu heard such an invitation, she would be very excited because she could contact Yu Tianheng. But now, he really doesn't have much interest, and there is no need. Instead, he will be transferred to the first class because of his privileges, which will arouse public anger. Forget it, I won't get stuck on this kind of bug. Shoyu smiled nonchalantly. After hearing these words, Wu Teng immediately jumped out, "Brother BA? What brother BA? I, Wu Teng, are here, and there is still someone who dares to call himself brother BA. I want to challenge him. Wu Teng, with your level of education, it's hard for me to explain to you." Shoyu covered her face and spoke rather speechlessly, then turned her attention to Douluos again and said, "I'm not very interested now. It's only been a few months since I joined the Imperial Fighting Team." Douluos said, "Shoyu, are you so confident that you can definitely join the Imperial Fighting Team?" Regarding this, Shoyu smiled incredulously. The woman in front of her was extremely strong, not to mention having a wild titled Douluos as her grandfather. If he were to put it bluntly, in half a year, no student in Huangdu Academy, including Yu Tianheng, would be able to fall under his eyes, and I'm afraid she would jump out immediately. He didn't want to cause trouble for the moment, so he casually passed by and took the opportunity to slip away. Douluos looked at his back and frowned slightly, then turned and left. Everyone left one after another, but they never noticed that not far away, there was a shadowy gaze, staring at the direction where Shuiyu disappeared. After leaving the soul fighting arena, Shuiyu did not return to his residence. Instead, he headed towards Tiandu city. The guards at the gate of Huangdu Academy could see Shuiyu going out basically every afternoon, and they were used to it and did not do anything to stop him. Dang dang crotch! Not long after, Shuiyu arrived at the blacksmith shop where the sound of knocking could be heard. After more than half a year of forging, he has become quite interested in blacksmithing, a profession that outsiders consider to be despicable. Haha, Shuiyu is here. Just as Shuiyu was thinking about how to make a weapon that surpassed the Tang sect's hidden weapons, laughter also came from afar. At this moment, Master Chen Hu, the younger brother of Master Yan Long in the blacksmith shop, was walking towards Shuiyu with a smile on his face. Shuiyu smiled faintly and saluted slightly. What should I say? Are you good at using weapons? Chen Hu looked at Shuiyu and asked curiously. He also knew that Yan Long gave the piece of metal regarded as a treasure to Shuiyu, and it was eventually made into a weapon by the latter. He just asked casually when he met it today. Shuiyu nodded when he heard the words, then smiled and said, "It's not bad, it's very easy to use." Chen Hu smiled and said, "Senior brother's forging skills are very strong and he is extremely experienced, but he still has little research on the manufacture of weapons. I am not talented, but I do have some experience in the casting of weapons." Shuiyu smiled again. Although Chen Hu was also a master blacksmith, such a diligent attitude made him a little uncomfortable, and he even doubted whether there was a purpose. But no matter what, the relationship still needs to be maintained. Shuiyu also said with a smile, "Then I will thank Master Chen Hu first. Just come to me at any time." Chen Hu said haha and spoke very kindly. Shuiyu didn't say much, and when he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something, and immediately said, "By the way, Master Chen Hu, I heard from Master Yan Long that you are responsible for purchasing blacksmith materials. It seems that I need some special materials. I wonder if Master can help me get some." When Chen Hu heard this, he frowned slightly and secretly thought, could this kid be planning to use his hands empty-handed? This opened the mouth. Then, Chen Hu looked a little embarrassed and said, "Shuiyu, I'm not afraid of you using ordinary metal materials, but rare metals are scary and not so easy to get. Even if you get it, you probably won't be able to use it. There will be a big price to pay." This seems to be a matter of course and polite, but in fact it is a hidden secret. Chen Hu is obviously telling Shuiyu that what you want can be obtained, but you must also provide sufficient conditions in exchange, otherwise it will yes no. Shuiyu also smiled faintly, without saying a word, but the light in her eyes had become deeper, and she immediately passed by Chen Hu and came to his blacksmith's table. Chen Hu looked at Shuiyu who was lighting the fire and pulling the bellows, and the warm smile on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by an incomprehensible expression. As Chen Hu left the blacksmith's forging room, his subordinates beside him whispered, "Master Chen Hu, this guy has some tricks. How can a guy who can reach such a forging level and create strange weapons in half a year be a fool?" Chen Hu said faintly. "However, he is still too young. By the way, send someone to pass the message to the young master." "Okay, I'll go now." After Chen Hu left, several blacksmiths who had a good relationship with Shuiyu immediately came up. "Shuiyu, Chen Hu's words are not to be trusted. He must have ulterior motives for being so attentive." "Yes, Lao Li is right. I don't think he has any good intentions. Don't be deceived by appearances. I'm telling you, the core knowledge of the soul guide you made must not be known to this guy. Do you understand?" Chapter 40 False Feelings 2. Yes, you must be cautious. If you really need any materials, brothers will help you. Hearing everyone's discussion, Shuiyu also nodded and smiled. The most sincere and sincere feelings are nothing more than such a simple, honest, and kind blacksmith friend. These days, it was these blacksmiths who worked tirelessly to help him forge, passing on some of their experiences to him from time to time, and occasionally sending him some precious materials. This was completely different from the attitude of others towards him. Shuiyu was also very grateful to them. "By the way, Brother Niu, did you sell the firearms I made last time?" Shuiyu suddenly remembered something and asked the dark-skinned man beside him. The dark-skinned man nodded, and said with a happy face, "I was just about to tell you about this. The weapon you made, called the Soul Guide hand cannon, is really great and powerful. Even ordinary people without soul power can use it for self-defense. 5 are not enough to sell. 5 are a total of 2,000 gold soul coins, count them." As he said, Niu took out the gold soul coins from his pocket and handed them over. Shuiyu didn't expect that the semi-finished Soul Guide hand cannon was actually sold. This was a pleasant surprise. He was also very generous. He took out half of it, and then put the purse directly on the table, saying, "The forging of 5 Soul Guide hand cannons cannot be done without the help of brothers. Let's divide the remaining gold soul coins." "How can this be done?" "No, absolutely not. Although several blacksmiths can't earn much money after working hard for a year, they are determined not to take it if it is not theirs, and they refuse it." Shuiyu also had an idea and came up with a solution. "Since they don't want to take it, let's try another way." He disassembled the parts needed for the Soul Guide hand cannon, and subcontracted it to several blacksmiths for forging, and finally assembled it by himself. The net profit obtained was then distributed according to the situation, and the problem was solved. However, this method was also rejected. They were only willing to take the sweat money for forging parts. Shuiyu felt helpless and secretly sighed that he was really a simple and hard-working worker. He was already ready to find Master Yanlong for cooperation and increase the forging wages of each blacksmith. Chapter 41 Xiangjia Academy comes to Challenge 1. For 7 consecutive days, Shuiyu did not return to the Royal Do Academy at all, but stayed in the blacksmith shop, concentrating on studying Soul Guide Hand Cannon 2.0. Master Yanlong was also very powerful and directly prepared an exclusive forging room for Shuiyu. Although Shuiyu alone could not support the manufacture of Soul Guide Hand Cannon, fortunately, with the support of Yanlong and the blacksmith uncles, plus his deep understanding of technology, Soul Guide Hand Cannon 2.0 has taken shape. Originally, Douluos had reached a limit in the cold weapon era because of Tang San and the expiration of the hidden weapon. Shuiyu's research on the soul-guided hand cannon driven by gunpowder and soul power directly transcends the dominance of hidden weapons. As long as the research is completed, it can basically be said to be a product leading the forefront of the Douluos era, which will completely change the pattern of the Douluos continent. However, even if he has the wisdom and memory of his previous life, he cannot fully develop the soul-guided hand cannon 2.0 in a short time. For a while, Shuiyu couldn't help but fall into confusion. "Boss, what do you think Shuiyu is researching?" At this moment, the blacksmith Anyu asked Master Yanlong in confusion. "You ask me, who should I ask?" Master Yanlong was also confused and continued, "But what is certain is that it is definitely something that can shock the entire continent. You can see it from the soul-guided weapons that this kid asked us to deliberately take out to promote and sell. This kid is definitely going to make a big fuss again, and this time it must be a shocking move." Although Anyu didn't quite understand, he still nodded seriously. At this time, Shuiyu also turned around and asked, "Uncle Long, is there any material that can be used as an energy core driven by soul power?" "Core materials that can be driven by soul power?" Yanlong was stunned, and then suddenly said, "I know that there is a book in the Blacksmith Association that says that rare metals plus gems engraved with formations can increase the power of objects through soul power drive." "That's it, can you help me find it?" Shuiyu's eyes lit up. "Okay, absolutely no problem." Shuiyu also returned to the academy because she was worried about not returning to the academy for a long time and causing unnecessary trouble. At this time, in the Royal Do Academy's Fighting Soul Arena, Yang Zhuaqi and Tang Ao were frowning and their scalps were numb. The reason was that the people from Xiangjia Academy took advantage of the fact that Yu Tianheng, Du Yan, and other outstanding students went out for training and came to the Royal Do Academy to challenge them. The scene was terrible. In the Fighting Soul Arena, as a phantom of the Diamond Mammoth flashed by, Hu Yunji, who had domineering power, continued to suppress Li Xingtong, who was approaching the Soul Sect. At this moment, Li Xingtong was furious. Although her soul power was higher than Hu Yunji, the wolf leopard cat of the agile attack system, whether it was the first soul skill or the second soul skill, could not tear through the defense of the Diamond Mammoth with the defense shield. Roar! Huan Shi showed the powerful strength of the Diamond Mammoth. Li Xingtong was forced to retreat repeatedly. His face was as pale as paper. It was obvious that a lot of soul power had been consumed in his body. As Huan Shi approached, Li Xingtong was finally defeated and was knocked out. He fell to the side of the field, his eyes full of resentment. At this moment, Huan Shi, who was standing on the fighting stage, curled his lips slightly and sneered at Li Xingtong lying on the ground. What garbage, are all the Royal Fighting Academy just these kinds of stuff? There is not a single one who can fight. It's a waste of time. I'm watching the college exchange competition later. You should withdraw by yourself, so as not to embarrass yourself. Huan Shi, who was tall and muscular, looked contemptuous and said disdainfully, I hope that the next Thunder College, Tian Shui College, etc. will not be as useless as the Royal Fighting College. Go to hell, I'll do it. As a voice sounded, Huan Shi raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking that it might be Yu Tianheng who came back. At this moment, Wu Tang walked out of the crowd indignantly, his fists clenched, his eyes cold. Yang Zhuaqi frowned immediately. Wu Tang, what are you doing? Go back. You know, this is a challenge, and the challenge represents the Royal Fighting Academy. If Wu Tang loses to Huan Shi again, it will be a great shame. Don't worry, Teacher Yang, I will definitely live up to everyone's expectations. Wu Tang's eyes were firm, and his spirit tyrant stick had been thirsty for a long time. Yang Zhuaqi and Tang Ao covered their faces. They lived up to everyone's expectations. They didn't hold out any hope at all, okay? Now the outstanding students in classes 2 and 3, such as Shen Yanmin, Zhao Ji, Osman, and Li Xingtong, have all lost. If Wu Tang goes up and loses again, then the Royal Do Academy will be completely reduced to a joke. Yang Zhuaqi looked at the aggressive Wu Tang, sighed, and then cast his eyes to the ring. I don't know when Hu Yunji has stood with Wu Tang. The two figures are almost the same, both are burly and strong, but the aura is completely different. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings light up directly, the weapon Spirit Tyrant Stick is released directly. Wu Tang clenched his hands and went crazy directly. Roar! The Diamond Mammoth Phantom roared, the momentum was rippling, and it was full of provocative charm. The battle between the two soul masters was about to break out. Although the Diamond Mammoth is a defensive spirit, Hu Yunji took the initiative to attack, punching hard, tearing the air with his fist, and his momentum was overwhelming. Wu Tang was not afraid at all, waving the giant stick in his hand and confronting him head-on. The fight was intense from the beginning. Bang bang bang! Boom boom! The bodies of the two kept colliding with each other, and the air kept exploding. Circles of explosion ripples kept emitting. The whole arena seemed to collapse, and the solid floor also showed signs of collapse under this force. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. Chapter 41, Elephant Armor Academy comes to challenge 2. You punch, I stick, the offensive is extremely fierce. Wu Tang's soul power surged, he stomped his feet on the ground, leaped into the sky, and then swung the Overlord stick in his hand fiercely, smashing it down with a violent momentum. This is Wu Tang's third soul skill, the Fallen Strike, which instantly bursts out 5 times the ultimate power. How can the power be ordinary? The first soul skill, copper wall and iron wall. How could Huyanshi sit and wait for death? He directly used the first soul skill to instantly raise the defense of the diamond mammoth to a higher level. Wu Tang knew that he would not get any benefits by fighting head-on, but he still dared to face the bleak ending and hit it head-on. The fallen strike bombarded the copper wall and iron wall of the diamond mammoth, and it exploded immediately, and waves of strong impact continued to attack. Plop plop. Wu Tang was pushed out more than 10 steps away by the recoil force, and fell to the ground. And blood was oozing from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he couldn't break through Huanshi's defensive soul skills. This bastard, his defense is almost catching up with Brother Shui. Wu Tang stared at Huanshi with a serious look, and a look of fear flashed in his eyes. Huanshi also snorted coldly and laughed sarcastically, haha, that's it? It's the third soul skill, and it can't even break my defense. It's better to go to bed. Such rampant and unscrupulous ridicule caused countless Huangda students to clench their fists in anger, but they could do nothing about it. The iron must be hard to forge. If the fist is not hard enough, then you can only be beaten. How they wish someone could stand up and knock down the arrogant Xiangjia Academy students. Shuiyu. At this moment, a name appeared in their minds. As long as Shuiyu is there, how dare Huanshi be so domineering? Damn it, this guy wasn't here at the critical moment. Chapter 42 I Can't Stand It as a Father 1. Just when everyone was powerless, Wu Tang was also blasted out of the fighting spirit arena and lost regretfully. Ardeen said that your royal fighting general is the biggest enemy. Let's see first, it's just a bunch of rubbish, just a bunch of rabble. Huyanshi crossed his arms, as if he had a feeling that he was invincible in the world, and laughed, tell me loudly, who else? In an instant, he only felt that his eyes went black and his vision was completely gone. Damn, sack! Everyone was shocked, and then their faces brightened. The legendary water ghost Shuiyu is back. And your father? Shuiyu was so smooth that he used a set of military boxing and lightning 5 whips on Huanshi, who was covered with a sack, without even taking a breath. After a good fight, Shuiyu took off the sack, looked at Huanshi with a bruised face, stretched out his right hand and grinned, saying, boy, you are awesome, be my son. It was a sneak attack, but he even insulted him. Huanshi was furious, gnashing his teeth and yelling, go to Timo, if you have the ability, fight head-on, what's the point of sneak attack? Seeing that he didn't know what was good for him, Shuiyu also raised his eyebrows, put on the sack again, and hammered again. This time it was different, every blow was shocking. There were continuous cracking sounds, and the crowd watching didn't know whether it was the sound of Huanshi's bones breaking or the special effects of Shuiyu. Ah! Everyone only heard Huanshi screaming, and then the whole person flew upside down, slammed into the bottom of the ring, and fainted. Huanshi fainted, Shuiyu stopped. Papa! Shuiyu clapped her hands calmly, and said to the cats and dogs who followed Huanshi, Tisk, you still say it's a soul master? He can't even withstand my gentle touch, you guys quickly carry him away. Everyone in the Royal Fighting Academy looked at this plague god with awe. This guy is a devil. Putting a sack on his head in broad daylight and attacking him secretly, this is really Shuiyu's usual style. You know, in just half a year, Shuiyu has been tough and unreasonable, and has done a lot of crazy things. Anyone who provokes him will be put in a sack and beaten up when walking at night. It can be said that he has now completely gotten rid of the nickname of Fenjiun Orphan and has become a water ghost that many people are afraid of. After all, this guy did not even let his class teacher Yang Zwaki go, and blackmailed him many times. Seeing Shuiyu like this, Yang Zwaki was speechless. This was too despicable. However, it was still a bit refreshing. Who asked those ignorant guys from Xiangjia Academy to come and provoke? The people from Xiangjia Academy also heard Shuiyu's words, and they acted very quickly, preparing to carry Huiyanqi away directly. "Brother Shui, you are back." Seeing Shuiyu coming back, Wu Tang came up and hugged his legs and cried to the sky, telling the bitterness of being beaten by Huiyanqi and being kicked away. "Wait a minute." Listening to Wu Tang's tears and snot, Shuiyu was helpless. He suddenly shook his body and said to the people of Xiangjia Academy, "Huiyanqi is the leader who came to our academy to challenge us, right?" Everyone in Xiangjia Academy nodded. "You dare to hit my son? I can't stand it as a father." After Shuiyu finished speaking, he directly condensed the liquid water in the air, and then controlled the water to fall on Huiyanqi's face with great accuracy. Wu Tang looked at Shuiyu with a black face, thinking, when did he become his son? As he washed his face with cold water, the fainted Huiyanqi gradually regained consciousness. When he woke up and found Shuiyu in his field of vision, he was stunned for a while and suddenly realized something. "You don't have martial ethics. You actually come to cheat and sneak attack me." Huiyanqi was furious at the moment, staring at the person in front of him with a pair of eyes, wishing to eat this guy. "You can also touch my night screw." Shuiyu spread her hands, also looking nonchalant. Suddenly, Huiyanqi's face became even uglier, and he had an impulse in his heart to teach this bastard a lesson, otherwise he would never be able to calm down. No matter what, since as a student of Xiangjia Academy, he was well known in the school. How could he swallow the humiliation of being attacked by such a yellow-haired boy? "Fight head-on." Huiyanqi pointed at Shuiyu's nose and said provocatively. Shuiyu smiled evilly and said, "Why do you think I woke you up?" After speaking, Shuiyu jumped directly onto the fighting soul stage and raised the international friendly gesture to Huiyanqi. Huiyanqi was angry. Although he didn't understand what the gesture meant, he always felt that it was not good. He jumped directly on, and the soul power in his body surged wildly, and the momentum of the diamond mammoth burst out. The entire fighting soul stage was shaking violently, and even the students below the fighting soul stage could clearly feel Huiyanqi's anger. "Come on, don't waste time." Shuiyu smiled faintly, her eyes full of ridicule. Huiyanqi was too lazy to talk nonsense, and kicked Shuiyu sideways. "Ah!" Crack! Shuiyu smashed the air, and the space where Huiyanqi was located shattered and collapsed like an invisible mirror. At the same time, a terrifying shock force spread towards him. At this moment, he only felt severe pain in his limbs and bones, and his internal organs were shaking, as if a demon was tearing his body apart, as if he was being torn apart by 5 horses. Chapter 42 I Can't Bear It as a Father Too. It's over before it even started. Huiyanqi's burly body fell down and hit the fighting spirit stage directly, and a pit appeared immediately. Shuiyu shrugged, kicked the fainted Huiyanqi off the stage, pointed at the people from Xiangjia Academy and said, "I tell you, if my son was beaten, only the father can do it. Okay, carry him away quickly." Countless people were shocked and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Even the people from Xiangjia Academy felt suffocated and were stunned. Is this guy from Huangdu Academy too tough? Killed Huiyanqi with one punch? Huiyanqi is one of the best in the entire Xiangjia Academy, but how come he couldn't even withstand a punch from him? What kind of monster is this guy? It's so scary that even Huiyanqi himself didn't expect that he would be knocked unconscious twice by one person. As they carried Huiyanqi away, Shuiyu also said, "I say, Lao Yang, you are not good enough. Xiangjia Academy has come to provoke you, but you still swallow your anger. The most hateful thing is that you actually watched my son get beaten. I'm a jerk. Why did he just swallow his anger? Huiyanqi is the best of Xiangjia Academy, equivalent to the students in Class 1 of Tiandu level. But when it rains, it pours. The students in Class 1 are not here. The teacher can't be the one to go, right? Besides, aren't there students who have gone? They just haven't fought." Yang Zhuoqi's mouth twitched, and Wu Tang also had the urge to curse. "Shuiyu, they challenged me openly, and your sneak attack, made our Huangdu Academy lose face. Tang Ao took advantage of the opportunity and said in a sarcastic tone. What? Wasn't I just open and above board? Teacher Tang, you are so funny. Shuiyu waved her hand and laughed. Besides, the students of your own academy were beaten, and you still spoke for them like this. What's your intention? Do you want to switch to Xiangjia Academy? Shuiyu and Tang Ao didn't get along with each other. Seeing the latter's sarcastic tone, she naturally didn't hesitate. When the crowd dispersed, Tang Ao also squinted his eyes, looking at Shuiyu's back with a gloomy face. His thoughts were also flowing rapidly, thinking about how to trick Shuiyu. If you like, Shattering Godhead, please collect it. m.38xs.com, Shattering Godhead Sanba novel has the fastest update speed in the entire network. Chapter 43. It's hard to help you with this little money. 1_ Shattering Godhead novel anti-theft chapter __. Brother Shui, even if you are cruel, don't quarrel with Tang Ao, that low B, you don't know where he will set you up. Following behind Shuiyu, Wu Tang looked at the figure in front of him and couldn't help but whispered in a low voice. Don't worry, he can't beat me. Hearing Wu Tang's words, Shuiyu's face showed confidence, and she answered confidently. Hearing this, Wu Tang shook his head speechlessly, and didn't say anything. Not seeing Shen Jingbing, Shuiyu also asked, by the way, where did Brother Xie go? Oh, there were some conflicts in his family, so he went back. Wu Tang said. Isn't Shen Yanmin in the college? Shuiyu was puzzled. I was just about to tell you. Along the way, Wu Tang told Shuiyu about the Shen family. After listening, Shuiyu touched her chin, and there was some interest in her eyes. However, at this moment, a student also came and notified Shuiyu to go to the Education Committee Hall. Shuiyu had to change the destination. In the current Education Committee Hall, there is only one Education Committee member, Meng Shenji, but there are several college teachers, including Yang Zwaki and Tang Ao. Shuiyu, you're here. After seeing Shuiyu coming, Meng Shenji, the white-bearded man, actually stood up to greet her, which made Shuiyu feel a little flattered. Although this old man is not a title Douluo, he is still Soul Douluo, the strongest in the entire Royal Douluo Academy. Shuiyu also bowed respectfully. At the signal of Meng Shenji, the chief of the Education Committee, Shuiyu found a chair and sat down casually, and asked, Chief, I wonder if you want me to come here for something. Oh, I have a decision, I want to hear your opinion. Meng Shenji smiled, and then winked at Yang Zwaki on the side. Oh. Yang Zwaki also understood what Meng Shenji meant, and immediately said to Shuiyu on the side, Shuiyu, you know that Xiangjia Academy coming to challenge is a tradition of several senior academies, right? Shuiyu nodded, he had heard about this before. It's like this, Hu Yunji came to challenge on behalf of Xiangjia Academy, but you. At this point, Yang Zwaki couldn't help but cover his face. Which bastard is talking nonsense again? I clearly defeated him uprightly on the fighting stage. Shuiyu cursed without hesitation, he knew who was telling tales. Tang Ao, who was sitting on the side, suddenly looked gloomy and said, but what about before? You put a sack over someone's head and beat him up. What's that? You have made our Royal Fighting Academy lose face. Shuiyu's eyes condensed and said, do you think I want to take action? Isn't it because Hu Yunji is so domineering that he mocked our Royal Fighting Academy as trash, a playboy and a mob? The most intolerable thing is that he actually said that he would hang our teacher Tang Ao up and beat him like a pig, and said that he would strip his pants off in the street and let him run naked in the street. Is there any justice in this? Is there any law? Shuiyu cursed angrily. Shuiyu talked nonsense seriously, and his expression was so calm that people who didn't know would think he was telling the truth. This kid, is he deliberately insulting me? Scold me? Tang Ao, who was standing by, looked even uglier when he heard this. His face had turned the color of liver, and his eyes were full of anger. Yang Zhuoqi looked serious and didn't say anything, but in fact, he almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Are you serious? Meng Shenji's face darkened when he heard this, and he confirmed again. Of course you must. Chief, can I tolerate this? Scolding me Shuiyuexing, but scolding my respected teacher Tang Ao and belittling our academy, which is intolerable. I will never reconcile with Xiangjia Academy. The more Shuiyu spoke, the more excited she became. She looked powerful and awe-inspiring, and even her face and eyes were full of uncontrollable anger. Yang Zhuoqi also pulled the corner of Shuiyu's clothes and said softly, "Be low-key, it's a bit too much." Hiss! The sound of breaking sounded, and the teacup in Meng Shenji's hand turned into powder directly. He stood up angrily and said in a deep voice, "Xiangjia Academy, you dare to speak so arrogantly, you deserve a good beating. No wonder instructor Tang Ao asked you to go out and teach them a lesson." Shuiyu narrowed her eyes and finally got to the point. As expected, it was Tang Ao who was fanning the flames. Yang Zhuoqi blinked wildly at Shuiyu, signaling him not to agree. "Take my Fang Tian Huaji and watch me flatten Xiangjia Academy." Shuiyu was shocked and indignant. "You are worthy of being a good man of my imperial fight. When you return triumphantly, I will personally prepare a banquet to celebrate for you." Tang Ao's face suddenly brightened when he heard this, thinking that this kid was fooled. Meng Shenji also raised his eyebrows when he saw this, and sighed secretly, but after all, one tiger cannot defeat a pack of wolves. The big guys in Xiangjia Academy are very strong, and Hu Yunqi who came to challenge them this time is just the weakest one in Xiangjia team. Yes, don't be impulsive. Yang Zhuoqi also hurriedly dissuaded him. In response, Shuiyu was fearless and said lightly, "It's just a group of juniors. As long as the salary is in place, the 5 element academies can be destroyed." What the hell? Salary? Meng Shenji was stagnant for a moment, not knowing what Shuiyu was up to. Shuiyu smiled calmly and said, "Yes, but it has to be charged." Meng Shenji suddenly twitched and almost vomited blood. But he quickly regained his composure and said, "Shuiyu, don't be impulsive, this matter needs to be discussed carefully. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content later." Chapter 43 It's hard to help you with this little money too. Meng Shenji said, turning his eyes to Tang Ao, as if asking him what he thought of this matter. "If you can really win, I will give you a year's salary as a reward." Tang Ao showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He didn't believe that Shuiyu could defeat the entire Xiangjia Academy alone. Hearing this, Yang Zhuoqi was also stunned. Why did this sentence seem familiar? Shuiyu saw that Tang Ao was fooled, and the corners of his mouth rose immediately. Then he shook his head and said, "Tisk tisk tisk, it's hard for me to help you with this little money? At least 3 years. No, I don't agree." Tang Ao frowned every day, obviously not expecting Shuiyu to ask for such a big price. 3,000 gold soul coins a year, 9,000 gold soul coins in 3 years. If he loses, it's fine. If Shuiyu wins, won't he be working for free for 3 years? Forget it, Yu Tianheng and his group are not here anyway. If other colleges come to challenge me again, I won't care. Shuiyu waved his hand nonchalantly. The deputy doesn't care about his high-spirited appearance. Just leave it alone. Is it possible that there are no other students? Tang Ao also said with a smile. But at this time, Meng Shenji fell into silence, frowning slightly, seeming to be thinking about something. Later, he came back to his senses and said, "If you can defeat the Elephant Academy, the Academy promises to give you 6,000 gold soul coins." Chief, what he wants is 9,000 gold soul coins. Didn't you give me the remaining 3,000 gold soul coins? Tang Ao looked ugly. Seeing Meng Shenji agreeing, Shuiyu was also happy and said, "Okay, if you add 1,000 more, I can kill Shenfeng Academy as well." Rolling, rolling, rolling. Meng Shenji was so angry at Shouyu's words that he vomited blood, and cursed, "Return to Kamikaze Academy? You should come back healthy from Elephant Academy first. Hey, I'm so old, but I still don't trust young people. If I were younger, it would be a good choice to adopt him as my son. Get out of here." If you like Douluos titled Whitebeard, Shattering Godhead, please collect it, m.38xs.com. Douluos titled Whitebeard, Shattering Godhead 38 novel has the fastest update speed on the internet. Chapter 44, Everyone Here is a Scumbag 1_Douluos titled Whitebeard, _author's Attack of the Lazy Donkey _38 novel, m.38xs.com. The next day. At dawn, the first ray of light penetrated the mist and fell to the world. Everything seemed so beautiful and pure. Shuiyu was already ready to go, so she called Yang Zhuoqi and came to the Elephant Academy with her. As for the reason, it was because there was a teacher present. Presumably the Elephant Armor Academy would also care about their face, so that Shuiyu would not be beaten by the crowd. And Wu Tang couldn't bear the loneliness and wanted to watch the fun. At the same time, he also tricked Li Xingtong into coming. In this regard, Yang Zhuoqi also felt quite helpless. The four people came to the Elephant Academy with high spirits, but were intercepted by the tall guard at the door. "I'm sorry, sir, Xiangjia College is a private school and outsiders are not allowed to enter. If you do not have an appointment or an invitation letter from the college, please leave immediately and apologize to the college. Otherwise, I will regard it as infringing on the interests of the college and I will remove you." Expelled. Everyone was confused. What the hell? Bullshit is like Zhu Beiji wearing a bra, one said after another. The local Soul Master Academy is really rude. Shuiyu walked out slowly, punching the air with his fist, and the shock force swept through him horribly. Click! The air shook instantly, and the guard felt a little uncomfortable and yelled, "Who are you? How dare you come to our Elephant Academy to provoke? We are just repeating what you guys from Elephant Academy did yesterday." Shuiyu smiled faintly. As the protagonist, it was natural for him to have an explosive opening. Bang! The guardhouse building collapsed, and the scene entered a wartime state for a time. Even the tall and dark guard did not expect that Shuiyu would dare to explode directly. This was the first time they had seen a young man dare to be so arrogant. The two big men directly released their martial spirits and rushed toward Shuiyu while shouting, "Intruder attacks! Intruder attack!" They were just two great soul masters. Shuiyu didn't even bother to dodge. He dodged and punched one after another, directly finishing the two of them without any delay. Wu Tang and his friends at the rear were stunned. "This guy is too irritable. How dare you make trouble in our Elephant Academy?" At this time, a middle-aged man from the Four-Ring Soul sect came over, with a tall and muscular figure and eyes full of anger. "Hey? Not a student?" Shuiyu glanced at the other party lightly, then turned around and said, "Old Yang, it's your turn to play." Yang Zhuoqi was confused, wishing he could find a crack in the ground and crawl in now. "It turns out that my role is to wipe my butt. I am Yang Zhuoqi, a teacher from Huangdu Academy. I am bringing my students here to challenge." Yang Zhuoqi walked out bravely and spoke with a serious face. No matter how he is a soul emperor, is it possible that he is still afraid of a soul sect? "Are you taking the lead in making trouble?" the soul sect man said coldly. Yang Zhuoqi replied, "Making trouble? You idiot, don't you know about the annual Soul Master Academy challenge?" "Challenge? Are you so challenging? I think you are just making trouble." Just when the soul sect man was about to lose his temper, a voice sounded, "Is he from Huangdu Academy?" From the direction of the sound, I saw a burly man arriving with a large number of tall and strong students. This person has a serious face and exudes an aura of calmness and authority. He is obviously the leader of this group of people. Without him, it is Hu Yanli. Behind him were Huianba, Huianshan, Huiangzi, Huiangkai, Huya Gai and others. However, due to the water and the moon, the strength to pull out the mountain and the overwhelming energy has been missing for one life. Shui Yu slowly walked up and confronted Hu Yanli, their swords at war with each other. Since Yu Tianheng didn't come, then you are not qualified to challenge my Ivory Academy, go back. Hu Yanli stared at Shui Yu with eyes wide open and asked. Among the information Hu Yanli received, only a few people in the Tiandu Royal Academy, such as Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan, deserved to be treated with caution, and the others were of no concern. Yesterday, Hu Yanqi applied to join Huangdu Academy and was brought back. He only believed that it was Yu Tianheng's hand. Shui Yu grinned and said, as a friendly reminder, Yu Tianheng can only resist 3 or 5 punches from me. You can ask Huianqi if you have any questions. Oh, I forgot, Huianqi is probably still lying in bed. Shui Yu covered her mouth with a nonchalant look. You. Upon hearing this, Huianli couldn't help laughing, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, and said, haha, you are just a little kid, and you dare to speak so arrogantly in front of us. Shui Yu waved her hand like a lucky cat and said, laugh, laugh, after today you will be the same as Huianqi. Sorry, I'm not targeting you, I mean that you Xiangjia Academy are all garbage. Looking for death. At this moment, Huianshan and Huiangzi gritted their teeth and were about to attack Shui Yu, but were stopped by Huianli. You are a guy who speaks arrogantly and doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Huianli snorted coldly and continued, if you are not afraid of death, then come with us. After saying this, Huianli turned around and left, followed by everyone behind him. Shui Yu saw this and waved to Yang Zhuoqi, Wu Teng, and Li Xingtong, and then followed. After crossing the campus square, they came directly to the fighting spirit field of Xiangjia Academy. The field was already full of people and there was an uproar. There were not many students in Xiangjia Academy, but they were generally tall and strong, and their voices were quite rough and loud. As soon as they saw Shui Yu, Yang Zhuoqi, and others appear, they immediately booed. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. Chapter 44. Everyone here is a scumbag too. Hu Yanli jumped to the fighting spirit stage, and the whole audience was silent. Hu Yanli crossed his arms and shouted, everyone, today the poor fellows from the Royal Do Academy come to challenge our Xiangjia Academy. Are you interested in watching them fail? Wow! When Hu Yanli said this, the whole audience immediately exploded, all of them sneered and ridiculed. These little kids are really overconfident. They dare to challenge Xiangjia Academy. They are really looking for death. That's right. Even if it's the Royal Do Academy, my Xiangjia Academy will still crush it. Haha, he's miserable now. Let's see how he ends up. The 4 people from the Royal Do Academy were helpless. After all, they were playing away games and there were no cheers from the cheerleaders. But even so, Shui Yu still came to the fighting spirit stage, looked around, and said lightly, excuse me, everyone here is scum. When Shui Yu's extremely arrogant words fell, everyone became angry and shouted at Shui Yu. Brother Li, I'll teach this kid a lesson. At this time, Huian Gai couldn't stand it anymore and walked out with anger on his face. Among the 7 members of the Xiangjia Academy team, except Huian Shi, he was the weakest. But because he was at the bottom, even if he didn't take the initiative to go on stage, several brothers around him would urge him to challenge Shui Yu. At this time, Huian Li walked to the audience seats in front of the battle and looked at Shui Yu and Huian Gai on the stage indifferently. He knew Huian Gai's strength. Now the former's soul power has reached level 32. Although it is not as good as himself, it is more than enough to deal with an unknown person. Chapter 45. Please welcome the next victim. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings flashed, and the diamond mammoth martial spirit was possessed. Huian Gai was in high spirits, his eyes were like lightning, and his face was arrogant. When he looked at Shuiyu, it was as if the emperor was looking down at the humble ministers, his eyes were full of contempt and disdain. Ha ha ha! This high-handed attitude, as if looking at an ant, also made Shuiyu couldn't help but hold her stomach and laugh out loud. What? You can still laugh? Do you know what kind of situation you are facing now? Hearing Shuiyu's contemptuous ridicule, Huiyan Gai was immediately furious. He had never seen a guy like Shuiyu who didn't know how to live or die. Do you think you are the only one with soul rings? I have two. As soon as the voice fell, two dazzling yellow soul rings also lit up, and water drops fell in the surrounding space. What? A great soul master with two rings? Hehe, just a great soul master, too low level, right? What's so good about this? Everyone in Xiangjia Academy was shocked, their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were so big that they could fit an egg. They almost believed that the ending was that Shuiyu would be ravaged. I say, did you from Huangdu Academy deliberately come to my Xiangjia Academy to make fun of me? That's not how acrobatics and circuses are performed, right? Huiyan Li crossed his arms and looked at Yang Zhuoqi and the other two with a look of contempt. Like most students in Xiangjia Academy, he also believed that Shuiyu would lose. Ha ha ha, my great soul master can beat 10. Shuiyu smiled slightly without caring, looking confident. Brother Li, let a guy come down, just find someone to go up. Ace Mammoth number 1, apply to fight. For a moment, many students in the audience proposed to fight, and they wanted to see Shuiyu's miserable appearance after being ravaged and the screams and pleas for mercy. Yang Zhuoqi's mouth twitched, and he sighed that ignorance was terrible. Wu Teng and Li Xingtong also smiled at each other, looking gloating. It's really ignorant and fearless, perhaps they haven't seen the miserable state of Hu Yanqi yesterday. But it doesn't matter, Hu Yanga will follow in his footsteps later. At this moment, Hu Yanga on the stage also showed a mocking smile. I thought he was so strong? But he turned out to be a little trash. Shuiyu shrugged with a casual expression, and then looked at Hu Yanli in the audience, and said, Xiao Litzi, everyone in your Xiangjia Academy is like a monster, so scary. Should we make a bet? Upon hearing this, Hu Yanli's face suddenly darkened, and he felt that the three words Xiao Litzi were an insult to him, so he snorted coldly and said, Fuck you, Xiao Litzi, you like to fight, but you don't want to roll over. Well, since you don't dare to bet with me, forget it. After all, who would be so stupid as to bet knowing that they will lose? Shuiyu curled her lips, but secretly laughed in her heart, waiting for the other party's response. Tisk, it's just garbage, how do you bet? Hu Yanli frowned and replied immediately. Smiling and shaking her head, Shuiyu sighed that he was really a big fool, and he would also fall for this level of provocation. Just like this, if I knock down all 7 of you, no. 6 of you, how about giving me 10,000 gold soul coins? Shuiyu said lightly. Haha, good calculation, what if you lose? Then I'll give you 100,000. As soon as these words came out, everyone in Xiangjia Academy was extremely excited, feeling that the gold soul coins were already in their pockets, and they were already thinking about how to distribute and use them. Is Shuiyu stupid? Where can he get 100,000 gold soul coins? Yang Zhuoqi whispered. Wu Tang touched him and smiled, he won't lose, he didn't even ask for 100 million. Yang Zhuoqi suddenly realized that he had been confused by his salary for more than 30 years. Shuiyu's generous appearance also made Huiyanli slightly stunned, and he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Although 100,000 gold soul coins are affordable for the Royal Dou Academy, it is not a small amount. But since he dared to make such a bet, if the other party is not a fool, then he must have something to rely on. However, taking 10,000 to fight 100,000, even if the other party really defeated Huiyanqi, his realm is still only a great soul master, and the winning rate is still very high. Besides, there are Abba, Ashin and himself, it is impossible to fail. Thinking of this, Huianli's eyes flashed a cunning light, and then smiled, okay. Then thank Xializi for the 10,000 gold soul coins in advance. Shuiyu narrowed her eyes slightly, stared at Huianli opposite and smiled. Haha, I also thank you for your 100,000 gold soul coins. Huianli smiled contemptuously, then waved his hand, signaling Huiangai to start. Huiangai nodded, and stomped his feet on the fighting arena, as if the earth was shaking. Boy, I will let you know that Xiangjia Academy is an existence you can't afford to offend. Huiangai shouted loudly, and then swung his arms violently. The veins on his arms bulged, and the muscles swelled up, like a dragon, and he was about to attack Shuiyu. Crack! The atmosphere visibly shattered into cracks and spider webs, and the terrifying shock force instantly attacked. Huiangai didn't even react to where the sound of shattering came from, and an extremely strong shock force directly shook him out. Bang! When he came to his senses, Huiangai had fallen under the fighting spirit stage. As expected of the old six who had high hopes, it ended before it even started. Huiangai was caught off guard suddenly, and he was stunned when he stood up, looking at the people around him at a loss. This scene was so puzzling. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? Huiangai was puzzled, looking at Shuiyu and cursing, boy! You cheated and attacked me by surprise. Haha! Shuiyu laughed and said, don't say that. Aren't you ready to attack me? Wow! There was an uproar. The eyes of the crowd looking at Huiangai became complicated, with surprise and confusion, worry and gloating. This emotion made Huiangai very embarrassed, and he became even more angry in his heart. He pointed at Shuiyu and said, You. Huiangai called you for a long time, but he couldn't say a complete sentence. Shuiyu snorted coldly, then looked in the direction of Huianli and shouted loudly, Xiao Litzi, please invite the next victim quickly, I'm in a hurry. Huianli was also confused by the scene just now. He really couldn't understand why Huiangai was so weak. It shouldn't be a sneak attack? I don't believe it. What other means are there besides sneak attacks? Looking at the crowd watching the excitement next to him, Huianli called out again, Aki, you go. A moment later, another burly man walked onto the fighting arena. This man was Huiangai, who ranked 5th. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he put on a ferocious look and stared at Shuiyu fiercely. Humph, kid, today is the day you die. I will make you look good. Chapter 46 Hurry and Carry Away 1. Shuiyu waved her hand and said, I'm already good enough, there's no need for you to make me look good. Hurry up, otherwise if I start first, you won't have a chance. Huiangai snorted coldly and said, he's just a scoundrel who can only sneak attack. I won't underestimate the enemy like a guy. The diamond mammoth roared, and the battle was about to start. Brother Chi, kill him, let him dare to be arrogant. A great soul master who sneak attacks is not up to the stage, just kill him directly. A little scum wants to turn the world upside down? It's really overestimating one's own ability. For a while, the shouts from the Fighting Soul stage resounded throughout the Fighting Soul stage. Huiangai listened to the shouts of the crowd, and a raging fire suddenly burned in his heart. He wanted to kill Shuiyu in a second. Seeing Huiangai was slow to act, Shuiyu also became impatient. His muscles were full of domineering power, and he stomped his feet on the ground, instantly turning into a human-shaped cannonball and shooting out. Shuiyu was extremely fast, and with the enhancement of the armed color, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was a war spear. Bang! The sound that resounded throughout the venue was a roar, and Fei Chong's shoulder directly hit the burly and tall body of Huiangai. Even though the latter had the terrifying defense of a diamond mammoth, he still couldn't withstand the violent Shuiyu. The tall and strong Huiangai was knocked away almost in an instant. He was worthy of being the one who was cheered by everyone, and even the posture of falling off the field was very elegant. Silence. Countless people were stunned, looking at the scene in the field in disbelief. The face was slapped, and everyone in Xiangjia Academy had never felt so speechless. Isn't this too fake? Could it be that they are in collusion? Many people were suspicious. Hu Yangkai stood up while holding his aching stomach, glared at Shuiyu, and gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it! You are really too weak." Shuiyu glanced at Hu Yangkai with indifference and smiled. "Humph, I will kill you." Hu Yangkai was furious, he clenched his fists, making a crisp sound, and was about to rush to the stage. "Aki, retreat!" On the side, Hu Yanli also stood up and hurriedly stopped Hu Yangkai. Hu Yangkai stopped the attack after hearing this, but still glared at Shuiyu and gritted his teeth. Shuiyu stroked her chin and smiled, "I thought Xiangjia Academy couldn't afford to lose." Hu Yanli frowned, and a faint anger appeared on his face, but he controlled himself and didn't lose his temper. He knew very well that if the first round was caused by Hu Yanga's carelessness and contempt for the enemy, then the sentence just now was enough to prove how terrible the opponent on the stage was. Not only did he have unparalleled speed, but his strength was also unmatched. "Shuiyu, I admit that you are very powerful, but it does not mean that you can do whatever you want in my Xiangjia Academy." Hu Yanli said slowly. "Haha, who is the next victim? Is it him? Is it him? Or you?" Shuiyu smiled and pointed at Hu Yanba and Hu Yanshan on the side, and then pointed at Hu Yanli. Hu Yanli did not get angry, but Hu Yanshan behind him came out, with not only anger but also heaviness in his eyes. It can be seen that he has regarded Shuiyu as the biggest opponent in his life. The third soul skill, immovable as a mountain. As soon as he got on the stage, Huan Shan used his third soul skill. His burly body seemed to be covered with armor made of huge rocks. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a human-shaped mountain standing on the fighting stage. Even the floor under his feet trembled. His defense power has been strengthened to the extreme. Shuiyu looked at this scene and nodded slightly. He secretly praised him in his heart. He is worthy of being one of the most outstanding disciples of the younger generation of Xiangjia Academy. The defensive characteristics of the diamond mammoth itself, plus the defense soul skill of immovable, are almost comparable to the armored dragon turtle that bought anti-armor. Obviously, Huan Shan's skin is very thick. If he uses the flying shoulder like he did against Huan Qi, it will be almost useless. Since you are wearing a turtle shell, break the shell first. Come on, I wonder if you can withstand it. Shuiyu said softly, with a bright light flashing in her eyes. The next moment, a huge soul force aura instantly rose from Shuiyu's body, like a tide, one wave after another, blowing his clothes rustling, and a suffocating sense of oppression instantly spread in all directions. The people in the audience thought that something big was going to happen, but Shuiyu simply clenched his fist and then swung it suddenly in the space in front of him. But with such a simple punch, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked in an instant. Crack! Visible cracks appeared in the atmosphere in the field, and the terrifying shock force instantly erupted, shaking the atmosphere. Huanqi didn't care at first, he didn't believe that anyone in the realm of a great soul master could hurt him at all. But at this moment, his face showed extreme horror, and his eyes were dull. The rock armor on Huanqi's body was almost broken in an instant, and the spread continued. Shuiyu broke Huanshan's arrogant defense with a crushing gesture. Looking at Huan Shan lying on the fighting arena, Shuiyu narrowed her eyes and said, "Hurry up and carry him away." It was only then that Huan Li realized the seriousness of the problem, and his already heavy face became even uglier. He suddenly stood up and was about to walk towards Taishan. Huan Ba, who was standing next to him, also stood up and volunteered, "Brother Li, let me go first. Even if I can't beat him, I can consume his soul power." This chapter is not over yet, please click the next page to continue reading. Chapter 46, Hurry and carry him away too. How can a good boy from Xiangjia Academy speak like this? Looking at Hu Yanba, Hu Yanli also replied in a deep voice, and then locked his eyes on the figure on the stage again, saying, "Forget it, I'll go out in person and end this farce." Hu Yanli walked towards the fighting soul stage step by step. Every step he took would cause the stairs under his feet to shake. It seemed that the whole ground was shaking under his feet, which showed the powerful soul power contained in his body. Hu Yanba did not insist any more, but stepped aside. On the fighting soul stage, looking at Hu Yanli who was getting closer and closer, Shuyu also grinned and stretched out her right hand. "I don't know why, the moment I saw you, I wanted to take you as my son. What do you think? Boy, you are very arrogant." Hu Yanli's eyes were gloomy, and a fierce look appeared. He continued, "But when you said this, you were destined to become disabled." Roar! Just as the two were talking, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, had flashed around Hu Yanli's body, and the momentum of the diamond mammoth martial soul suddenly erupted. "Hu Yanli, a level 36 defense soul master, come and fight!" Hu Yanli shouted in a deep voice, and a faint mammoth shadow emerged on his body. A set of mammoth armor immediately covered his whole body, wrapping him up in it, looking extremely majestic. "I am not very interested in your realm, it will end soon anyway." Shuyu smiled faintly, with a completely uninterested expression. Explosion shock. Shuyu developed a new move with the power of the tremor fruit. He grabbed the air with his 10 fingers and pressed down suddenly. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, and a series of tearing white light exploded in the air, and the violent shock force raged in the air. Under this, Hu Yanli's figure was also shaking, and a sense of crisis suddenly hit his heart. Chapter 47. As long as the money is in place, the 5 major academies are all useless. The first soul skill, Copper Wall and Iron Wall. A thick layer of yellow-brown light condensed on the surface of his body. Under the cover of this layer of yellow-brown light, Hu Yanli's whole body was as solid as copper and iron. After stabilizing his body, Hu Yanli also roared, "Boy, let me see how evil you are." Second soul skill, Mammoth Collision. The next moment, he turned the passive into active, and after applying the copper wall and iron wall to increase the defense, he released the second soul skill again, like a phantom of a humanoid mammoth rushing forward, determined to kill Shuyu. But if you really think that the explosion shock is simple, then you are completely wrong. Bang! The air seemed to be squeezed and exploded at this moment, making a deafening roar. Shuyu's punch was full of shock force, using the power of infinite shock force to instantly lock the space around Hu Yanli, and then the space visible to the naked eye split and collapsed, turning into fragments scattered in the air, and circles of ripples spread in the air. Hu Yanli had not reacted at all, and was hit dozens of meters away by the turbulent shock force of the space shattering. The whole person fell to the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth. The originally noisy fighting spirit arena suddenly fell into a dead silence, and a pin drop could be heard. Almost everyone stared at the figure on the fighting spirit stage in amazement. How is this possible? Under the power of this punch, Hu Yanli's heart was full of horror. He was originally ambitious, but at this moment even his eyes were dull. Shuyu grinned, keep pretending, you can't even withstand a punch, and you are a master. Is this the strongest of the younger generation of Xiangjia Academy? Glancing at Hu Yanli on the stage, Shuyu couldn't help but shook her head, extremely disappointed. In fact, Hu Yanli himself has good strength, not to mention the powerful diamond mammoth martial soul, but it is a pity that the opponent he met is Shuyu. Shuyu stroked her chin, looked at Hu Yanli and said lightly, "I am not talented, standing on the position of an expert to give Xiao Lily some advice. Whether it is your talent or strength, it is far beyond the average peers. It can even be said that you are already a leader among your peers. It's a pity that you have strong limbs but a simple mind." As he said, he stretched out his right hand. Wu Teng and Li Xingtong outside the field knew that Shuiyu was going to take in another son. Shuiyu grinned, "By the way, I'm in a hurry, please pay 10,000 gold soul coins." Hu Yanli still felt his blood boiling, and after hearing Shuiyu's words, he almost vomited blood, as if he had eaten shit. He never thought that he would actually lose. Although there was still one person in the 7-man team who had not yet played, as the strongest person, he was killed like this, and there was no point for others to play. At this moment, he couldn't accept it. As a result, the dead duck said harshly, "Don't worry, our Elephant Academy will never be in debt." "Okay, then take the initiative to send it to Huangdu Academy within 7 days, otherwise I will ask the storyteller under the overpass to sing and dance about the Elephant Armor Academy's failure to repay the debt." Shui Yu looked stunned, but she said to Yang Zhuoqi outside the court, "Old Yang, you have to help me recover the debt." "Damn it! None of my business." Yang Zhuoqi's face was full of dark lines. Who didn't know that the Elephant Armor Academy was a group of burly men, and behind them was the unreasonable Elephant Armor sect? "Want debt? I want a hammer." Shuiyu put his hands behind his back and was about to walk off the stage slowly. A man came out and blocked his way. "Wait a minute, can the warrior leave his name?" Looking at the person coming, Shuiyu didn't know why. Turning his eyes, he suddenly remembered something, smiled and said, "My name is Shen Sanqian, known as San Shao." The man raised his hand and pointed at Shuiyu, and said with great confidence, "Shen Sanqian, I will write down what happened today for Elephant Armor Academy. Today's shame will be repaid 100 times in the future." "Hey? What kind of chamber pot are you?" Hearing this, Shuiyu was also stunned, then nodded and smiled, and then searched for something in his space bracelet. Seeing this, the man thought that Shuiyu was going to give something as compensation, and said with a proud face, "I am the legend, what do you want to do?" At this time, when he saw Shuiyu taking out a brick in his hand, the man's entire face turned dark, his heart sank slightly, and his back felt a little chilly. "Pa!" The bricks were broken, the man was sleeping, and everyone was shocked. Looking at the guy lying on the ground like a dead dog, Shuiyu also glanced around and said, "Is he usually so brave? Doesn't he know that I am strong?" Yang Zhuoqi, Wu Teng, and Li Xingtong also gathered over and said with speechless faces, "Why are you beating this kid? Hey, doesn't this seem too exciting? Let him wake up after a nap." Shuiyu patted the dust in his hands and said nonchalantly, "Everyone." The business was over, and the group of people retired with their achievements and left the Elephant Academy calmly. As for everyone in Elephant Academy, they looked at the 4 figures and watched them leave with anger and unwillingness. "I originally thought I could make a small profit of 100,000 gold soul coins, but ended up with a huge loss of 10,000 gold soul coins. Not to mention, the Elephant Armor's 7th son was crushed by one person in one direction. If this spread, it would be embarrassing and embarrassing. Fortunately, only the 4 Shuiyu people from this college know about it now, otherwise, the reputation of Elephant Armor College will be completely lost. Please inform me that today's events must not be leaked out, otherwise." Hu Yanli frowned and reminded everyone in the college extremely seriously. Then, he fell into thoughts again. This kid from Huangdu Academy will probably not be weaker than Yu Tianheng, and will definitely be a formidable enemy in the future. In fact, even now, he has never thought clearly about why a great soul master is so powerful. Hitting them is like an eagle catching a chick. Outrageous! From the great spectrum of the world. On the way back, Shuiyu was smiling. She didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Even if the Elephant Armor Academy defaults on its debt, the fee for its own academy's thugs is nearly 10,000 gold soul coins, so that it can produce a lot of metal materials to research new weapons. Compared to 10,000 years later, if a soul guide device is created in this era, can I be regarded as a pioneer in the new world? That will definitely leave his name in history on this Douluo road and be remembered by future generations. However, enough money is still needed to support the development of soul guides. Lao Yang, after you return to the academy, you can briefly mention it to the 3 major education committees. When Yang Zhuoqi heard this, he was also confused and said, "What? What do you want me to mention? I can't let you carry a basket of fruit. I want you to tell the 3 old men that as long as the money is in place, all the 5 elements colleges will be useless. If you need it, you can contact me at any time. 2 or more can get a 20% discount. If you like Douluos titled Whitebeard, Shattering Godhead, please collect it, m.38xs.com, Douluos titled Whitebeard, Shattering Godhead 38 novel has the fastest update speed on the internet. Chapter 48 Useless Gadgets 1_Douluos titled Whitebeard, Shattering Godhead novel No Anti-Theft Chapter _Authors Attack of the Lazy Donkey _38 novel, m.38xs.com. What the hell? As long as the money is in place, all the 5 major colleges will be ruined? And even with a 20% discount, this guy is too dark, isn't he? Hearing Yang Zhuoqi's words, Bai Baishan, the 2nd chairman of the education committee, looked stunned. He never thought that the little guy in his college was only thinking about money. Can't he take the initiative for the honor of the college? Zhilan, the 3rd chair of the education committee, also nodded and said, Our Huangdu Academy is the strongest in Tiandu, why do we need to prove it? Yang Zhuoqi, are these the students you taught? Yang Zhuoqi looked helpless, and even had the urge to cry. Since Shuiyu entered Tiandu district, the frequency of coming to class is no different than once in 1,000 years. If you want to teach, you have to wait for someone to come to class. Besides, it is true that Huangdu Academy is very strong, but aren't those great geniuses not there? I think the 2 major education committees are right. We can no longer tolerate this. Meng Shenji, the chief of the education committee, heard this and immediately stroked his white beard to express his agreement, but after careful consideration, he spoke again, Well, Yang Zhuoqi, ask Shuiyu, 20% off is still a bit expensive. How about 5,000 gold soul coins for 1 college? At this time, both Yang Zhuoqi, Bai Baishan, and Zhilan were completely speechless. At the same time, Shuiyu returned to the Tiandu area with Wu Teng and Li Xingtong. All 3 of them were smiling and radiant, obviously returning home in triumph. Looking at this, the Elephant Academy must have been stepped on. Shen Yanmin couldn't help but think of how he provoked Shuiyu in the mimic environment, and then was slapped in the face. Osman nodded and said in a low voice, This kid is indeed evil, we should just accept his fate. Accept your fate? What destiny do you accept? My destiny is mine, not God's. The next generation of geniuses will surely stand on the top of the continent. In the future, I will definitely trample this kid under my feet with my own hands. Shen Yanmin was full of energy, as if he had already saw the glorious picture after his success. Stop talking nonsense. Seeing Shen Yanmin like this, Osman, who originally couldn't bear to hit him again, simply rolled his eyes and secretly thought that this kid is really a guy who overestimates his capabilities and always lives in fantasy. If he hadn't been raped twice, I'm afraid he would still have the same lack of self-awareness and dare to say such arrogant words. Zhao Ji, who was on the side, also had some shadows towards Shuiyu, thinking that Shen Yanmin was just talking serious nonsense. Cut. Shen Yanmin made a disdainful sound and said, This little blow makes you flinch? You really let me down. Okay, stop talking, Shuiyu is coming over. Just when Shen Yanmin was about to spit out the fragrance, Shen Yanmin spoke again. At this time, Shuiyu walked through the crowd of students with his hands behind his back, smiling and nodding from time to time. In addition, behind him, Wu Teng and Li Xingtong followed closely. Those who didn't know it thought it was a grassroots inspection under the leadership. A group of 3 people walked slowly by, always feeling a vague sense of majesty. As they slowly walked past everyone, Shen Yanmin and Osman couldn't help but hold their breath for fear of offending the god of plague. At this moment, Shui Yu also moved her gaze and landed on Shen Yanmin, saying, "Little Shen." When Shen Yanmin heard the sound, he suddenly felt guilty and quickly lowered his head, not looking directly at him. "Where is brother Xiat?" Shui Yu said with a smile. "Ah!" Shen Yanmin's heart pounded for a while, and then he answered, "Xiat, brother Xiat, he is still dealing with family affairs, I guess, he will be here soon." Hearing this, Shui Yu nodded thoughtfully, and then continued walking forward. Seeing Shen Yanmin's frightened look, Osman and Zhao Ji on the side couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths and cast contemptuous glances. "Still standing on the top of the continent? Will you trample the water and the moon under your feet? It's a bit ridiculous." After separating from Wu Teng and Li Xingtong, Shui Yu also ran to Tiandu city without stopping and came to the blacksmith shop. The sonorous sound of dang dang crotch still penetrated Shui Yu's eardrums. Shui Yu's eyes followed the sound and fell on the blacksmiths in the casting room. The blacksmiths were like tigers, exuding a fierce aura. They kept swinging the hammers in their hands and hitting the metal blocks on the casting table. When everyone saw Shui Yu appear, they also greeted him. Now Shui Yu is not only their colleague, but also the rich man who made them rich. Originally, the wages of blacksmiths were only enough to support their families, but now, thanks to his success, every blacksmith can earn more than 10 times their original income, and their living standards have completely improved. Shui Yu also greeted everyone, and then thought about his wealth. Not including the bet from the Elephant Armor Academy, he already has more than 10,000 gold soul coins. If he buys lower quality materials, he can also make some inferior soul-guided hand cannons, but their power and durability are slightly insufficient. But if you buy high-quality metal, you are afraid that because the design drawing is not comprehensive enough, incompatibility problems will occur during assembly, and materials will eventually be wasted. But once a satisfactory soul-guided hand cannon is invented, it will definitely be a disruptive existence, it will definitely cause an uproar when the time comes. The most important thing is that once he invented the soul-guided hand cannon, it means that he is already qualified to negotiate terms with many people who lack combat power and sex. After all, technology changes destiny, and technology changes the world. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. Chapter 48 Useless Gadgets 2_Douluos titled Whitebeard, Shattering Godhead Novel No Anti-Theft Chapter _Authors Attack of the Lazy Donkey _38 Novel, m.38xs.com. Uncle Anyu, is there any news about the special medal I asked you to help me collect last time? Shui Yu decided to purchase high-quality materials first and develop a high-quality and high-level soul-guided hand cannon. By then, as long as we have design drawings and mature technology, we can use different quality metals to make different specifications and levels of soul guidance equipment, and mass production will definitely be possible. At that time, according to the strength of the soul guide hand cannon, it will be provided to people with different needs, and a lot of money will definitely be made. Oh, Yunyang iron and crystal steel are both fine. I have reserved some for now, but I have asked all the major blacksmiths and material dealers about the two materials, heavy silver and mithril. Not only are they expensive, but they are also extremely rare. Previously, the gold soul coins are only enough to reserve part of the reservation. Blacksmith Anyu said, scratching his head. Oh, okay, then please keep an eye on it. I will get the money when the time comes. I am afraid that the other materials are not strong enough. Shui Yu said. Anyu nodded and started to do the work in his hands. For several days, Shui Yu was busy running between the blacksmith shop and the academy, preparing for the development of the soul guide hand cannon. Even when Shui Yu returned to the academy, she did not go to class at all, just treating the academy as a temporary hotel. It was okay at first, but after a while, Yang Zhuoqi felt embarrassed and forced Shuiyu into the classroom and forced her to attend the class. Like Yang Zhuoqi, it was okay at the beginning, and Shuiyu could barely sit still. But over time, Shuiyu became impatient. "Old Yang, your soul master theories are obviously inconsistent with the theories of a certain master." This day, Shuiyu finally couldn't help it and said bluntly, "Why don't we talk about odd changes and even unchanged, and look at the quadrant for the symbol? What's the zilly bang bang?" It broke the bucket. Yang Zhuoqi was stunned and his face changed slightly. I mean, what you teach is useless," Shuiyu said helplessly, waving her hand. "Oh." Hearing this, Yang Zhuoqi couldn't help but let out a long sigh and shook his head, saying, "Shuiyu, you must not belittle yourself. Even if you are useless, the teacher still loves you. Don't be self-deprecating and don't give up. One day you will become someone like the teacher who contributes to the entire continent." Chapter 49. Of course I chose to forgive him. 1. Shuiyu's head was full of black lines, and a sweat broke out on his back. "This old Yang, is it intentional?" "Hey, old Yang, I'm not talking about this. I mean that these soul master theories are meaningless to me now. Can I do other things?" Indeed, he is a person who understands the theory of Master Yu Xiaogang, so he has no interest in these theoretical knowledge now, but he has to continue to listen to the class, which is a bit difficult. Yang Zhuoqi narrowed his eyes and said, "Then you go to sleep. As long as you don't run out of the classroom, I don't bother to care about you." Shuiyu's mouth twitched suddenly, and she secretly sighed that Yang Zhou was too straightforward. "No, Lao Yang, why do you always want me to stay in the classroom? There is no way to make me stronger. Just let me go out for training, and then I can sweep the guys in Class 1, become the captain of the Royal Fighting Team, and lead the team to become bigger and stronger, create brilliance, and bring you a championship in the All-Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, and then give you a soul bone. Why not do it?" As soon as these words came out, Yang Zhou was confused. After decades of adulthood, this was the first time he saw such a shameless guy like Shuiyu. Return the championship? Return the soul bone? Why not say that he would marry the saintess of the spirit hall as his wife? I don't understand how he can talk nonsense calmly. Or, you can sit cross-legged in the back of the classroom and meditate to improve your soul power. Yang Zhuoqi shook his head helplessly and said, "I can't stand it anymore. What the hell is this, old Yang? How about we have a fight?" Shuiyu said seriously. Yang Zhuoqi was immediately furious and roared, "Get out of here!" "Okay." As soon as the voice fell, Shuiyu turned into a shadow and rushed out of the classroom without any hesitation. Yang Zhuoqi was stunned and thought to himself, "Did I get fooled by this kid?" After rushing out of the classroom, Shuiyu went straight to the hall of the education committee. He will get some gold soul coins now, and then go to buy precious materials, otherwise the soul guide weapon will not be officially born until a long time. "Chief old man, chief old man." Shuiyu has not arrived yet, but the call has already been made. Meng Shenji, the chief of the education committee, who was busy, looked up at the door and was slightly stunned when he saw Shuiyu. Then he regained his composure. "What's wrong? What's the matter? Shouldn't you be taking the theory class?" "Oh, the theory class is too boring. I want to ask you, do you still need a thug?" Shuiyu spoke directly from his heart and said all his thoughts. Meng Shenji, the chief of the education committee, was stunned and said, "Thugs?" Shuiyu nodded, "Yes, that's right. As long as you pay, no matter what Shuo Academy or Shenfeng Academy, they will all be killed." After hearing Shuiyu's idea, Meng Shenji couldn't help but laugh and said, "It's not that the college doesn't support it, but the thug fee of 9,000 gold soul coins for one college is too expensive. Isn't there a 20% discount for 2 or more?" Shuiyu continued. "It's still too expensive. The college does not support it. Meng Shenji shook his head. 30% off. Meng Shenji still shook his head. 40% off. Meng Shenji didn't say anything, but a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Shuiyu was so confused that he said directly, the lowest price is 5,000 gold coins per academy. Deal. Hearing this, Meng Shenji was immediately delighted and immediately agreed. Fuck, oh, you old fox. Shuiyu couldn't help rolling his eyes and complaining in a low voice when he saw this. Meng Shenji smiled and looked at Shuiyu, and couldn't help but sigh that he had made a good decision. Decided to bring Shuiyu back to school against all odds. Shuiyu, who has not even reached the Soul Master realm, is so powerful that Yu Tianheng may not be able to defeat him now. Nowadays, all the major colleges have geniuses. If he can really defeat the younger generation of the 5 major colleges, it will undoubtedly push the status of the Royal Do College to a higher level. At that time, I am afraid that Emperor Shuiye will also reward and praise it. Even if he loses, it doesn't matter. Shuiyu, who is only at the Great Soul Master realm, is the best excuse. Coming back to his senses, Meng Shenji saw Shuiyu still in the education committee hall and immediately asked, "Hey, why are you still standing here? Why don't you challenge the major colleges?" Shuiyu rubbed his hands and smiled, "Chief old man, the thugs also have to eat, can you pay first?" "That won't work. What if you lose every game?" Meng Shenji waved his hand and refused cunningly. Shuiyu's face suddenly turned ugly when she heard this. She glared at Meng Shenji and gritted her teeth and said, "You old man Meng, you wait." After that, Shuiyu walked out of the education committee hall directly. Looking at the figure leaving, Meng Shenji also smiled and continued to busy himself. That night, Shuiyu also called Wu Teng and Shen Jingbing to a restaurant in Tiandu City and ordered 9 dishes and a soup. Shen Jingbing tore off a piece of ice rabbit leg meat and put it into his mouth. While chewing, he said, "Brother Shui, you are really a tiger. You dare to take the initiative to challenge the major colleges. Of course, for the glory of Huangdu College, I, Shuiyu, naturally have no choice." Shuiyu put his right hand on his chest, with a heroic look, as if it was really as the words said. In fact, Shuiyu felt bitter. If he didn't need money, who would do such a high-profile thing? This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content later. Chapter 49. Of course I chose to forgive him too. However, I heard that each major academy has strong geniuses, Feng Xiaotian from the Divine Wind Academy, Huo Wu from the Blazing Fire Academy, Shui Bing'er from the Tian Shui Academy, and Yu Tiangzhen from the Thunder Academy. Which one is not a child of destiny? Brother Shui, you have to be careful. Wu Teng on the side reminded. Hearing this, Shui Yu also smiled helplessly and said, "Oh yes, in comparison, Xiangjia Academy is a soft persimmon." After saying that, Shui Yu sighed again. Shen Jingbing and Wu Teng seemed to be infected by the emotions, and sighed at the same time. "By the way, Brother Shui, you should be careful recently. Last time you humiliated Xiangjia Academy. According to their narrow-mindedness, I'm afraid." Shen Jingbing suddenly spoke while eating. Shuiyu also slammed the table and scolded, "That's right, I don't know which little bastard spread the news that I defeated the people from Xiangjia Academy, causing most of Tiandu City to know about it now. Otherwise, why would those old guys from Xiangjia Academy be so angry and want to trouble me? If I knew, I would definitely break his legs." "Oh." After saying that, Shuiyu supported her head with one hand, with a look of despair on her face. At this time, Wu Teng, who was still eating and drinking, suddenly stopped eating and drinking, and said awkwardly, "Brother Shui, this. I said it. Damn it. The best pig teammate." Shuiyu jumped up immediately, showing an expression of disappointment, staring at Wu Teng. For a long time, Wu Teng was so scared that he lowered his head very unnaturally. Stupid son, you really disappoint me. As he said that, Shuiyu directly took Wu Tang into his arms with one hand, looking like a loving father. But even so, I love you. Shuiyu deeply felt a deep love for her son. For the stupid things done by her stupid son, of course. Of course she chose to forgive him. Chapter 50. Let's talk about each other. 1. Wang Shuo, who is your son? Wu Tang broke free and said speechlessly. Shuiyu rolled up her sleeves, looking like she was going to beat someone up, and said to Wu Tang, let me put it here first. Today, you have to be my son. If you don't want to be my son, I will force you to be my son. Tell me, do you want to be beaten, or do you want to recognize me as your father? Shen Jingbing looked at the two of them with a smile on his face. After hearing this, Wu Tang's forehead was full of black lines, and he felt bad. He thought to himself that he couldn't really recognize a thief as his father, right? Not to mention that he was a guy younger than himself. Although Shuiyu was not a thief, he just didn't want to recognize a guy younger than himself as his father. Isn't this too embarrassing? No, absolutely not. Brother Shui, why don't we make an appointment another day? As he said that, Wu Tang was ready to slip away, but how could Shuiyu let him go so easily? Shuiyu flashed in an instant and directly blocked the entrance of the private room with a smirk on his face. Brother Tang, recognize Brother Shui is not a shameful father. Shen Jingbing looked at Wu Tang with a smile on his face, and continued to smile. From now on, we will talk about our own affairs. You call Brother Shui daddy, and you call me brother. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Jingbing felt that something was wrong. He blinked and did not react for a while. Wu Tang looked at Shen Jingbing with disdain. Standing and talking doesn't hurt your back, right? Turning his gaze to Shuiyu with a smirk on his face, Wu Tang immediately swallowed the saliva in his mouth and showed a troubled expression. In the end, Wu Tang compromised, otherwise Shuiyu's iron fist of justice would really fall on him. Old father. Wu Tang struggled to say those two words, and then he buried his head in his chest like an ostrich, not looking at Shen Jingbing, let alone Shuiyu. Shen Jingbing was stunned. He never expected that Wu Tang actually screamed. Shuiyu was also extremely surprised, and immediately a wonderful look appeared on her face, and she laughed loudly. Brother Wu Tang, I really didn't expect that I treat you as a brother, but you actually treat me as a father, ha ha ha. After Wu Tang heard this, he felt even more embarrassed. He wanted to dig a crack in the ground and crawl in. How could he say those two words? You are simply looking for abuse. Isn't this asking for self-humiliation? Wu Tang kept comforting himself in his heart that this was definitely an accident. But Shen Jingbing quit joking. Brother Wu Tang, what you call is really nice, why don't you call me daddy to hear it? Wu Tang immediately jumped up and pushed Shen Jingbing to the ground. However, the two of them were just joking around and didn't do anything substantial. Ahem. After a burst of laughter, Shuiyu calmed down. After coughing twice, he said, okay, it's time to get down to business. Wu Tang and Shen Jingbing stopped playing around at the same time and listened carefully to Shuiyu's speech. If I challenge a few major colleges just like this, will I be beaten by a teacher-level figure? Shuiyu said with a serious face. Shen Jingbing stroked his chin, and after thinking for a moment, he replied, actually, don't worry, it's all about face, and it's impossible for major colleges to really attack you in broad daylight, in full view of the public. What you need to worry about is the challenge. After the end, he did it behind the scenes. Shuiyu's eyes moved, and she said thoughtfully, I'm sorry, Brother Xiet, you are such a clever little kid, what you say makes sense. When the time comes, make it louder, let the famous soul masters watch the game, and then go to the black market to open a pig-killing plate. It will be great. Wu Tang also had an idea and said excitedly. Hearing this, the three of them clapped their hands and laughed at the same time. Oh my god, you are really smart. You can think of such a method. I really admire you. Shuiyu gave a thumbs up and said sincerely in admiration. Hey hey hey. Hey hey hey. Shen Jingbing and Wu Tang also grinned. At this moment, I realized a big problem. Bah! I found a big business opportunity. Give it to me. Eat it quickly. I'm going to do something big. Shuiyu also urged the two to quickly resolve the battle in front of them, and then began to plan this money-making trip. Now I have the axe in my hand, all I owe is my girlfriend. No, everything is ready, all we need is the east wind. As long as a large amount of money is available by then, why worry about not being able to buy special metals? Once you get the special metal, why worry about the soul-guided hand cannon failing? Once the soul-guided hand cannon is successful, why worry about not having money? Once you have money and soul-guided hand cannons, isn't it a matter of minutes to form your own force? Speaking of brothers yet, isn't your family backed by the Minister of Military and Aircraft? Is it possible to use the power of your family to build momentum? Shuiyu asked. Brother Shui, don't be ridiculous. You are making such a small fuss. The family boss is too lazy to show up. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Jingbing continued, besides, my family is about to fall apart. Wow, is it so exciting? Tell me. Shuiyu suddenly became interested after hearing this. Shen Jingbing said in a cliched manner, the events involved are complicated and it's a long story. Stop talking. When Shuiyu heard this, she knew that what Shen Jingbing said would be as smelly and long as Aunt Wang's foot binding, so she quickly stopped her and said, have you eaten yet? I'm half full now. Wu Tang said, touching his belly. But Shen Jingbing stopped talking, and after burping directly, he said, well, your appetite is too small, I just burped. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. Chapter 50. Let's talk about our own affairs. 2_Douluos titled Whitebeard, Shattering Godhead novel. No anti-theft chapter _authors attack of the lazy ass _38 novel, m.38xs.com. Waiter. With a snap of his fingers, Shuiyu also called the waiter over and said, what's special about you? These two silly boys haven't had enough yet. The specialty of our store is ramen, what do you think? Would you like 2 bowls? The waiter said with a smile. Then 2 bowls. Shuiyu said. Large portion. Big portion, must be big portion. Okay, you can pull it out right away. Remember to eat it while it's hot. After the waiter finished speaking, the three of them felt that something was strange, but they couldn't place it for a while. I always felt that after a big meal, it would be impossible without a dessert. Shuiyu spoke again. Give us another mustard cake with screw powder flavor, plus a side dish of cold mixed lard and jiajian. Okay, wait a moment. After saying that, the waiter also went to the back kitchen happily. Can anyone really eat what you ordered? I don't know. The next day, Shuiyu came to the gate of Lanba College alone and walked towards the college in a swagger. Originally, she wanted to bring Wu Tang and Shen Jingbing with her, but she was afraid that these two guys would be out of tune and ruin her good deeds. Boy, who are you? A middle-aged man said as soon as he entered the door. Looking at the visitor, Shuiyu was also full of smiles, and her quality was extremely high. This time, she took the initiative to seek cooperation with Lanba College, so it's better to be low-key. Don't do it if you can't help it, unless you can't help it. Oh, I'm here to find Zhang Sanzi and ASI from your college. Shuiyu said with a smile. Why are you looking for them? At this time, another person next to her asked. Shuiyu's face was full of smiles, but in her heart. Here, take a look. Shuiyu suddenly remembered and took out a token from her space bracelet. Originally, She thought that once this blue token with a dragon was taken out, the two would more or less give some face, but who knew that it would surprise Shuiyu? "You bold thief, you dare to steal Dean Liu's token, you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is." Shattering, the Godhead Sanba novel has the fastest update speed in the whole network.